How true is that? Don't say that. You get upset again and cry.
Yeah, don't do it again.
Say that. You get upset again and cry. Well, I'm not here. Oh, Blue, you need to mute in Discord. Isn't he? Oh, it's all right. I heard a feedback. It was
Oh, mic audio, that's the one. Sorry.
Let's go.
Oh, it says
Way
go.
better.
Nobody said it said go.
Let's go. Go.
Okay, I'm going. See you later. Bye.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back for the new year, guys. I know I didn't stream for the several episodes between the new year here and new year and now, but I'm back. I don't know if I'm what's the word for it? all ready for everything this year, but we don't know what this year's gonna entail yet. But we'll see how things go. Hey Phil, you can drop in if you want. We're only just doing my first stream back. Nothing's planned as usual. I mean, nothing's planned. Like really, actually
like
nothing.
It looks like the Ministry of Finance and War has dictated that Phil needs to do some other stuff.
We've got the regulars popping in. We've got Brainery, Little Wolf, Astro Rex. Has Astro Rex been a long time? Some of the names I can't remember sometimes. I'm getting old. You know, your memory sort of fails you a little bit, Blue, when you get old, like little things here and there.
Remember.
Who are you?
Brainery says, insert title here, yes, looks very planned. I thought you said like that. So is there any derpers? I know Lindsay's dropped a couple since I was away. And you said Fight the Flat Earth's video can't be played because it's disappeared. So that cancels that one out. We'll just grab a couple of videos for you guys. Gary can come on for a couple of minutes because that'll probably be about as long as I'd last. Is he still out there?
I think he had to go cook a barbecue or something.
Ah. John said I'm
He's
still
on the
Mongrove.
stupid spell, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'll just grab some videos, guys, so you know what I'm doing out there. Is Lindsay still around over in Discord where I can grab his thing? I've got yours, Blue. I posted that airplane one. I want to play that as well. For something different.
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
Yeah, I'll play that too. That's over in any other vids. But I want to grab who's his face? Was it Simon Dan does Friday Flat Earth thing? Gotta find that now. Okay, the Fight the Flat Earth one's been removed. Where's Wally goes full Karen?
Oh, that's Wally getting upset about lockdown again.
Oh, I'm gonna have to listen to Wally. I'll grab Wally. Grab Wally. Put him over there. You can go there, Wally. Haven't seen Wally for a while. I don't know what he's been doing. Anyone want to watch Blue Marble Science live Cavendish? It goes for 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Oh, I'm keen, but can you speed it up a little bit?
Gary, do you want to come on for a couple of minutes? Oh, now he's picking on Phil. Phil, do you want to talk to Gary? Anybody want to talk to Gary? Well, if you can get someone to talk to you, Gary, you can come on. You're drinking cans of beer, not stubbies.
Me?
Mm.
That was a soft drink, so I need to hydrate just a little bit first, Terry.
Okie dokie. Well, Sean says no. What? Did you say no to my question, Sean, or somebody else's question? Well, first we're going to find out if Gary wants to come on. Does it matter who he talks to, Blue or Phil? Phil, you willing to come on if Gary comes on? Sean, don't be harsh. You know, I don't tolerate that type of language. Wasn't I doing something? That's conspiracy.
Bringing a video up.
Yeah, I know. There was another video I wanted to get too. One of Blue's ones that he played. I've got to find that now too. I'm just going through the show your shit, scrolling up. So, conspiracy theory, violent behavior.
That's the same thing everybody's told him, Professor Phil. He is not bright enough to understand the words. He won't understand what you said any better than he's understood Bob or me or anybody else he asked that stupid ass question to.
Is Simon Dan's Flat Earther thinks that almost everyone on Earth is stupid? Would that be his Friday one? Can't tell.
Yeah, I think so.
That was on our date 8th, and it's the 11th now. That's Friday.
That
The
math
8th.
kind of works.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, that math kind of works.
So we've got a Wally, we've got Simon Dan. Alright, I think that one. I think Blue's the one I want to play. Blue's one that he had that I've missed. I think was back. I might have to go to your channel, Blue, and find it. There was that. I can't think of the name of it now. Was that Brandon Toy or somebody or something? I think it was.
It was.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. But I don't know how far up. Sure your shit it is. Might be too far up.
I've got Nathan Thompson's new YouTube channel if you're interested.
I've got that. Yeah. Anything will do me. Yeah, I found you one, Blue. I've got that. That's that one done. And I think I put in any other bids. Those two. Because we'll play the LA Speed Story video first. We're allowed to play that, aren't we, Blue? The one by Brian Shaw.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're allowed to play that.
Yeah.
So we play that, and then I play yours. Then we play yours after that. That one. Stop playing. Get back to the start, you. Pause. Right, that's that one. And then yours, Level F Observer. One. Can go after that. Right. How many videos is that we've got so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. Any peanuts got any suggestions out there? Sean says your Cavendish video is like the slowest game of Pong ever. Well, you can speed it up, Sean, to whatever the speed goes to. Blue saying, Mike M saying to you, Blue, check out Jake, the beep on YouTube. I don't know who Jake is.
No, I'm not sure who he's talking about.
Yeah, who are you talking about, Mike? Yeah, sorry, I got sidetracked in the chat. I'm trying to multitask, trying to get back into the groove here, and I'm getting distracted.
I'll have to check that out.
Okay.
Breaks the a-hole. Okay, gotcha.
Alright, that's that. I'd like to watch the Anton Petrov one. Extinction events on Earth seem to have happened every 27 million years. How long does it go for? Is it a 10-minute one? 11-minute. Yeah, not too bad. 11-minute. That interests me.
Well, that's definitely watchable.
Yeah, I don't mind that one. It's something a bit different to the star stuff and all that. Mr. Sensible did a Coriolis and the Dunning-Kruger effect, Brian's logic and the Coriolis cartel. That goes for 13 minutes. I don't know I haven't seen that at all. I think we might have enough for now. It'll keep us going.
Oh, there you go. Gary's cooking dinner.
What, at this time of night? You said it was late blue there, wasn't it? Or 8 o'clock or something?
Gary lives on the other side of the country.
Oh, he's on the west coast.
Yeah.
How many hours difference between east coast, west coast?
4.
4 hours. So it's 4:51 over there. Okay. Who else do we have over that side? Peter. What's his name? Mid-Donkey. I think it's Mid-Donkey. I think lives over on the west coast.
I think you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Where is he? He should be here. He's whinging about me not being around, and then I do a live stream and he's not around, so I can whinge to him now. Where are you? Where you been? And Steve.
He really needs to. He really needs to realise that you work on Terry time.
Yeah, that's it.
It's
Exactly.
actually, we've got 4 time zones, Terry. It's actually 3 hours.
Oh. Jared, what's
So,
Jared saying something to me? He's saying careful about your insertions. This could be the wrong place for that. What was I saying something about insertions? I missed that one. Oh yeah, Phil said yeah. Well, I got to find the Lindsay again, Phil. That's what I was doing then, trying to remember where I hit him, where he's hiding. I know he's around somewhere.
Oh, there you go. He was saying that Mute Donkey was playing games in the server earlier.
In my server?
No, in Jared's server.
Oh, okay. Is that the only video that Gary's brought out? Why the sun sets while changing little in angular size thing. I don't know what other videos he's got. That one did make sense to me, that one. Where's Lindsay hiding? Thought I had him on speed dial here somewhere. Unless he's in stream homework. Oh, there he is. I found him. Oh, I found a thing, but now I've just got to find the last one that he did. I don't know how many he's done lately. Go to his channel. Videos. Oh, I've missed a few. 5 days ago. 6 days ago.
Well, you know he puts out one every week.
Okay, well we have.
I mean,
well,
every day.
yeah. We'll catch up pretty quick. What? Oh, your thumbnail and your title. How you like that? Well, that's my Monday stream, Jared. It's just whatever. I thought just insert title here, insert thing here. Okay, quantum theory, is it a particle or a wave? There we go, we'll grab that one. Phil will like that. Pause that. So do you want to vote for the video out there in the peanuts? Do you want to vote to vote? Like, put a vote out to vote. I got a pair, so they're classed as A and B. So there'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 videos. And if you're listening carefully of which ones I had, Shady, don't. You got a stutter. He's got a stutter.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. Play 4.
Play 2. Play 2 twice.
Sean wants to know, can the speed of light... What are you shouting for, Sean? Not deaf. But chat moved on me too quick. Sean, can the speed of light be measured? Are you shouting to somebody else, Sean? Sean put a link out there. I can't really click on it easily from. I mean, I can, but I
just
can't.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, just see what it is.
Give me a moment.
So you don't want to vote. Okay then. I will do.
I just put Lindsay on.
No, don't have to do Lindsay straight away, do we? No, I want to do Blue's story thing, and then we'll do something like that after. Which one was it first? Was it the right one? That one. The right one, haven't I? Yeah. Okay. YouTube. Oh, you just need to see it in here, so you know what's going on. Wish Howie you shut up. I can't get a word in sideways.
I'm sorry. I'm just driving down the road listening.
Dash cam driving. That's what I like to have on my channel. You have the dash. You have your camera phone thing on your dash, looking where you're going, and while you're talking, and instead of having your avatar, you have the image of the where you're going on the road. It can be done.
About that, I could.
It can be done.
I could put. Yeah, I've got the mount and everything. I just got to stick it up there.
Yeah,
I've done it a couple of times for tearing out around my area.
Yeah, well, Jay used to do it for me driving down Route 66, which is something that was interesting me over in America, where not the road it's on now, but the history of the road and the construction, where it used to the alignments and all that of it, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I run parallel to that when I go to the top side every week. I go from Tennessee to Phoenix. And so I run parallel to, I run Route 66 for several hundred miles.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of videos with certain people that have had the interest and actually driven on the old alignments and shown the video for that. I reckon that's all cool. That, like looking for the original alignments. Even some other roads too, like the oh shit, now I can't think of the name of it. Lincoln.
Lincoln Highway.
Yeah, that's one. Places like the other old highways that they don't use anymore, like alignments. The one at where the ground's burning, where the graffiti highway is. Shit, now I can't think of the name of the place. They've blocked it all off now, completely. So you can't even get onto it, that section. Anybody said the P word yet?
Oh, play.
Oh.
take off out of Beale, hit a tanker in Idaho, rip on up to
Maths describes the universe. Maths is a universal language that
important as a pilot. They don't just say, yeah, okay, here's your thing. They make you feel really cool.
Yeah.
I think you paused it, Terry.
Are you going back to the start?
It's called the LA Speed Story.
Yeah, they
And
couldn't hear it
was
out
just a story
there.
about
The desktop audio for the video wasn't playing. Yeah, sorry about that.
one day it was really cool being SR-71 pilot. Walter and I were doing a training mission around the United States where you just were building up hours and time, and we take off out of Beale, hit a tanker in Idaho, rip on up to Montana, zip across Denver, hang a right turn in Albuquerque, out over Los Angeles, up to Seattle, back into Sacramento, 2 hours, 21 minutes. And you just do that and you do it backwards, and you hit a tanker. It was just to gain crew coordination, build your hours. We're on our last training mission. We're over Tucson. I can see downtown LA from Tucson. We're at 89,000 feet. I can see the whole western United States bathed in a warm October fall glow. I can see the chain of Rocky Mountains from Canada to New Mexico. I could just see the most beautiful picture laid at my feet, and the air as smooth as glass. Not a gauge moving in the cockpit. It was perfect. Now I'm thinking, we bad. And I feel sorry for Walter because he has to monitor 5 radios in the back seat, so I flipped the switch up just to listen. And LA Center is they control all, when you fly Southwest Air, their guys controlling everybody. But we're above controlled airspace. So they have us on their scope, but they're not talking to us. Now there's controllers all over the country. Jacksonville Center, Chicago Center, Seattle Center, you know. It's the same guy. They all talk the same. And it's really cool the way they talk because they make you feel important as a pilot. They don't just say, yeah, okay, here's your thing. They make you feel really cool. So sure enough, this was pre-GPS days. Some Cessna guy has to know his ground speed. LA Center, Cessna, November Tango Alpha. You got a ground speed readout for us? Now Center would like to say, who cares, get off free. But no, he'll talk to him like he's John Glenn. Cessna November Alpha, we show you 90 knots, 90 knots on the ground. And they do that sing-song voice. That's how they talk. And it makes you feel kind of cool. Right after that, a twin Bonanza came up to pimp the guy for speed, I guess. And LA Center, Twin Beach, whatever. You got a ground speed readout for us? And Center likes it. God, it's Friday. Why me? God, please, just get off free. But he's going to talk to him like he's Air Force One. Twin Beach, we show you 121, 20 knots on the ground. And right after that, a Navy F-18 out of Lemoore popped up on frequency. And you knew it was a Navy guy because he talked really slick on the radio. Center Dusty 5-2 speed check. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Dusty 5-2 has a ground speed indicator in that $1 million F-18 cockpit. It's right there in the heads-up display. Why is he calling Center to broadcast his speed? I get it. We are just the meanest, baddest, fastest military jet in the valley today. We're taking our little Hornet jet over Mount Whitney and ripping across Death Valley. We want everyone from Fresno to the coast to know what real speed is. And you can almost hear a little glee in the controller's voice, like, we have put an end to this. Dusty 5-2, we show you 620, 620 knots across the ground. And it was that across the ground. See that little knife, like, I hope nobody else has the nerve to get on frequency now. And there wasn't an airliner from Seattle to San Diego that wanted to be next on Freak. It's sort of an etiquette thing amongst flyers. And a 12-year-old was reaching for the mic button. And I thought, oh, no, wait, Walter's in charge of the radios. I flew single seat all those years, but I'm in the family model now, and I went, no, it's the Navy. They must die. They must die now. And I thought, no, but if I do, I'll upset Walter, and I want us to be a good crew. And at that moment, I heard a click of the mic button in the back seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter and I became a crew at that moment. In his best innocent voice, LA Center, Aspen 30. Have you got a ground speed readout for us? You could almost hear a collective gasp on Freak, like, oh, the poor fools didn't hear the previous transmissions. Oh, they got crushed like a grape. It's just a pilot thing. But Center had to give you that same voice. Aspen 30, we show you 1,992 knots across the ground. When I knew I was going to like Walter a lot is when he came back and said, Center, we're showing a little closer to 2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not hear another transmission on that frequency all the way to the coast. The king of speed lived, the Navy had been flamed, and a crew had been formed. For just a moment, it was absolutely fun being the fastest guys on the block.
Cool story.
That's just a beautiful story, isn't it?
Yeah. Love the way he tells it.
Yeah. We'll watch the follow-up now.
Oh, okay. Well, you'll hear it again.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe a little different version of it, though. I don't think I used that version.
Okay.
Play.
Play? Yeah, play.
Just play.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Today we're going to talk about a really terrible way to try to debunk the globe. Now, everybody relax. This is really going to be talking about Major Brian Shull, retired U.S. Air Force pilot, and about the SR-71 Blackbird. Brian's one of only 93 people to ever fly that airplane. It's always a pretty good idea to have the oven mitts handy and keep the monitors back out of punching range, but basically, let's just listen to a cool story about a really cool airplane and an even cooler pilot. Before we talk about this failed debunk attempt, let me give you a little background on Brian Shull and the SR-71 Blackbird for those of you who aren't familiar. Brian Shull was a U.S. Air Force pilot. He was shot down over Vietnam late in the war, and he suffered some horrific injuries, but he eventually recovered from that. He volunteered to be a pilot for the SR-71 Blackbird and was accepted. Brian is one of only 93 guys to ever pilot this airplane. The SR-71 Blackbird was the replacement for the U-2 spy plane. SR is the designation for strategic reconnaissance. The airplane was the brainchild of Kelly Johnson at the Lockheed Skunk Works. The Blackbird, to this day, remains the highest flying, fastest air-breathing aircraft ever built, and it was built in 1964 with slide rule technology. The Blackbird can fly at altitudes in excess of 90,000 feet, at speeds in excess of 3.5 Mach. It is absolutely incredible. But a channel called Level Earth Observer tries to take a humorous story that Brian Shull tells and use that somehow as proof that the Earth is flat. So let's listen to Level Earth Observer. It won't take long to see where this guy is going.
Today we're going to have a quick listen to Major Brian Shull of the United States Air Force, former SR-71 pilot, retelling a few stories from back in the day, and in doing so Brian is going to absolutely annihilate the globe theory. We're then going to have a look at the globe distance to the horizon calculator, and then we're going to compare the observations that Brian Shaw was seeing, measure the distance, compare it to the distance of the horizon calculator, i.e. the globe mathematics. A big fail, I can tell you. And then we're going to use Google Earth to try and recreate Major Brian Shaw's observation. Testing Google Earth and testing the globe at the same time.
Testing Google Earth and testing the globe at the same time, huh? I don't think so, Scooter. I don't believe you're going to make it that far.
And it's a big double whammy fail, I can tell you, as the heights we have to go to recreate Brian Shaw's observations in his SR-71 is ridiculous. But let's have a quick listen to Brian first.
When Walter and I were doing a training mission around the United States, we just were building up hours and time, and we take off out of Beale, hit a tanker in Idaho, rip on up to Montana, zip across Denver, hang a right turn in Albuquerque, out over Los Angeles, up to Seattle, back into Sacramento, 2 hours, 21 minutes. And you just do that then you do it backwards, and you hit a tanker. It was just to gain crew coordination, build your hours. We're on our last training mission. We're over Tucson. I can see downtown LA from Tucson. We're at 89,000 feet. I can see the whole western United States bathed in a warm October fall glow. I can see the chain of Rocky Mountains from Canada to New Mexico. I can just see the most beautiful picture laid at my feet in this.
Fantastic, Brian. Thank you. And no doubt it was incredibly flat, my dear man, if you were seeing that far.
And maybe Brian was just telling a funny story, not thinking that years later Cletus might show up and poop on the windscreen.
So Brian, at 89,000 feet, was seeing the whole western side of the United States. He was 89,000 feet above Tucson. He could see the whole of the western side of the United States. He could see downtown LA. He could see the Rocky Mountains in Canada coming all the way down to New Mexico.
So which part of that route of flight confused you? The part where he hit the tanker over Idaho? Or when he was over Montana or Denver or Albuquerque or Tucson? You know, I'm pretty sure he and Walter would have seen the entire chain of the Rocky Mountains on that flight.
Incredible! Let's just have a look on a map, just to give you some idea. 2 secs. So here's a map of the western United States. Tucson is right at the bottom there, below Phoenix. And of course our pilot Brian was 89,000 feet above Tucson, and strangely enough he was seeing the whole of the United States. Not only that, he was seeing the Rockies come down from Canada all the way down to New Mexico. You kind of gave the game away there, Brian, as we're about to see. Okay, over at the distance to the horizon calculator, observer height 89,000 feet. Calculate the distance. We get a distance to the horizon of 365.9 miles. Already, anyone who looked at that map just now can see there's an obvious problem. Right, let's get some idea of distance here. I'm going to be quite kind to the globe believers. I'm not going to measure all the way to the Rockies inside of Canada. I'm going to measure to the border. Just to be fair here, I don't want to crush your globe too much. So to give us some idea, distance, let's say approximately 1,100 miles to the Rockies on the US-Canadian border, okay? It's actually a lot further. If I was to include the whole Rockies, we'd be looking in the region of 1,500 miles. But we'll give the Globies a sort of fighting chance here. Not that their reality is real whatsoever, it's pantomime, as we've just seen. So we've got that, 1,100 miles. This SR-71 pilot was seen at an absolute minimum from 89,000 feet. But the globe mathematics tell him, and us, that the horizon, i.e. the cut-off point, should have been just over 300, was it 369 miles, was it? Let me just double check. 365.9 miles. So the horizon on the globe model from an observation height of 89,000 feet should be 365 miles away, i.e. the cut-off point. But strangely enough, Brian is seeing another 7, if we want to include the Canadian Rockies, another 1,200 miles. Oh dear. This only happens when when it's a lie. You wouldn't have these problems if the globe was fundamentally true.
I got an idea. Instead of cherry picking words out of a comedy routine Brian Scholl is doing, ask yourself this question. If you leave Atlanta, Georgia, over here, and fly direct to Los Angeles, over here, by the time you're even with, say, Birmingham, which is right about there, the aircraft will be pretty much at cruising altitude, let's say 40,000 feet. Figure out why it is you can't see New Orleans. Why can't you see Houston, Texas over here? You know, hundreds of millions of people, maybe billions of people, have taken that flight, and not one of them has ever reported being able to see the Gulf Coast. Why is that? You don't suppose the curvature of the Earth's getting in the way now, do you?
So let's go on Google Earth now before we finish, and let's see how high we have to get before we can actually see what Brian, the SR-71 pilot, stroke globe knockout artist, could see. Let's have a look. 2 secs.
Well, I got a better idea. Instead of listening to any more of your foolishness, why don't we listen to the LA Speed story by Major Brian Scholl? Believe me, this is worth listening to.
It's called the LA Speed story. And it was just a story about one day it was really cool being SR-71 pilot. Walter and I were doing a training mission around the United States where you just were building up hours and time. And we take off out of Beale, hit a tanker in Idaho, rip on up to Montana, zip across Denver, hang a right turn in Albuquerque, out over Los Angeles, up to Seattle, back into Sacramento, 2 hours, 21 minutes. And you just do that and you do it backwards, and you hit a tanker. It was just to gain crew coordination, build your hours. We're on our last training mission. We're over Tucson. I can see downtown LA from Tucson. We're at 89,000 feet. I can see the whole western United States bathed in a warm October fall glow. I can see the chain of Rocky Mountains from Canada to New Mexico. I could just see the most beautiful picture laid at my feet, and the air as smooth as glass, not a gauge moving in the cockpit. It was perfect. Now I'm thinking, we bad. And I feel sorry for Walter because he has to monitor 5 radios in the back seat, so I flipped the switch up just to listen. And LA Center is they control all, when you fly Southwest Airlines, the guys controlling everybody. But we're above controlled airspace. So they have us on their scope, but they're not talking to us. Now there's controllers all over the country, Jacksonville Center, Chicago Center, Seattle Center, It's the same guy. They all talk the same. And it's really cool the way they talk because they make you feel important as a pilot. They don't just say, yeah, okay, here's your thing. They make you feel really cool. So sure enough, this was pre-GPS days. Some Cessna guy has to know his ground speed. LA Center, Cessna, November Tango Alpha. You got a ground speed readout for us? Now, Center would like to say, who cares? Get off free. But no, he'll talk to him like he's John Glenn. Cessna, November Alpha, we show you 90 knots, 90 knots on the ground. And they do that sing-song, but that's how they talk. And it makes you feel kind of cool. Right after that, a twin Bonanza came up to pimp the guy for speed, I guess, and LA Center, Twin Beach, whatever. You got a ground speed readout for us? And Center likes it. God, it's Friday. Why me? God, please, just get off. But he's going to talk to him like he's Air Force One. Twin Beach, we show you 121, 20 knots on the ground. And right after that, a Navy F-18 out of Lemoore popped up on frequency. And you knew it was a Navy guy because he talked really slick on the radio. Center, Dusty 5-2, speed check. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Dusty 5-2 has a ground speed indicator in that $1 million F-18 cockpit. It's right there in the heads-up display. Why is he calling Center to broadcast his speed? I get it. We had just the meanest, baddest, fastest military jet in the valley today. We're taking our little Hornet jet over Mount Whitney and ripping across Death Valley. We want everyone from Fresno to the coast to know what real speed is. And you can almost hear a little glee in the controller's voice like, we have put an end to this. Dusty 5-2, we show you 620, 620 knots across the ground. And it was that across the ground. See that little knife like, I hope nobody else has the nerve to get on frequency now. And there wasn't an airliner from Seattle to San Diego that wanted to be next on Freak. It's sort of an etiquette thing amongst flyers. And a 12-year-old was reaching for the mic button. And I thought, oh, no, wait, Walter's in charge of the radios. I flew single seat all those years, but I'm in the family model now, and I wanted, no, it's the Navy. They must die. They must die now. And I thought, no, but if I do, I'll upset Walter, and I want us to be a good crew. And at that moment, I heard a click of the mic button in the back seat. Ladies and gentlemen, Walter and I became a crew at that moment. In his best innocent voice, LA Center, Aspen 30. Have you got a ground speed radar for us? You could almost hear a collective gasp on Freak, like, oh, the poor fools didn't hear the previous transmissions. Oh, they got crushed like a grape. It's just a pilot thing. But Center had to give you that same voice. Aspen 30, we show you 1,992 knots across the ground. When I knew I was going to like Walter a lot is when he came back and said, Center, we're showing a little closer to 2,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we did not hear another transmission on that frequency all the way to the coast. The king of speed lived, the Navy had been flamed, and a crew had been formed. For just a moment, it was absolutely fun being the fastest guys on the block.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Click that little bell if you want notifications of the next video. There's a link to the Patreon. It'll be up in the description. And we'll catch you guys on the next one.
That's just as funny the second time around, that.
It gives you one of those, as he described it, that 12-year-old boy smile, doesn't it?
Yeah. And everyone else on the radio would have heard all that too, wouldn't they?
Yep.
The bloke in the Cessna would have went, uh-oh.
Yeah, the guy in the Cessna, like, why did I say anything?
Yeah, why did I even say anything? Yeah.
Why?
I'm doing 90 knots.
What the hell have I started?
I'm doing 90 knots. I could get out and walk faster.
Yep.
1962. That model was made. I thought they'd made ones more recent than that as well. They're a different shape.
Huh?
They're a different shape. They're not that. They look different to that one.
No, the SR6. That's the only model SR71 there was.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, they've got a black spy plane that looks different. It's got bigger wings or something. I know it's not the SR model,
sure.
but
yeah, the U2.
U2, that's right.
There have been several models of the U2. The U2, they actually currently still fly those things. NASA flies U2s on the research missions. But the current model U2 is about twice the size of the originals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
about the same speed.
Bombs.
They go the same speed though.
No, U2 was subsonic, which was its downfall. It flew really high. We had this idea that Russian radar wouldn't be able to see it and their missiles wouldn't be able to hit it, and then a guy named Gary Powers took off one day and screwed it up. Got shot down over Russia, and that pretty much put an end to the U2.
Is
But-
it true? Is it true that the joints in those planes at ground elevation's different to when they get up high because it deforms the plane or it shrinks it or expands it or something?
That plane expands quite a bit.
The SR-71 actually leaked on the runway, Terry.
Wow.
So when they filled it up, it would, and when I say leak, it was less than a dribble. It was, you know, a small amount of fuel would seep through the skin.
Seep out, yeah.
I think you'll find that it was actually a very substantial amount of fuel that was leaking.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well,
they had to put a bucket. They had to put a bucket under it.
Once they got up to speed and the metals changed temperatures and expanded, contracted, and changed shape, they'd seal up.
Yeah, they were never able to come up with any kind of sealant for the tanks, like you have in a normal wet wing. You have they use a sealant in it on all the joints to prevent the leaking. But they couldn't come up with any kind of sealant that would withstand the temperatures that thing had to operate at. And I think parts of the aircraft were reaching temperatures way over 600 degrees Fahrenheit.
Jared said by the time they took off, they had to get refueled again once they got to altitude.
Well,
First thing they did when they took off was hit a tanker.
Yeah, that's what he said in his story. They took off, and the first thing they do was hit a tanker and fill up.
Mm.
Well, and that part of the story is that you know they've leaked some fuel out, but the other part is they weren't going to take off with a full fuel load anyway. That thing carried a lot of fuel, so they had enough fuel on board to make it to the tanker. But you know that was intentional.
Yeah, James May video. Yeah, that one with UT spy plane rides in. I won't play that.
Yeah, BBC would get upset if you playing that.
Yeah, well, I've had a thing over from BBC before when I tried to play a snippet of something. I think it was Mark Sargent something interview. Okay. So Derp, Anton, Wally. I've got another blue here, but we'll play blue again. We don't have blue back to back. We'll do a Where's Wally gets his Karen on and goes full social disruption. Whatever that is. Anyone hear anything more back from Gary to come on and have a talk to anyone?
Oh, I think he's cooking for his family at the moment, so hopefully once he finishes cooking.
Okay, we'll see what happens after he has his dinner.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Well, I'm in the middle of a 3-day lockdown because Brisbane, well, we had somebody wandering around with COVID-19, so they locked the whole place down for 3 days. But if you're feeling like you don't like to be locked down, well, here's what I'm going to do to be a full Karen. Well, first of all, I'm just going to stay home and obey the lockdown, but then to make up for it, I'm going to do this. Yes, and another way you can stick it to the government is, it's Sunday today, but I'm going to wear Wednesday's undies. Oh, and another way you can stick it to the government is, look, my yogurt is past expired and I still ate it. Oh, you don't believe me? Okay, Google, what is the date?
It is Sunday the 10th of January 2021.
Oh, sorry guys, just as well I didn't say, okay, Google, lights off. That could have been embarrassing. And another way you can stick it to the government is take your recycle and put it in the general waste. And they say suggested size 30 grams. But I had 80 and I only put half them back. I'm such a rebel. I'm going to wash some fluffy things with my good black pants too. And as for staying home, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take this across to my elderly neighbour and I'm going to throw it at their front door, press the bell and run away. And I know they can't get back at me because I saw on Facebook just now that they don't have any toilet paper. So, ha-ha. So next time, as an ultimate act of defiance, I'm at the checkout at the grocery shop and I find I've got 9 items. I'm going to go through the 8 items or fewer. Well, unless of course someone else needs to go through it, I can go through first. So there you have it. At the end of all of that, on average, Wally is a social disruptor, a sovereign citizen, and a true Karen. Stay safe out there, guys. Or in here, at home, like I am.
Get him, Wally.
He's a rebel.
Showed those guys, didn't he?
Yep.
I'll think twice about putting him in lockdown again.
Yeah, they will. Clive said he must be stopped.
Geez, you know what he'll be doing next to? He'll be drinking water straight out of the hose.
Oh, no, you can't do that. Oh, I'll get rid of Wally. Bye, Wally. Okay. You ready for Lindsay yet, or do you want Simon Dan?
Oh, just make sure you keep something to get the taste of Lindsay out of the mouth afterwards.
So that means we'd have to get Lindsay now out of the way, and then we can have. Then we'll do an Anton, and then we'll do Simon Dan, and then we'll do Blues last. Okay, I'll swap it around. I move that down there. And move that over there. Move my tabs around. Move that over there. There we go. I'll do them in that order. Jared said something to you, Peter.
Sounds like he might be in the lockup.
You got a Lindsay that's only 15 minutes. I thought all his were 27 minutes.
Yeah, I know. What happened to the rest of the 12 minutes?
He forgot to charge his battery.
So, quantum theory, is it a particle or a wave? I don't know. I can't debunk this one. I'm not a particle theorist. Or
Play.
yeah, play.
Let's go deep today with some quantum theory, shall we? My take on it. I think I'm pretty well right. Before we get into it, if you haven't seen my sites before, this is flat earth knowledge.
We need Phil in here.
Explain.
Phil, get here.
Check out my other videos. Push like if you can. Apparently if you push like you get more, it gets out more. Because my information is not really getting out there unless someone happens to come along from another site and recommends it. So thanks to all those guys. There's the flat Earth model.
Yeah, good on you. Good on you, Terry.
See?
Why? What happened?
He's thanking you for getting his videos out there.
No worries, Lindsay.
The North Vacuum, black hole down there, electrical circuit back down this way, magnetic circuit comes up, counter force, electrical is created. Does it look like nature? No? Where's the sun born? Does that look like the brain? It's just solar winds apparently, but it's the magnetic field of Earth. It's the way it works. You know, inside the human brain we have the female reproductive organ system, the shape in our brain. Check that out.
What?
Flat Earth. Stroke rotor, it looks like works like a magnetic induction system. Spiraling up the north, Polaris in here. You see there's rotations out here. Winding back into the tropics. Down through the earth. Just like this. Well, I was just watching a video, a science video all about quantum theory. And of course that brings in the double slit experiment, which made me think. It wasn't hard. What I've said before in my previous videos, everything in this world is a duality. Everything works as a duality. There is a third entity, but that's the, you've got to be really thinking about that one. But I won't go into that right now. But everything, even in the Noah story, you go into the ark 2 by 2. This is the ark. This is half. We're looking at half. There's only one ark, the main ark. Everything in there is 2 by 2. There's 2 there. Negative, positive flow. Magnetic flow upward, electrical counterforce downward to create the electrical circuit. Everything's a duality. So in the double slit experiment, when they're firing electrons and trying to understand their disbursement behind the slits, they're missing the fact there's a counterforce or a duality in the system. One going that way, something has to come this way. In our world, I've shown you the 2 sky rotations, south and north. You get your star trails. Well, that in our world looks like a wave function, doesn't it? But you've got to think, in our physical world, it's inverted to the world we live in. The makeup of creation. It's inverted. Like we're down here moving from A to B, when in fact everything has already been created. It's already there. But we're just, you know, we're down here. We think on the left side of the brain, and we're just, you know, we're pretty dumb. We're born into darkness, as they say, trying to get from A to B, and you have to find the truth along the way. So here we are thinking, gee, what's happening from A to B, not realising that the world's created already. So just got me thinking about this wave function. They're trying to determine whether it's a particle or wave-like. But and how things get from A to B so fast. Well, this is reality. This is the world we live in.
I think we need to superchat him for some whiteboard markers because they're not working too good.
There's the wave function. So
Oh, the ink's in there. It's just
we're watching
afraid to
this
come
wave,
out.
thinking along the lines that the wave's heading this direction,
I
not
can't see a
realising
thing that you're drawing.
the dualities come back this way. So there are your particle points. There's the particle points, and here's the wave function. But instead of going from A to B, it's already there. It's hard to get your head around it. That's the way it is. And then it made me think, well, hey, bloody hell, we've seen that with Wheeler's magnetic flux with his ferrocell lights. Take away this ring magnet, he's getting intersection points here, right? You'll see these highlighted spots of light. Well, that's something to do with our tropic zone in our physical world, where the sun and that sits, and the moon and that sit around there. It's all related. You understand that? It's already there. But in our physical side, it's getting there. It's already there. You know what I mean? What else? There's something else I was going to mention.
God.
Tropics, the sun. Oh, the sun. I'm not sure if I put this in a previous video, but the sun is made up of the frequency. So here is made up of layers. Atmospheric pressures and layers. And this is what I think, just quickly off the top of my head, got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's a 7 somewhere. Short wavelength, long wavelength. The sun is created. Within the various wavelengths and light spectrum. So down here we get the sun. So from there, there we see the sun. From its original position, its direction, because it's short wave, so right at the centre you got purple, blue, directional, shooting out, turning from the centre of the earth, firing it out into the tropic region. This moist, dense area just somehow contains it as the hologram. In here, it moves it around, moves it around.
Is it me or I'm completely bamboozled? I got no idea what he's talking about.
He's pointing at a hemorrhoid cushion.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea what he's talking about.
Okay.
From here, it fires and moves it around because it's firing the blue and scattering the rest of the spectrum into that spot.
It's sort of like an abstract way of saying how a rainbow works with light, but not the way I'm
That seems
thinking.
to be what he's going for.
Yeah.
We're here looking up. There's our sun. But it's all within your own horizon. Like in relation to where the sun is actually aiming and where you're standing around here. And this is, you've got to realise the sun never shrinks or grows. It's always the same size. Just depends on season maybe. Season. Because if the sun's, you're in the south and the sun's come down in perihelion.
Oh, the aphelion, perihelion, yeah.
Well, you're looking back this way. It may appear bigger, but it shouldn't change shape.
Oh, man.
That doesn't explain the sun being south of east and south of west when you're looking north if you're south. Okay.
Because the source is back there. Just reflecting all the way around in there.
This is what we get here. This is red shift, blue shift. Move away, red shift, blue shift. It's the sun. Frequencies. This is where they found.
He's talking about red shift, blue shift. That's to do with the stars and distant things in the.
Yeah.
What?
He's got the sun red on the left side and blue on the right side. Say what?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Found this out way back in early 1900. Tesla knew it. This is where the satellites came from, and the idea that it's fool the people and say we've got satellites with big wings floating around up here in La La Land, when they know certain frequencies, certain bands can bounce off which layer. So you've got the whole range up here. Do one range, I don't understand all the frequency ranges myself, but that's what could be going on. I'll put $1 on it. You're still getting it bouncing off. Get the right frequency band, you're going to bounce off this layer.
Is he saying light is a frequency?
Different frequency band. You bounce off this layer.
Zebulon, red shift, blue shift, one fish, two fish.
Daytime?
There's nothing floating around up there all by itself.
Daytime? Nighttime.
Well, we can do if it's full of air, I suppose. Helium or something. We'll only stay up there for so long. Because earlier on in the century, when they sent stuff up, it'd all spin out and fall back down near the equator, the tropics. Look it up. Send it up here. And go down there, because everything comes down. What goes up must come down. Where'd that come from?
Yeah,
what goes up and stays up all of a sudden? Crazy. Curved space-time. This is what everything's all about. Everything is all about spirals and wave forms. We have it down here on Earth. You see the waves? Proper people in the pond see the waves. We've seen the spirals. Tornadoes.
What spirals? What tornadoes? That's not a spiral.
Whirlpools. Vortexes everywhere. And then we have the another thing. Like I said at the beginning, where everything's inverted. You've seen in alchemy, you've seen mirrors, eagles facing two ways. There's always a projected image, or a mirror image, or a duality. And let's take a ring magnet, for instance. Take a ring magnet.
Yeah, I feel these drawing boobs again.
That's the hole in the middle. You throw some iron sand on it, you're going to get a mound of iron sand like this. What we need to realise is we live inside this flux. We live in here. We can't get out there. We can't see what's in here. This is centre north.
Why?
What? No, that's what he said by the sun.
I don't think.
I mean, you can't see what's in there. He said that's where all the sun and the planets were in that vortex section of the donut. No, he said we can't see in there. That's a contradiction.
I think that lady needs to go to the doctors.
Why is that?
Well, one's misshaped to the other.
I think you can actually fly. Maybe you can. I'm not too sure. You cannot fly in this zone. Fall out of the sky because you've got the vacuum there. If you come, well, it's so elevated. That's the problem. It's so far up. Just imagine we live inside this flux field here, but Our realm is the inverted to that. So what would be inverted to this? You take this out and put all the flux out here. We're in here. We're in the vacuum now. We're not in here. That's where we come from. Everything is created in there, from the vacuum. This is what existence is all about. Being at rest, vacuum, nothing going on. Meditation, you go to a place where there's just nothing going on.
I know where there's a vacuum and I know where there's nothing going on. Anyone? Anyone agree?
Yeah.
Between two hearing devices.
No, between his hands.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Right there.
I have to screenshot that.
Well,
Too late. I can go back.
Lights are on. Nobody's home.
Going on. Meditation, you go to a place where there's just nothing going on.
Yeah, there you go. Screenshot that and put a caption with what he said.
And you just free yourself. It's the secret to life. It's all in there. Now our whole existence is created within there. It's like a memory, a thought. From the eye of Ra. The sun, we come from the eye. Nothing. It's all created in there. So we live inside the vacuum. And all the flux and action is out here. I haven't put much thought into that right now while I'm doing this video, so I won't expand on it and I'll start losing myself and then sound really dumb. So imagine that. Inverted image, just like I showed you with the wave and the particle function. So get your head around that. Cheers.
Oh, is that it? He escaped before the battery ran out.
Not a moment too soon, I'm right.
Don't worry, we've got a few more of them to catch up on in the next few episodes.
Wow.
B-Ball wants to know who's this guy. Well, he's our favourite flurfer.
There's Big Ball. Yeah. It's a Lindsay, Big Ball. He is absolutely batshit crazy.
Well, I put the Zoom link invitation out in the peanut gallery, but no one else has. I haven't checked Discord to see if anyone's. No one else joining? You haven't got a spanner, Aaron. Why haven't you got a spanner? You're subbed. You must have lost your spanner in the last culling I had last year. Coffee. Who's getting coffee?
Omics.
Oh, yeah, that's why you haven't joined, yeah. Was it getting late where you are? It's only 10,
Yes.
only 10 to 10, it's only 10 to 10 over there. These young blokes usually stay up later than that.
Jared's got a real job. He has to go.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Do actual.
Yeah.
He's not like the rest of us slackers.
Yeah, that's yeah, but at least we got our shed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, I paid my dues.
Yeah, I haven't played Anton for a while. So I'll get rid of
Yeah,
him.
we need to watch Anton.
Oh,
He'll cheer us up.
no, somebody's knocking on the door. Who could this be?
Ding dong.
Ding dong, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. It is afternoon actually here.
Strange. That's it's the same here. How about you, Peter? Is it the same there too?
Yeah, it is afternoon here as well.
Oh, gee, that's weird.
That's strange. What are you up to, Scott?
Lucky.
Absolutely nothing. Just watching your show, and I just thought I'll jump in.
Well, I thought I'd do the impromptu Monday one without about an hour or two's notice. I'll see how that went. Like, we've only got 21 people watching, and only 21 thumbs up and 21 people watching. How does that work out? And 1 thumbs down. And people...
I've got 22 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down.
Me too.
Well, I've got 21 and 1 down. I don't know why that is. Maybe because I'm the... Okay.
It says 22 there watching now.
Okay. 22 watching, 21 thumbs and 1 thumb down. Was that you, Gary?
Jeez, Gary.
Had to be.
Yeah. There we go, transition that. You're just in time for Anton, Scott. Extinction events on Earth seem to happen every 27 million years. So if we had one 27 million years ago, we're in trouble.
Anton did a really good one the other day about different states of liquid water.
Yes, I did see that one. I'll
well.
see if we can grab that for next time.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, hello, wonderful person.
Play.
Bruce, and this is Anton, and today we're going to be talking about mass extinctions once again. The one topic that both fascinates me and also terrifies me at the same time, mostly because we have no idea when the next mass extinction will occur. But naturally, as humans, we also like to find patterns, and we also like to find explanations, and preferably explanations to various patterns. And specifically here we're talking about patterns in regards to mass extinction events that have already happened in the past. For example, if we take a look at this particular graph that shows us all of the biggest mass extinctions that happened in the past with the yellow triangles, and slightly smaller mass extinctions denoted with blue triangles, first of all, it does actually seem like there is some sort of a pattern happening here. There does seem to be some sort of a period of time between them, as if it was some sort of a cyclical event. At the same time, just in general, we usually define a mass extinction as a sudden disappearance of a lot of different species. In other words, it's essentially a disappearance of a biodiversity, and this can happen for many different reasons. But it just so happens that normally a lot of these mass extinction events are also correlated with major occurrences that happen on the planet, usually either space-related or geologic in nature. And so naturally, because of these observations, we're sort of predisposed to believe that maybe most of these mass extinctions did happen because of major asteroid collisions or comet collisions, or because of massive volcanic eruptions that occurred on our planet at least several times in the past. And so even though these events might be actually completely unpredictable, very chaotic, and essentially random in nature, we still like to think that maybe there is some sort of order to all of this madness, and maybe these events do happen for a reason with very predictable patterns. And when it comes to these massive extinction events, the most obvious culprits have always been either volcanic eruptions or asteroids. So for example, when it comes to the volcanic eruptions, the two very well known ones are the Siberian traps, which also corresponded to the largest mass extinction event ever, this one right here, and the Deccan traps in India, which happened around this time 66 million years ago. Although 66 million years ago is also around the same time that our planet received a very large asteroid strike with the crater located in Mexico on the Yucatan Peninsula, which also happened around the same time as that particular volcanic eruption. And interestingly, if you ever visit this region, it's famous for its cenotes, which are basically kind of like very long caves, limestone caves with a lot of water on the inside, and this was also formed as a result of this particular collision. But there are other asteroid collisions that sort of correlate with various mass extinction events. As a matter of fact, today we believe that at least 3 mass extinction events in the last 250 million years may have occurred as a result of some sort of a large collision that created a crater at least 100 kilometers in size. But when we talk about these mass extinction events, we also have to make the difference between the marine extinction events, the extinction events of various types of life in the oceans, and the land extinction events. In other words, the events that influence the animal life that lives on the surface of the planet. Because the fossil data does show that they may have happened at different times, and only about 8 out of 10 of the events were correlated. So only 8 marine extinction events were also affecting the animal life on the surface. The other 2 were only happening in the oceans and not really on the surface. But interestingly, there does seem to be a pattern to them. First, we've discovered that for the ocean life, the extinction events seem to happen approximately every 27 million years. And in the last 300 million years, at least 10 events happened where the marine life suddenly started to decrease in diversity, which is technically what we would classify as an extinction event. And though some of them may have been caused by volcanoes or by asteroids, for some of them we don't really have any specific explanation just yet. But interestingly, now a new paper that came out very recently that you can also find in the description below discovered a very similar pattern for the extinction events of various land animals as well. The pattern that seems to be relatively similar, about 27.5 million years, which suggests that every 27.5 million years something happens to the terrestrial life and it starts to decrease in diversity as well. Now, they don't all necessarily align with one another. Sometimes the marine extinction event happens without the land extinction events, but they do seem to have patterns if we were to look at them mathematically. And because of this, naturally, as humans, we wanted to find an explanation to all of this and figure out what is it that's causing these events to become so cyclical and to possibly find a way to predict the next one as well. And the honest answer here is that, well, we don't really know. But the scientists in this paper make an assumption that it does maybe have something to do with various interstellar and galactic interactions that our solar system goes through. For example, there is actually an interesting correlation between various craters forming on the moon and also on our own planet, and this unusual cycle as well. In other words, there's actually a cyclical pattern to the formation of various craters. And the suggestion from this paper is that the cycle is also about 27 million years or so. And so there is a possibility that approximately every 26 to 30 million years, there is some sort of a sudden increase in cometary and also asteroid activity that could be actually caused by something on the outskirts of the solar system, causing various comets from the Oort cloud to make their way toward the center of the solar system. Well, that's a pretty big assumption though. Is there any possible explanation to any of this? I guess one reasonable explanation is in regards to various stars in the vicinity of the solar system maybe coming a little bit too close to the solar system and destabilizing some of the comets. But why would this be happening every 26 to 30 million years? Well, once again, one possible explanation, although not necessarily the best or the only explanation, is in regards to the motion of the solar system across the galaxy. For example, this image from the European Space Agency shows you how our solar system goes up and down as it goes around the galaxy. This is just a natural oscillation of the solar system as it travels across the galactic disk. This oscillation is basically because of the gravity, with the center itself forming a much more dense area with more gravity and therefore Our sun goes up and down away from the center of the galactic disk roughly around every 30 million years, although that value has been also suggested to be slightly higher at around 50 to maybe even 70 million years. And the last time it passed through this area was roughly around 3 million years ago, with the current location of the solar system being about 70 to maybe 100 light years away from the center of the galactic disk. And in case you were wondering of the actual speed here, we're moving up at around 5 kilometers per second, but we're also moving toward the center of the galaxy at around 7 kilometers per second, and we're going to reach the closest part of the orbit in approximately 15 million years from now. And so maybe by being in this region closer to other stars, maybe this is what's causing these comets and asteroids to make their way toward the center of the solar system and increase the collisions every 27 million years or so. But that's just one possible explanation, and currently it wouldn't really make sense because it would imply that approximately 3 million years ago there should have been another major extinction event. But we don't think anything major happened. There might have been a smaller extinction event about 2 million years ago, but it wasn't related to an asteroid collision or any kind of a volcanic eruption. So in that sense, this explanation is currently not really perfect. And naturally, this would also not really explain why we have these volcanic eruptions that seem to be also to some extent cyclical, that do actually cause the extinction events as well. So maybe there's something else going on here and some other cyclical event, or maybe this is random after all, and we're just seeing pattern where there's nothing there. And so for now, it's definitely a very interesting discovery. It's interesting to hear and to see that there are unusual cyclical patterns to these extinction events, but we just don't have any good explanation for what's really causing this. And also, most importantly, we can't really predict when the next one is going to happen. Obviously, maybe humans are going to be responsible for the next extinction events. Hopefully not though, but whether it's some sort of a galactic motion of the solar system around the galaxy, or some other unknown event that causes increase in collisions and also increase in volcanic activity, we might know one day. We just don't know what it is yet, so we can't really make any assumptions. But on that note, that's kind of all I wanted to mention in this video. We've basically discovered a pattern that seems to be really interesting, but has no good explanation just yet. But obviously, once we discover more, I'll make sure to follow this up with another video. And on that note, hopefully you'll subscribe, maybe you'll share this video with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, and come back tomorrow to learn something you may have not known before. Also, you can support this channel on Patreon or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that, apparently I'm not wearing right now, but nevertheless, it's a cool shirt. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, space out, and as always, bye bye.
So when's the next one?
28 million years from now.
Oh, you don't have to worry.
You know, it's amazing to me to consider the time spans involved in our movement through the galaxy.
So that's a few beers away.
Yeah.
And Ozzie Montreal, if Ozzie's watching this, his head's just spun around.
He's probably trying to find his skateboard.
Yeah. Does anyone know where this Gary Wybanga person's in the Discords?
I've got no idea too.
I thought he was in the Discord, like usually goes on people's channels like Jose's or whatever. No? Oh. I got no idea. Oh, look out, he's trouble.
He's been on Jose's, he's also been booted from Jose's. So, yeah.
Oh, here's trouble.
And who's this guy? Who's he?
Oh, just some no-name bum.
Yeah, no-name bum.
Yeah.
Some joke about a horse.
Yeah, there were horses involved, I'm pretty sure. What's up, fellas?
G'day, no name.
I was listening on the drive. I enjoyed that LA Speed story both times. That was great.
Yeah.
Yes.
The second time around was still just as good.
I think I missed the first part of it the first time around, so it was kind of funny listening to it in reverse order.
Yeah, and it's a shame the SR-71's still not flying, but yes, anyway.
Well, they got to stop them and put gas in them every once in a while.
No, you meant as in not flying in its yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I know. I was.
I forget it. Well, it is getting on a bit. It was 62. They said was May.
Yeah, but so is the B-52s. They're still going.
Well,
I mean, Love Shack is such a classic. I don't know that they'll ever, really give up the ghost. What do you think?
Yeah, I reckon Rock Lobster myself.
Yeah, Rock Lobster's a good one too.
What's wrong with Barbie Girl?
Different band.
Ah.
But nothing. I mean, technically.
Ah.
That's what you're into. I mean.
Just after SE, that's his favourite song. I'm sure it is.
I thought it was La La Land.
Oh, didn't he sing that?
Could be either.
Yeah, well, I can't invite Gary on because I can't find him. You sure he's a real person?
Did you look up idiot who's full of shit on Discord? I think that might be his official name.
You might find Lemon Bird instead if you type that in.
Good point.
No, I've looked all through the Discords. I can't find him if he's over there.
Well, Terry, he's just going to have to get on a Discord that you're on and message you, isn't he?
Well, yeah, I could find him if he was on the regular Discord channels. All the main ones. I've got a heap of Discord channels, main ones, but if he's not on one of them, I don't know where he is. I've got no idea.
Yeah, Mike, I know the U2s are still flying. I still like James May TV show when he went up in one. I thought that was really good.
Dead air.
That's all right. We didn't pay for that bit.
Okay.
I'm still listening to the stream.
I'll wait till you finish listening to what we were saying and then we'll talk again.
Yeah, have we finished yet?
I don't know. I'm waiting. Waiting to hear what you hear from YouTube side. Gary just posts the usual garbage in chats. Yes, I know, Mike. He said, yes, it'll be a few minutes. That was his last, because I said to Gary, are you in Discord? I can give you a link. And his response was, yes, a dot, it will be a few minutes. That's very bad grammar. He didn't copy and paste that, that's for sure.
Could be worse. It could be Demog.
Oh,
we'll blame speech to text. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
What did he use? Did he use speech to text?
You think he said dot? You think he said dot out loud?
I can go get Denmark if you want.
What, is he down in Gems now?
Okay.
No, I have no idea. I was just mucking around.
Oh, okay. No, we didn't have to go and get him because I can just sneak into Gems and have a listen in, and we can all hear what craps they're saying down there. But I don't know who's down there at the moment. I'll have a look. Who's the usual derp? Who's the usual derpo down there? Who's Autismo?
Germany.
Who's the Autismo?
Chemo's been living in there lately.
Chemo? Bizarre? Curved? I don't know
Yes,
what Chemo's
he's
name
been
is lately.
absolute-
What's Chemo's name lately?
Chemo.
Chemo. Yeah.
He's gone back to chemo, is he?
He's been an absolute trollop in there. Like, yeah.
Troll, you mean?
Yeah, well, he's not in there at the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah.
No, you've only got... No, you haven't got anyone I know of. That's a fluffer.
Wasn't Rigger.
Baked Beans has been in there the last 2 days just complaining. He's a vegan and he's been complaining about how cruel we are to animals, even though he's never been on to a farm to see how they are treated.
So I've never had one sheep or pig complain when I put it down so that I could eat it.
I don't complain about it either. I like
Oh, Gary's going to miss
Beans
out
is
on-
also known as Whammer. Is it Dr. Whammer?
Okay, send me a Discord link and I'll come in right now. How can I send you a Discord link if I can't find you in Discord, Gary?
Well, he's been on Jose's, so you might find him through there.
How can I send you a Discord link? What, to my channel? But I have to find you in Discord first, Gary. Does anyone else see a problem here, or what?
Yeah, you see, he wants you just to drop it in the live chat, Terry. What he doesn't understand is that you just don't do that very often at all.
No, very rarely I drop links in the side chat about stuff. To do a Discord or the Zoom link. Because you never know who's going to find it. It's easier to just tell me a channel that you're in Discord, and I will find.
24/7, shouldn't it?
I'll find you.
Gary, are you in
He's actually in my channel.
He's actually in. Oh, is he? How did you let him in your channel? Did you?
I didn't let him in. I don't know how he got in there.
Okay. No, I can't find him.
Well,
in
wait a
there.
minute. No, I don't think he's that.
No, I can't
I'll
find
take
him.
that back. He's not on my Discord. Sorry.
No, not in your Discord. Okay, try next one.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that little wolf.
Pretty sure he's in.
He says, "I'm here. I'm waiting for the link now." Oh, you're demanding it, are you? Yeah, but I'm asking you, what Discord are you in? Are you in Jose's? Are you in Gems? Are you in 24/7? Any of those Discords? Any of the main ones? You in Bob the Science Guys? Are you in... Who else is there? Any of those ones? Any of them will do.
Fight the Flat Earth?
Fight the Flat Earth. Are you in Fight the Flat Earth's Discord?
Team Skeptics?
Yeah. Can't be that hard.
Are you in Nathan Thompson's Discord? Oh no, that's right. That got closed too, didn't it?
Was that a demand? What?
Apparently he's got a new YouTube channel up too.
Yes.
He's in Jose. He said he's in Jose's.
Yeah, he's in Jose's. He's off. He's not in there though.
Okay.
I mean, he shows
can't
up, but
find
he's not
him.
online.
Huh? Well, it doesn't matter if he's online or not. I'll be able to find him. Is it under Gary Wybanger?
Yeah, Gary Wybanger, number 2895.
In Jose's.
Yeah.
Offline.
Go down to the offline section.
Okay. I'm scrolling down. A, B, C, D, G, G. Oh, there he is. There you go. Who said you went around?
Hey, buckle up.
I sent an invite to Gary ages ago. I sent it back on the 23rd of the 11th, 2020. What happened? What happened with that invite, Gary?
Well, Terry, those cows aren't going to milk themselves.
Oh dear.
I mean, who's got time to be answering every old Tom, Dick, and Harry on Discord, right?
Fair enough.
I mean, when you're making such physical breakthroughs as Gary with his tired light, natural eyes. Well, I don't know that he uses the term tired light, but it's pretty prevalent in the young Earth creationist community. And some of his arguments about the red shift effect and the blue shift effect just put me in mind of that. It just tickles me when I hear it.
I came on your show before. Has Gary been on my show before?
Yes.
So I think so. Sure. Well, the only way he could be on my show is you have to be in my Discord, because that's the only way you get the link. You mean he's in my server already?
I don't know.
Not that I can see.
I think Gary might have said some inappropriate things, and
Oh, it was on your show before, right after Jose. Oh, I put the link in Jose's internal chat on Jose's show for any panel members that wanted to come over to my channel. Yeah, that's how I would have done it. Fair enough. As long as you behave yourself and don't cause any arguments or swear, or what other requirements do I usually have?
Have an avatar.
Yeah, you got to have an avatar. Yeah. If you've been on my show before, you got to have an avatar this time. I don't ask for much, do I? No.
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 I think you're a stern but fair tyrant.
Oh dear. Yeah, because I found him over in my direct messages. He was actually over on the list.
Sliding up into your DMs.
Yeah, I didn't think to check there. I went over and checked there as well. He didn't say anything inappropriate that time.
I don't think Gary's prone to profanity or anything like that.
Okay, well that's fair.
He's usually a good boy when it comes to his behavior.
Yeah, it's just the argumentative style and the defensiveness, swearing, those type of things. Not obnoxious. What's the word? What's the word when you say something to somebody and they put a brick wall up and they don't want to listen to what you say or something?
Obtuse.
Selective hearing.
No, obtuse is a good word.
Yeah, obtuse. Yeah, I'll take that one. Not understand what you're saying, and then you ask the question to reiterate, and you get told off because you're asking a question back because you're trying to find out what you mean, and then you get your head chewed off because you asked a question.
Well, I've heard Gary over on the Brandon show, and and he is a whole different person in the way he communicates. He's respectful. He'll make a statement and shut up and let the other person talk, you know. But on Jose's, he like fires a statement and pause and fire another one and pause and fire another one, and you never get a chance to rebut.
That's sort of like Demok. Demok's like that in Gem server. He just goes on and on and on and on and on, and you just not. He's not listening, or he's not really creating a conversation.
Right.
Oh, you really can't have a conversation with him because it's always him talking and not. As soon as someone tries to answer, he's right over the top of them again. He just doesn't let anyone else talk.
Yeah, he talks with no full stops at the end of his sentences. They're just complete monologue. Well, Gary's got all the things to join if he wants, because he's on. I send him a link to my Discord, and I send him an invite. So if he joins the Discord, he won't have to ask next time. I'm not defensive. I'm offensive. Well, you don't have to be either. You can be in between. You can hear my voice on Jose's, although now I probably won't cuss because I will not apologise to him. Okay. You're also on Brandon. Isn't Brandon Toy took over Ranty's thing?
Yeah, Ranty got tired of proving that the globe is a thing, and so Brandon had to take up the reins.
Oh, wow. Well, did you join my Discord, Gary? No, he didn't. He didn't join my Discord, so I sent him a link. Oh, that's all that sorted. Oh, well, we'll listen to a video then. I've got Simon left, and speaking of Brandon Toy, and I've got Blues, Brandon Toy, Airplanes, and the rest of the story, something after this one. So we'll listen to Simon. This is his Flat Earth Friday, Flat Earth one. So I'll get that one out going. I've gave Gary everything I've needed to give him, so I'll let that go for now. Right, okay, you need that. You just need to share. Are you on your phone, No Name?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I don't know how do you watch it on? How do you watch it on the phone? Does it come up on the phone? Does it when I share it like that?
It does.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't set my phone up yet to the Zoom thing. I've got Discord on my phones because I can drop into the chat sometimes when I'm out and about on the road. I'll sit in a car park somewhere and put Discord on with my earbuds on and have a listen in. Usually over on Gems or somewhere. Okay. I can't hop in. I have nowhere to link. I sent you a... What? I just went to all the trouble of sending links in Discord to Gary.
Brick wall sort of comes to mind here.
That's Gary. I sent him a Zoom link and I sent him a Discord link in Discord. So if you're technologically disadvantaged, Gary, that is not my problem. And if you're technically disadvantaged, that just goes to show a lot is what you about a person and what they say. Even I'm not that technologically advantaged, but I managed to do what I do here, and I don't know a lot. It's in Discord, Gary. I sent you a DM.
Tell them exactly which text room it's in?
It's in Discord. DM. It'll come up.
Oh, on his, to him?
Yeah.
You sent it to him. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know how to look at your own Discord messages, Gary?
Probably not, because if he's having trouble with that, that's not too good on your part, Gary. Can you put a link in the check? Because I don't see anything. I take him.
It's on yeah, on your phone, Gary. Your list of servers on the left.
Oh, he's only is he only on a telephone?
Probably, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, it'll be on the top left if he's on a phone.
Right.
There should
Okay.
be an icon.
Is that an iPhone or a Galaxy phone? Is it any different?
I don't know.
I got no idea.
Howard, we're going to confuse the shit out of people being on a panel at the same time again.
Yeah, I know. Used to with you both similar accents, but I do tell the difference between the two of yous. I can tell the difference.
Thanks for not being racist, Terry.
Racist?
Yeah, it was all a conspiracy.
No, I don't speed. I usually stick to the speed limit. Oh, racist! I thought you meant racing, like car racing or something.
I hear in your younger days you were regular Mad Max.
I wouldn't own that. I wouldn't own that F word thing. Not allowed to say the F word here.
Not allowed.
No, you're not allowed to.
Who said the F word?
Well, you Mad Max drove something.
The Interceptor.
Yeah. But that's not the model. That's the model I don't mind. It's the newer crap that they had out. I wasn't keen on. That's the last of the decent ones they had. Oh, the XD wasn't too bad. The V8 in that, I suppose you could say that would be the very, very last one of that F word. The only link I could click said it was expired. Yeah, that was the old link. I just gave you a new link. Look, I could do it again. Dude.
Derp.
Yeah, you're in the server. What's your problem? Right. Now.
It'll be the one dated January 10th, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'll stop sharing for a minute. I'm trying to sort this out. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll just double check the link because that's the link. Because he hasn't. I found the link on Discord. When I clicked on it, it says it's expired. Okay, I'll just double check. I'll go back to Discord. I'll repost it as a message. Go to message. I'll see if it's the same one. Yep, exactly the same link. Oh, okay, 53530909. Yep, I just reposted the exact same link. So there you go. Anyone else want to try it just to prove Gary wrong? I know you've got the special key, so you can't really do it that way, can you? Oh, has he got a get avatar? No name, he hasn't got an avatar.
Who doesn't have an avatar?
Gary.
Oh, I was gonna say, I thought you were talking about me. I was like,
No, no,
I
no.
see.
You got this weird picture of a weird guy with a camera in front of him. With NASA,
Oh yeah,
with
yeah. I
NASA,
forgot I
with
changed that, and
yeah, but with NASA spelt backwards, upside down, back to front.
well, it's
Assen.
the flat Earth NASA. It's backwards NASA.
Assen.
Assen. Yeah.
Well, Gary's been on here before, and he hasn't got an avatar.
I'll just let him in, Terry.
Okay. That means he's under restricted. He's under restricted roles. He's got his camera on. Are we allowed to use cameras?
Why not?
I don't know. It looks a bit dark there, Gary. It's at night time. Night time? Daytime.
Gary, you're muted. You need to unmute yourself, mate.
I can't unmute him on my end.
Okay, I got it.
Now you're unmuted. Are you outside or inside? It's dark over there.
I'm outside.
Oh, it's outside.
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm looking up at Orion right now.
Oh, you know more about the stars than what I do. I'm not that good with the astronomical stuff. Peter says to me to go outside and look up at the certain star things that were up there, and I go, where? All I see is the stars.
Hey, when I clicked on your link in Discord, it just said it was expired. That's why I wasn't getting on.
Yeah, I reposted the one, obviously the one, yeah, obviously the one I just did. Yeah.
It said 721, so it had to be the recent one you did.
Yeah. Well, there you go. And you've been on here before, Gary. That was a while ago.
I've been on I came on your show after one of Jose's shows.
Yeah, that's when Jose used to do it. I don't know if that was the night. No, it wouldn't have been the night time.
He did a random one at night, and I was out here in the backyard, and I got him.
Yeah, but that must have been my daytime because I remember him he used to do them.
No, it was night. It was nighttime. I was sitting in my backyard, same as I am right now.
No, I mean my nighttime. Sorry, you're not thinking we're in Australia.
No, it was in my nighttime. It was in my nighttime too. It was a late show.
Yeah, so it must have been around this time, my daytime, because he used to do them around my daytime, like now, which was your nighttime.
Yeah.
I know it's hard to wrap your head around. It's hard to wrap.
No, I know you're in where, Australia?
Yeah.
England, or what?
No, don't you swear at me.
Australia.
I didn't swear.
New Zealanders are like our, what's it call it? That like your distant cousin or your relative that you don't.
It's like America's Canada.
Yeah, you could.
Well, I have distant relatives in New Zealand. They like it.
We have a couple of New Zealand friends laying around somewhere. I haven't seen them lately. Phoenix, playing a walk and what's the other? Sheeples. That's what I was trying to think of his name. Jeez, I get a brain fart now and again. Wish I wasn't getting old.
I wouldn't claim playing a walk.
Yeah, I don't listen to him a lot. Just now and again. Might see what he's talking about. Renee Me says, get your ARSE in chat, no name. That's not Austria, Elmigs. New Jersey.
On the way.
New Jersey. Who's from New Jersey? Yeah, it's interesting how Americans have the accent that's similar in some contexts, but then I got Mute Donkey and a few others, their accent's just completely different. It's just not. It might have the similar vowels sounds, but not the same. Well, we're just going to finish off watching Simon Dan's video, and then we'll have a chat. And you can pause. We can pause it at any time if there's anything you want to discuss about it. If you've got any questions, share. That's all ready to go. I think they're already seeing it out there. Anyone know where old New Zealand is? Yeah, that's New Zealand. Where's old Zealand?
Zealand is actually the island that I think it was the setting for part of Beowulf. Didn't they leave the island of Zealand?
Sponsors of today's video, Raycon. Raycon is disrupting the electronics industry by designing hours of playtime, seamless blue.
How long does the ads go for on this?
Right, back to Taboo Conspiracy and his video, What It Means to Be a Flat Earther, Part 2, Away You Go, Mr. Taboo.
Whether you're at the surface filming across a body of water or in an airplane with an infrared camera, they believe that you can see way too far because the atmosphere has this magical ability to remove all evidence of the curvature and wraps distant objects around the curvature. That's stupid.
Is it stupid to deny that refraction is a thing? Look at this clip from Al Kay, who quite conclusively proves that refraction can occur even in the smallest of settings. Now imagine an enormous Earth surrounded by an enormous atmosphere. Not hard, is it, Taboo?
They want you to believe that if you were to stand on the west side of Utah Lake with binoculars, that the opposite eastern shore, 13 miles away, should be 70 feet below the horizon. That's stupid.
Oh dear, oh dear. First off, if you're standing on that beach, your viewer height is at least 6 foot. Add the difference between the surface of the water and the level of the beach, and it's more like 13 foot. Take refraction into account, and 13 miles only has a 30-foot hidden value. I mean, what's your exact distance for this observation here? As usual, you never supply the numbers.
They believe that all of our oceans are bendy and conform to the shape of a ball, but these bendy oceans simply disappear whenever you try to measure or detect them, and are certainly never encountered by naval forces. That's stupid.
It's not that oceans are bendy. The Earth is a sphere. The oceans follow the shape of that sphere. The Earth is also huge. We are tiny.
They believe that the bulge of the Earth can disappear and relocate many miles further while leaving objects in between unaffected, like in this infamous Black Swan video from BMLS B69. Relocating geometric horizons in Earth bulges while not affecting the objects in between, that's stupid.
The Black Swan has been debunked several times, but what's interesting to me is you hand-wave dismiss refraction in one video, and then you show the picture of the Black Swan, where, I mean, look at the state of the refraction going on here. Hilarious.
They believe that the only way to tell whether a distant boat is actually a mirage is by the curvature calculator. No, that boat is not a mirage. That is stupid.
Is this one a mirage? What about this one? Thought not.
They believe in the story of the lunar lander, which looks like it was shoddily made by a high school drama club, complete with black paper, tape, gold aluminum foil, and curtain rods, which somehow achieved speeds up to 4,000 miles per hour on descent and ascent, was never tested or flown on Earth, somehow didn't leave a blast crater, included enough room for a fold-up dune buggy, and had a miraculous air conditioning and fresh air system that could sustain life on the moon for more than 3 days. That's stupid.
We've been here before, haven't we, Taboo Conspiracy? The link for that one should be up here now.
They believe that the alleged ISS spaceship, which most certainly looks like a kid's model, which was never assembled on Earth for testing, is actually falling perpetually at 17,000 miles per hour in the vacuum of space. That's stupid.
First off, you want to assemble the entire ISS on Earth so we can test it. Why would you do that? The individual nodes are obviously tested. You don't need to test the entire thing. Secondly, more speeds that you can't imagine to be possible, so you deny. Incredulity alert.
They believe that the unproven force of gravity from the moon pulls the oceans towards the moon but has no effect on anything else but the oceans. That's stupid.
Gravity relies on mass. The oceans are massive. So it's easy to see how the moon has an effect on the oceans. With smaller things, it's obviously not as easy to see, but the influence is there.
In addition to the alleged gravity of the moon pulling the oceans, they believe that the moon causes high tides on the opposite side of the Earth by causing the Earth to bounce, which bulges the oceans away from the moon. That's stupid.
Incredulity alert! Incredulity alert!
They believe that the bright moonlight that you can read from is actually a reflection of sunlight 234,000 miles away off of a dark gray dust ball, in total contradiction of the inverse square law of light. That's stupid.
Total contradiction. I really would genuinely love to hear your reasoning for that, rather than just say it's stupid.
They believe in 19,287 space satellites, which are never photographed except for those ones attached to balloons. That's stupid. They believe that radio waves, VHF waves, sonar waves, radar waves, Lorentz, and lasers all wrap around the Earth's curvature and can hop bulges of earth and water hundreds of miles high. That's stupid.
Radio waves and microwaves can bounce off the ionosphere. Also, they use repeaters. And where's your evidence to show that lasers can go that far?
They believe in the Coriolis force when it comes to field goal kicks, Foucault pendulums, and the direction of your toilet drain, but then want you to ignore the Coriolis force when you ask about Felix Baumgartner's balloon flight for 2.5 hours at an altitude up to 128,000 feet. Without question, the atmosphere evinces no properties of spin or being attached to the ground spinning 1,040 miles per hour, and to claim otherwise is stupid.
Actually, showing that video to prove that there isn't a Coriolis effect is immensely stupid. What's the angular velocity of that ball that these slow-mo guys are throwing up there? Let's see. At full slow motion, the ball was filmed in 1600 frames per second. Depending on the initial frame rate of recording that ball, 1 second of footage is approximately 60 seconds long, as 1600 frames per second. Looking at the footage, the ball takes approximately 15 seconds to make one full rotation, so in reality, that's 4 rotations in a second. Right, 4 rotations in a second is a staggering 1440 degrees per second. This means that the angular velocity of that ball that they're throwing up is about 5 million degrees per hour. And what's the angular velocity of Earth, Bob?
A 15 degree per hour drift.
Exactly. Thanks, Bob. Slight difference, I would say.
They believe that because the Earth spins, that the Earth is bulged at the equator, that the solid ground can bulge, but nothing else is affected by the rotation of the Earth and its centrifugal forces. That's stupid.
Oh, come on. The slight elliptical nature of Earth is barely noticeable. Pointless bringing it up.
They believe that commercial surveyors, engineers, snipers, radar operators, pilots, military professionals shouldn't have to take into account the Earth's rotation or the supposed curvature, because for some reason the Earth's rotation and the curvature evade all detection and don't actually need to be considered. That's stupid.
Actually, snipers do, but pilots don't. Snipers fire a ballistic projectile. A plane is not a ballistic projectile. Bloody hell.
They believe it's perfectly normal for a woman astronaut's hair to be sculpted into the Bride of Frankenstein instead of flowing naturally, like it would in a true weightless environment. That's stupid.
Clearly, Taboo Conspiracy is unaware of the different types of hair.
They believe that airplanes, regardless of speed or altitude, mysteriously tip their noses to automatically adjust for the mountains of curvature. That's stupid.
Oh my days, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, aren't you? We don't believe that, because the Earth is huge. It's not a beach ball.
They believe the geometric horizon drops as an observer rises, but ignore the fact that the horizon did not drop 1 iota as Felix Baumgartner got to 128,000 feet. That's stupid.
Are you sure that we believe that, Taboo Conspiracy? Because you're getting further into the realms of strawmen.
They believe that the Antarctic Treaty and its enforcement protocols, which prevent all independent exploration below the 60th south parallel, was only instituted to protect the environment. That's stupid. They believe that it's just some strange coincidence that there is no north-south circumnavigation.
The Antarctic Treaty is literally your worst argument. I don't even know why you're bringing it up. And the circumnavigation argument? It makes no logical sense to travel over Antarctica. Besides, it actually has been done 3 times.
That's stupid. They believe the alleged ball planet of Pluto coincidentally happens to have an unmistakable Disney Pluto dog on it. That's stupid.
Yeah, because if you're NASA and you wanted people to believe they're looking at the planet Pluto, you would absolutely put a picture of Disney's Pluto in it, wouldn't you? I'm done here. The only thing that is stupid, Taboo Conspiracy, is listing things which you think that globe earthers believe and calling them stupid. You've made an arse out of yourself, buddy. Right, there we go, another Flat Earth Friday done and dusted. I do hope you enjoyed it. Here's hoping that Taboo Conspiracy crawls off to another video platform that no one watches. If you enjoyed it today, then please do drop a like on the video and subscribe as well if the feeling takes you. Just enough time to once again thank Raycon for sponsoring today. Remember, visit buyraycon.com/Simondan for 15% off your Raycon purchase. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday where we return to the young Earthers. See you all then.
There was a little bit of straw manning going on, trying to say what we think. But why is it always everything else that has to be thrown in the bowl, so to speak?
Yeah, well, they keep talking about the Antarctic and the Antarctic Treaty, claiming that we can't go down there. Where, in fact, we can. We can even fly over this. And several people, well, one person that I know of has flown his very own light aircraft down there. And back.
It's funny because Hugh Jass actually went to the trouble of sitting down, not only showing exactly where the Antarctic Treaty is, but then read through the whole lot on his channel. Every single page, trying to find where it says no one's allowed to go down there. And, you know, it just didn't say any of the stuff that's quite often misquoted by quite a few flat earthers.
Penguins mentioned?
Only in passing, but in reference to laser beams at the same time.
Yeah.
I'd like to see an interview with the Penguin to verify all this.
By the way, we don't say you can't go to Antarctica. We just say you're limited where you can go.
No, you're not.
You'll run into a penguin. Like Robin Williams.
It's mostly around the Ross Ice Shelf and the peninsula there, a little higher, a little around it, but that's it.
No, you're only limited.
It's quite a big area, but it's still, you're limited. You are limited by the treaty to the way you travel, what you can take, and it would basically
the only thing that limits
you comply with all the rules and regulations they have.
Gary, the only thing that limits the only thing that limits you as far as the treaty is concerned is number one, what fuels that you use. Number two,
didn't I?
Yeah, everything you take in, you have to take out.
I said that too, didn't I? You're limited to what you can do. You have so many rules and regulations; it's almost impossible to comply.
Listen? Can you just listen?
I can speak too. You guys are speaking. I started speaking, but you interrupted me to make a point. So go ahead, make your point.
The limitations that you are stating aren't accurate. That's not what the treaty says at all.
Sure they are.
That's not what the treaty says.
You cannot just get on a boat and sail over there.
Actually, as long as if you inform the authorities that you're going
and
there.
And comply with all their rules and regulations, which is
Can you
nearly
wait
impossible.
until someone stops speaking before you do?
So, Gary, if you want to drive your car on the road, tell me right or wrong. You have to comply by getting a license. You have to comply by obeying the speed and all of that rules of the road. Is that not right?
Do I have to carry my shit with me? Do I have to
you
carry?
do down
Do
there
I have to
because
pack my crap in and out?
yeah,
Am I
you
limited
do
in
down there.
fuel? Am I limited in how much fuel I can carry in my car?
Depends on where
Gary,
you're going.
You're missing the point here.
Am I
Gary,
limited
you're missing
by
the
the
point here.
environmental factors of the water and the
Gary,
coldness over there?
Gary,
Am I
you're
limited
missing
by
the
any
fact.
of those things?
You're missing the point here, Gary.
No, I'm not missing the point.
Yes, you are. So I asked you a simple question. Do you have to obey by the rules of the road, have a license before you drive your car anywhere?
Oh, of course, and it's much easier to comply with the rules of the road driving a car than it is to comply with carrying. You can only carry limited stuff in there. Everything has to be carried out. You can only take so much fuel with you, and you're still only you still have to go to the same area.
Yeah, you can only take certain types of fuel.
That's right, and so you have to pack everything in and everything out, and it's going to cost you a fortune if you can even afford a boat to go there.
So if you go to a wilderness park in America, for example, if you go in, drive your truck trailer into the middle of the wilderness park, unload everything, and leave it all behind after you've been in the middle of the wilderness park, what's going to happen to you?
Okay, when I go to the wilderness park here, am I dealing with icebergs and icy water and freezing temperatures?
Well, say you go to Canada.
No, not really.
I was going to say go to Alaska. Yeah.
Go to Canada.
Oh yeah, but it's still it's much more reasonable than sailing through waters and with icebergs and everything else.
Go to the middle of Australia, Peter.
I mean, what's your point,
no,
Gary?
come on now.
There's going to be strings attached. It's pristine wildlife.
There's far more strings attached to going.
It's a wilderness park for starters.
But anyhow, that's all. I don't even care about Antarctica.
It's a wilderness
since you were talking about it, I chimed in.
Okay, well, I mean, he's trying to give you. You gave very vague general statements about what's required to go to Antarctica, and he is giving you specifics. So
no, I gave the same specifics. I said you got to take everything you take in. You have to take back out. You can't leave any trash. You are limited in fuel.
That's not what you said at first.
Just the sheer cost. I can go to Yosemite here where I live. I can even in the middle of winter, and it's not that expensive. I can go in and out.
Well, you were being an obnoxious prick by over talking him.
Yeah, okay, no.
You're not being an obnoxious prick by calling me an obnoxious prick.
Do I have to mute everyone now?
Names. Did I call you in a names? Did I call anybody here a name?
I was describing your actions, not calling.
No, you called me a name.
No, I'm gonna have to mute everybody because I didn't want this to go where it's going.
Well, he just said that they call me a name. I didn't call anybody a name, but I have a right to argue my point.
I didn't call anybody a name either.
I'm very calm.
Okay,
I'm not yelling.
I am too. I'm just breaking down. I'm just pointing out. I'm just pointing out your behavior, Gary. I didn't call you one. Bad. I said you're acting like one.
Well, I think you're acting like one because you're interrupting me too. It goes both ways, man.
Well, opinions are like assholes.
Well, yeah, you gave an opinion and I just gave it back, didn't I?
No, look, this is going to end up being a shit
you
show.
Write over me like you write over other people.
Yeah, I'm the only one here that's allowed to actually
you guys
overtalk.
get away with it because people get nervous and they get scared.
Gary, I'm the only one here that can. I'm the only one here that can talk over anyone. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no, they talk over me too.
Yeah.
You say that, but they do it.
Yeah, I was trying to listen to what you were saying.
Well,
and
let's just try to refrain.
Okay, one at a time.
Yeah, well, I wasn't even able to get a word in sideways because people were over talking. So that shows you the level of the whatever you call it. But Gary, you did say to start with for the Antarctic part, you did generalise it by saying we're not allowed to go there, and I think you said limit. You said something about limit.
I said you're limited where you can go.
Yeah, that's it. Right, that's the part that I was going to.
I never said you couldn't go there, and neither does anybody else I ever listen to.
And neither does the treaty.
No, the treaty. You're still limited to the areas you can go.
Show me. Tell me just a section where
There's
it says.
whole big sections of it you can't go to.
Yeah,
everything you see is around the Ross ice shelf.
Gary, what section of the treaty tells you
you know what? I don't
there are
even
sections
care
that's
about
limited?
I'm
Let me
only gonna
finish,
stay on
for
this
crying out
argument.
loud.
Okay, I don't want to argue about the Antarctic Treaty. No. I really don't care.
Well,
but the Antarctic Treaty is what...
We say you can't go there, and I just said we can. We just are limited. That's all I said. And I don't really care to argue about the Antarctic Treaty.
Gary, what section says the limitations that you're talking about?
I just told you I'm not going to argue about the Antarctic Treaty. It's pointless.
Yeah, well, you've made a statement, and I'd
like to clarify... You made a statement. I just said you guys claimed we say you can't go to Antarctica, and I just cleared that up and said we don't say that. That's all I did.
No.
And then you let them drag it on.
Some flat earthers do.
I don't care what other ones. I'm here. I'm not them.
Some flat earthers do say that you can't go.
I don't know. I really don't know anybody who says that, unless it's a brand new one who hasn't really learned anything yet. We all know you can go there, but it's limited where you can go.
I've heard Lemon Bird say it a number of times.
Lemon Bird doesn't
say that. What's the problem? What's the problem in being limited in the first place?
I'm just nothing. I didn't say there was any problem with it. I'm just saying. You guys claim that we say we can't go there, and we don't say that. We just say you're limited where you can go, and they make it nearly impossible for you to do anything there because it's so restrictive and it costs too much money.
Are you aware, Gary, that there's a whole section that is specifically tailored to the flying of private planes?
Yeah, all around the ice shelf, right?
No, let me finish. Don't interrupt me, right? You say everyone else interrupts you, but you keep doing it to me.
Go ahead, I'm stopped. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Peter.
Now, there's a whole section in there that says that you can fly your plane anywhere over the whole of Antarctica. So I'm trying to find out where the section that says that it's limited. Because, like I said, I'm looking at the treaty right now. It's in front of me on my computer. And I just want to clarify the statement that you've said in reference to the Arctic Treaty itself, where it says that there's sections that are limited.
Where does it say you can fly over anywhere in Antarctica?
In the section
read it to me. Read it to me.
So, for starters, I asked you the question first.
No, I don't know.
I haven't read it.
My question read first. The section. You just claimed there's a section that says you can fly over any part of Antarctica. Read it to me. I want to hear it.
I will answer your question once you answer the question that I asked first.
Because you don't know and you didn't read that. You just made it up on the spot. Read it to me. I don't claim to know a lot about it. I just know there's restrictions. There's places where you can go. They're basically around the Ross Ice Shelf and a little bit further extended in, but not too much. But you tell me where it says in there you can fly over anywhere in Antarctica you feel like.
Where does it say you cannot?
As long as you comply with the rules. Read it to me. Read it to me. You claimed it.
Gary,
you just made the claim.
Gary.
You just made the claim. No. Answer my question. Where did you read the section? You said it's right in front of you right now.
Are you going to let me talk? Are you going to let me talk? Right.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
So now this is my speaking bit, so you be quiet. Now, my speaking bit was now, so you be quiet. You made the statement first that there's restricted areas. I asked you the question first. Where is the section that says that? Now, once you answer that question, I'm going to give you an answer. Not until you answer my question will I reply to you.
I don't have it in front of me. I've never read it. I just know you're restricted where you can go. Now, Peter. Avoid answering the question because you can't. You made it up.
Yeah, but Gary, you're.
Read it. Everybody here is waiting to hear you read that, but you're not going to do it because you can't. It doesn't say that.
Am I muted or something, or am I deafened? I'm trying to get a word in sideways
I hear you right now.
You claimed something, Gary. That's the onus is on you to verify the claim and show us the what's the word for it for when you make a claim thing.
He made a claim.
No, you made the claim. You made the claim first.
And you can fly over anywhere you want. Let them verify the claim. Let them read it to you where it says that.
No. Actually, you made the claim first.
Okay, he made a claim. You all heard it, unless you're denying it now. But we got it. It's on your show. We can play it back. I'm sure.
Yeah, I can play it back where you made the claim first.
Yes, I made a claim, but I don't have the thing in front of me. I've never actually read it. I do know that you're limited to where you can go. But that's my claim, and I don't have any proof of it. Now let me hear his proof.
Now let me badger him like a fucking New York lawyer. You know, come on, witness. Why are you being antagonistic here, witness? You know, I mean, this whole act
he's not going to answer the
Gary.
question because he can't.
Well,
He
okay, Gary.
Yeah, but you made the claim. You're making.
Made a claim.
Yes. That's
And
where I'm
he made
going.
a claim
About something you've never read.
He made a
That's
claim.
that's like me saying I bet
God,
Spider-Man
you guys
is in
You
Harry
guys are
Potter
literally insane.
and I've never read it, but
Yeah,
it's
okay, no.
He says he has it right in front of him, so let him
For
read
freak's
it.
sake, I'm just going to shut the stream if no one's
claimed
going
he
to
has
let
the
me
thing
do
right
it.
in front of him
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
shutting the stream
Can he
down.
read it? Is that such a hard request?
Yeah, stop
Let
streaming.
him read it right now for everybody to hear. Where it's
It's not just you, Gary. It's everybody. It takes.
No, because you know he's on the spot right now. You know he made it up, and you're not going to force him into actually reading it.
No, it's not to do with that. It's to do with everybody. I
said
don't.
it's right in front of him. No. Come on, this goes both ways. I already answered. I said
Exactly.
I I've never actually read it. From what I understand, that's what you can do. Now, that's my claim, and I can't back it up. Okay.
Well, if you can't back it up, that's where we're holding your feet to the fire because you can't back up what he said. No, you can't back up.
But you're not going to hold him to his claim. You're just going to hold me to mine because I'm the flat earther here. Now, but you won't.
No, you made the claim first.
None of you can make the.
You made the claim first.
You can't.
You made the claim first.
Come on, this is a two-way game here. I'm not stupid. Come on, let me hear him. He said he has it right in front of him.
Yeah, but you made the claim first.
Let him read it for everybody to hear.
Yeah, Gary, I told you I will read out the evidence to support my claim right after you give me yours.
I already
you
answered
made
your
the first
question.
claim.
I said I don't have it in front of me. I made the claim. I don't have any proof. There you go. Now let me hear your proof because you made a claim and you say you have the proof right in front of you. Let me hear it. But you won't say it because you don't have it. You made it up. And you're going to get out of it by saying, unless I answer your question, but I just answered your question, that you're not going to read it. And so you're squeezing out of your little tight spot there. Let me hear it. Everybody here is listening. Nobody, not one of you can show me where it says that you can fly anywhere over Antarctica. You just made it up.
So did you then? If you can't base your claim something?
I've heard it many times. I see every place where you can go. If you look at Antarctica, they have all these places where you can go they're around the Ross Ice Shelf. But he made a claim that he has the Antarctic Treaty right in front of him right now, and he said it says in there you can fly anywhere over Antarctica. Now let me hear him read that section. He said it's right in front of him. This should be easy. This should only take like 1 minute. We shouldn't even have to argue about this. It should take like a second. You said you got it right in front of you. But we won't hear it. We'll wait indefinitely. You'll end the show, and you'll claim a victory that you didn't actually have because he can't read it.
I'm not going to claim anything.
You made a claim. You said you had it right in front of you.
No, I did not.
And you said it says you can fly anywhere over Antarctica.
I did not say anything. I haven't made a claim. I did not.
Yes, you did. Okay, am I going to have to put a comment and link it on tomorrow's show when it's when it's
echoing through.
played back? I'll link it with the timestamp.
I don't know where. I'm echoing through somewhere.
Whoever said it said that he has the Antarctic Treaty right in front of him right now, and he said it says in there you can fly anywhere over Antarctica you please.
Yeah, but I didn't say. But I didn't say that. Yeah, but I didn't say that.
Well, one of you guys said it. I don't know who's who. I don't know your names. I know Terry Davis is the one who has YouTube. I don't know the rest of these. So I'm just asking, can he read it? He says he has it right in front of him. Whoever said it.
Peter, do you have a citation for Gary at all? I don't know why I'm getting an echo out there.
Yeah, you sort of.
I'll do one better than that, Terry. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get the Arctic Treaty website, so that Gary can read it for himself.
No. You said you had it right in front of you. You made
Yeah,
a
I
claim.
do.
Let me
I
hear
do,
it.
but
Let me
so
hear it,
what's
or
the
you're a
difference,
coward.
Gary?
You're
what's
backing
the
out.
difference?
You're a coward.
No,
You're a
I'm not.
chicken.
I'm giving you.
you're a cow-
what's called
I'm
a
not going to go
citation
read your
and a
thing.
link to
You
the
claimed it's
citation.
right in front of you. You made
Peter,
a
we can
claim,
do
now
one
read it to
better.
us.
We can do one
Okay,
better.
you're,
We can
you're
all.
a coward. Thank you. You're a coward. This is the end of this part.
Wait a
Let's go
minute,
on to
Gary.
something else.
Gary. Wait a minute. What
No,
if we
not
put?
Gary,
What if we?
Gary, I'm not a passive aggressive person. I don't take that shit. So just
Yeah,
tell me where you read it. Let me hear you read the section. You said it's right.
Okay.
there.
Let me see if we can
Okay,
organise
well,
it then.
why should I shut up? He's trying to get out of it right now, and you guys are letting him wiggle
No,
out of
I'm trying to speak.
it. Because
Can
you know
I-
he can't
can
do
I-
it, and it's screwing your guys up.
I don't like to talk over people. Otherwise, I'll just mute them. I'll organise something where we how about we all can see it through the YouTubes and that. If we have a link to all this, and then we can all have a look.
Well, he
That
said
way-
he has it right in front of him. Can't he just read that little section?
Yeah,
that
but
says
we
you
can
fly
all.
anywhere you want.
Yeah, we'll do that.
That's what he said. He said he has it right in front of him.
Yeah, well,
Those were his words.
Yeah, we'll get it all out, and then he can read it to you.
Okay.
So, has anyone got the link to all this?
Well, he should. He said he's on it right now. It's right in front of him, he said.
Am I still getting an echo out there in the peanut gallery? Echo gone.
You're fine, mate.
Just give me a second, Terry. I'm just getting the link for you.
Surf's given us an article and which part to read. That's something.
Someone's just posted the link. in the
Muddy. Yeah, Muddy's given us. Am I able to grab that from there? Open link. Oh, that's a visitor's guideline. No, we don't want the visitor's guideline. I know there's an actual. Yeah, all the info might be there, Muddy, but we want the actual treaty. I know it's out there.
Internal chat, Terry.
Yeah, that's the actual. Yeah, if that's the one I'm thinking of. It's the actual. It's the excerpt of the treaty, the whole treaty. I don't know. There should be article. What'd you say?
Should have read it by now.
I've never read it. I've never needed to.
Well, he said he had it right in front of him, and that said right there in front of him that it said you could fly anywhere over Antarctica. That's what he claimed.
Article.
So he should have it right in front of him. He should be able to read it in a minute, maybe 2 minutes. I don't know how long it is.
So you realise you with a statement like that, I realise that you've never actually seen the Arctic Treaty at all. Then.
No, he said he had it.
I know what I
right
said.
In front of him. Oh, was that you? Okay, you said you had it right in front of you. Now read it.
But the difference is, I'm doing what Terry asked me to do because it's Terry's channel.
No, you're avoiding the inevitable.
Gary,
if you're going to stop over-talking me,
Gary, whose channel's this?
Yes. It's yours.
Right, now, what if it's my
You're not
channel,
gonna
do
demand
I...
him to do it because you'll only demand a flat earther.
I'm not demanding...
If you let me... demand it of your own people.
I am demanding it of my own people.
No,
what do you
you're
think?
not. Why can't he read it? He said it was right in front of him. Come on, if it was right in front of me, I would have read it already.
Come on, man. What's the real difference here, whether it's he's reading it or we're reading it? What's the difference?
Oh, my gosh. He said he had it right in front of him.
Right, and I'm
your show.
Gary, and I'm
You guys are a joke.
Gary, and I'm organising
let
this
him read it. I don't need to see the whole thing. If you want to link it, that's fine. Let him read the section. I don't want to go through the whole thing. I'm going to go to bed in a little while. I got to get up early in the morning. Let him read it. He said it's right in front of him. That's what he said. It's right in front of you.
I'm the owner of this channel, and what I say goes. And
Okay,
if
well,
I
then
want to
I
want to format it in the way I see fit. You say something,
Okay, well, after you
somebody
do that,
else
can you
says
read that
something,
section?
and if you keep talking over me, I'll just mute you. Now, Peter says he's got something to show you. I'd like everybody else that's watching the stream to see what Peter is going to read for you, and that is how it's going to be.
Is that a problem?
That's your side. Do what you
That's
want.
right, exactly. Which is what I'm showing people now out in the YouTube. If they can see that. Okay. Now I've been told the certain article, Peter, is Article 7, Part 4.
I believe that sounds right.
There you go.
Aerial observation may be carried out any time over any and all areas of Antarctica by any of the connecting parties having the right to...
Contracting parties.
Sorry, it's hard to read on a horrible screen. Contracting parties having the right to designate observers.
So it sounds like somebody who's got a contract with them.
Well, it's anyone with when they're talking about contract, it's anyone that's signed up and got all the permissions to go there. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's
so that
not
they follow
everybody
the
can
rules
just
and
go there.
regulations of the treaty.
Then it's usually the people that are flying the planes is the contracting companies that are flying the people across
So
the
that
Antarctica.
clearly states that they can fly over any part of the whole great big white continent.
No, it actually doesn't say that. It's the
really
company
does.
that's flying them that can supposedly fly over any part, and I guarantee you they have designated areas they fly.
No, it says that they can fly anywhere they want.
Any or all areas of
Yeah,
Antarctica.
but not anybody in any plane can just take their plane and fly over there.
Yes, you can.
No, not anybody in any plane.
Show
You
me
have to be
evidence of
a
that. then, Karen.
contracting, right? Isn't that what it says?
You're misrepresenting the word contracting.
No, I don't think I am.
I think you are. Because as Scott said before, we're both aware of someone that actually flew down there as well.
Yeah, he
And
flew
he
to the
was in a
Ross Ice
contractor
Shelf,
down there.
that area down there. That's where everybody flies in.
So anyway, now that you've seen my evidence and my supporting document, where's yours?
I said I don't have any. I
So
know
you've made
they
it up
all
then?
go. Everything you see, wherever you see where they have planes and whatever flying in, they're all on the Ross Ice Shelf.
Do you know how many bases there are down in
You don't see
Antarctica?
any. Can you show me a place where they go besides that?
There's multiple places.
It's all in
they
that
go
area.
to.
You got the big ice shelf out there, the Ross. It's the peninsula there, right? And that's where everything is in that area. And there's a whole other big areas of Antarctica, but you don't see anything going on over there. Any kind of vacation, they're all on the Ross Ice Shelf.
So you think so?
Yeah.
The Ross Ice Shelf is only a
Yeah,
small
it's a
area.
big peninsula down there where you see everything that goes over there.
so-
Everything goes there.
So
They have all their sightseeing tours and whatever, their bases. they're all over there.
do you know where the Soviet Union's got their base
Yeah,
down there?
you can't point it out either, and you haven't been there. So.
Oh, actually, since you brought it up, I've actually got a map. I'll just give it to Terry to bring up, just to show how wrong you are. That they don't just go on the Ross Ice Shelf, because that's a fallacious statement. There you go, Terry, on the internal chat. I've posted another link for you.
We're going to have to go through that.
You're Yeah. Now, if you have a look at the very bottom of that map, just scroll back down, Terry. There. That section in that small triangle at the bottom is the Ross Ice Shelf that you're talking about. That small area down there. Now, each one of those black dots all over the rest of Antarctica there are different bases. Now, that map there alone shows that the statement that you made that they only go on the Ross Ice Shelf is a fallacious statement.
That's in New Zealand area anyway.
So do you want to try again with a fact rather than just something that you've made up?
Gonna have to look into this contract part word, what they mean in the treaty too. That's going to be something I have to look into.
You can't see all of it, but I've changed my profile picture of where Dick Smith flew his helicopter in Antarctica and the rest of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going through the frequently asked questions to see if there was anything. Not in the frequently asked questions, that's for sure.
So does that set your objection sufficiently to rest?
Not at all.
No, we seem to be hung up on the phrase contract, because the word contract is a generalized word, which in any contract, contracting parties, somebody has a contract. Somebody could have a contract to fly planes, and you get on that plane. So I don't think that's anything to worry about. Okay.
You have another video to watch, Terry?
The last one I've got's only just Brandon Toy airplanes and.
Did I make a comment on that last video?
The one that Simon Dan did. Yeah, sure.
Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, on that last video, he showed a portion of Dr. John V's video. It had those wind turbines in that boat.
The one on the horizons.
Well, he was talking about the horizon, I think, but I'm not specifically going to talk about the horizon.
Hmm.
But he had the wind turbines in there, because I made a video with that portion. And I show in my video why boats do not disappear bottom first, but become unresolvable bottom first.
Okay.
Of course, you'd have to play my video.
Oh, okay. I do have your
It's my last one. Or no, it's on my second to last one.
I had your video here somewhere where I could link you to your channel. We were only just talking about that earlier. Remember when I was saying
the bottom of the boat? Does the bottom of the boat get further away faster?
No. Nope.
Okay.
Where did I
And it
say
has
I
both
seen?
the turbines. It has the yellow portion at the bottom of the turbines and the red portion at the bottom of the boat in my video. You see
Anyone
them both.
remember where I said I seen Gary's videos over in Discord that I had? The last one that was there.
It wasn't the last one. It would be my second to the last video.
Yeah, I know. I had one. Oh, there it is. There you are. Well, this will give me a link to your channel anyway. I'll just go.
Of course, you're all going to subscribe, right?
Yeah, I've already subscribed. You subscribe to me, I'll subscribe to you. No drama to me.
I believe I am.
Yeah.
That's how I knew you were on.
You've only got
I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem with subscribing to you guys.
You've only got 102.
I don't have a lot.
You only got 102. You need more.
Yeah. Well, I'm not out to get subscribers. I like to use my videos when I debate or argue.
Okay.
That's all I do them for. I don't really care about subscribers.
Do you remember the name of the video?
I'm not out to make money off them or anything.
Is it the sun always above the cloud?
No. It's just, that's the last one, and there's a story to that one.
Angular compression and Rayleigh criterion.
Yes, it should be the second to the last video I made.
Yeah. Okay, I'll grab that.
It's not very long.
Oh, it goes for 3 minutes. That's okay.
Well, actually, I talk during the video, so.
Oh, okay. You haven't got any music, I hope.
Okay.
I hate music.
So I want to get their opinion why that red portion at the bottom of that boat right there, and in a minute you'll see the yellow portion at the bottom of the turbines. I want to hear why they become unresolvable from you guys.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it big enough. It's not big enough on my end. I can't make it bigger.
Yeah, that's what she said.
No name. Behave.
Bad behavior is behavior.
Okay, here we go. I can't make it any bigger
have
for
a
you guys. That's the size it is on YouTube.
It's big enough.
Not for me. I haven't got more than one monitor. I've only got it set on one screen.
So you would say this picture is pretty clear, right?
Yeah, for the size it is for me. If it was full screen, I'd be alright. But I can make it theater mode.
I'm on my phone, and it's pretty clear to me.
Yeah, but it's not
you
big
can visibly, easily see that red portion at the bottom of the ship, right?
Is it an image or a video of the ship?
No, it was a video. He's zoomed in right now, but he's going to back off the zoom. I want you to see what happens.
Okay.
And the turbines will come into the picture as soon as it starts backing off. You'll see the turbines, and there's a yellow portion at the bottom of each of those turbines.
As well as squish.
Is that a boat?
So I want you to focus on that.
To the point where they cannot be resolved as separate from their body.
Unfortunately, we'll talk over me as usual.
If they disappear, nope.
No, Blue, I wouldn't talk over you.
Which means he has an angle for it.
Oh, but Gary would, like he just did, so the hell with it.
Before the tops. Angular compression and Rayleigh criterion. Pay attention. Where you see the yellow portion in the turbines.
The sound's very low. I can't get the sound any higher. Yeah, that's as high as the sound will go.
Altitude can no longer see him at this point. And right about now, you can't see the red portion at the bottom of the ship. Once again, simply.
Yes, sir. If it's really quiet, I'd have to. I don't know. I can't turn it up any higher.
Forget colors fading and neutralizing or homogenizing is also
We'd have to.
Rayleigh criterion.
I have to go back to where.
Compression. Attention. Yellow portion on the turbines.
At which point in the video are you narrating the observation that you're pointing out?
Okay, my point is that red portion at the bottom of that ship and the yellow portions at the bottom of the turbines will become unresolvable before the tops of them. They will squish and compress as he backs off, as it goes back to what your normal perspective would be. Because right when he started out, it was zoomed in, so obviously you can see that stuff.
Becoming so compressed and the color.
My point is, bottoms become because of angular compression, and the Rayleigh criterion makes that where you can't hardly see the red. It becomes so small and compressed, it blends in with that water. Because the other thing that happens is colors in the distance with our natural eye, they start to homogenize, or they get more neutral, or they start to fade. Artists use that concept in their pictures when they paint to give us a sense of distance. They'll fade the colors towards the center. And so you'll gradually see the red portion becomes less and less resolvable, but you can still see the top. And if you keep going, it'll get less and less until you can't resolve that red portion anymore, and you can't see the yellow portion at the bottom of the turbines anymore. Now, you would also get the same result if he stayed zoomed in and the boat simply moved away. It would do the same thing. Either way, it would eventually compress to a point where you couldn't resolve it from the water line.
That's a false claim.
No, it's not a false claim. You just saw it happen.
Nope.
Yep.
You showed us a picture of a boat that's not at the horizon. It's in front of the horizon.
Yeah, that's right.
The horizon is not causing this boat to disappear.
No, the horizon didn't.
If the boat went further, if you don't mind, I'll talk for a second. If the boat went further away, it would go beyond the horizon, and you would lose the bottom of the boat because it's being obstructed. There's no obstruction here. All you've proven is that you can't see a grain of sand from 100 yards, Gary. Congratulations. Brilliant observation.
I didn't say anything hit it. I said it became unresolvable. Blue. Does it become unresolvable?
That's because of the limitations of the camera.
It actually doesn't, as I've shown, Gary.
You're right.
You can actually take a screen capture when you say that boat is no longer there. The information is still there. You can see it. It just becomes invisible to you because of the size of your monitor. That's all. Nothing else.
It has nothing to do with
not showing anything, as I said, other than what you've managed to demonstrate is you cannot see a roly-poly from 100 yards. Big deal.
Yeah, there's
you think we don't know that?
There's the point in the video. There's the point in the video that he's talking about where you can't resolve the bottom of the boat.
Can you see at the bottom of the turbines, Blue? I know you're back there yet.
Of course not.
Okay, now if you take a screenshot right now, and I know you like to do that, but then you zoom back in on it, which defeats the purpose.
No, that's not zooming, Gary. That's not zooming.
Blue.
No, if you take a screenshot right now and blow up that section of it, you're not zooming, Gary. The camera can. You can't zoom without that camera that the guy's shooting it with. Don't be an idiot.
Blue, you just admitted it became unresolvable, right?
No, I didn't. What I'm admitting is it gets too small to see on your monitor, Gary, but the information is still, you get a bigger monitor, you can still see it. And I proved that to you. And here you go again, interrupting and talking over the top of people. Thank you very much. Let's go somewhere else.
I let you speak, and you interrupted when I started to speak. Can you guys see the yellow portion at the bottom of the turbines? Can you see here, right? You can barely make out the red portion. Now, we'll let Blue have his little way right here because he gets upset otherwise.
That's
Let
not
him
the
take
way.
a
That's not
screenshot
the
right
way.
now.
That's not the way it is.
What are you going to see? Are the colors going to be bright? Are they going to be bright? You're going to see that bright red and the bright yellow like you saw when it was zoomed in? Or is it going to be all faded out if you took a screenshot right now and zoomed in on it? What would it be, Blue?
I'd be questioning.
I did that, Gary. I did that, Gary, and it's just as red as it is in the shot that you looked at to begin with.
Oh, no, it won't. Take a screenshot right
Oh,
now.
yes, it will. No, yes, it will, Gary.
Blue knows what's going to happen, so he doesn't like this.
Gary, I'll
Take
do
a
it for you. Look.
Man on the screen.
If you would like, I'll do it for you again. I can do it right now if you like.
Let me hear. Let me see
do
him
it again. You want me to do it again? I'll do it again.
Yeah, and tell me what happens to those colors.
I'm not going to tell you a fucking thing. What I'll do is show it to you, and you tell me.
The image, and of course, when you zoom back in, you know you're defeating the purpose of zooming back out, right? You understand that, right, Blue? That's like
you're the one that apparently doesn't understand, Gary. That is not how Zoom works, Gary. You cannot do that if the information is not there.
Well, no, the information was there. It's there. He was zoomed in.
No, the information is not there if you're talking about Rayleigh criteria, which you clearly don't know jack shit about, Gary.
Magnify the image by zooming in.
Angles don't compress, and the Rayleigh criterion doesn't cause anything to disappear, Gary.
Right.
You don't seem to understand that.
So why does it look so small right now? The angle's compressed. The only reason it was bigger in the original because he was zoomed in. He magnified it.
Angles do not compress, Gary.
Oh, how do they compress? That's why do
How
you think
many
things
times
get
do we need to tell you this? This is something you should have learned in grade school, Gary.
Why do things
Angles
get
don't
smaller
compress.
in appearance of angular size as they go away from you? Can you tell me? What happens to the angles, Blue?
Angles do not compress, Gary.
The angles get smaller, right? They get narrower as something moves away. If you've got angles from all aspects of the thing you're observing. As they get farther away, those angles become what? More narrow or compressed?
The angular size changes, Gary.
Why does the angular size change, Blue?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me?
Because the angles from your eye to the object, as the object moves away, become increasingly narrower, and that's why your eyes see that little.
That is not
thing
compression, Gary. You use the wrong term constantly, and that's what we get on your butt about. You just use the wrong term.
No, I'm not using the wrong term.
It's compressed. Angular compression.
Is this picture compressed?
That's the contention we've had with you. You don't want to listen to it. I don't really care. That's fine with me. Stay stupid if you wish.
Goes against
but
what you.
That is not what is happening.
Oh, it
the angular size is changing. The angle is changing. It is not compressing, for God's sake.
So that little tiny ship that you see right now in the picture isn't compressed. It's the full size like you saw it a minute ago. Or like it's right next to you, right? Is that what you're saying? Oh, see, now look, zooming in, it's decompressing. Right? You're magnifying the image, right?
It's like talking to a 3-year-old.
Oh, no, sorry, Blue. You've got this all wrong. It defeats what you guys say. That's why you don't like it. That's why you cry.
It doesn't defeat. All it does is show how silly you are, Gary.
It's reducing inside, left, right, top, and bottom. But then the bottom is hard to see because of something in the road.
No, there's nothing in the way. You were just zoomed in on it. There was nothing in the way. Yeah, did it magically something get in the way when you backed off the zoom? No.
Yeah, well, it's to do with the pixel count of the monitor to the quality of the camera is what's the issue here.
Because it's going back to your normal way of seeing, right? The image is compressed. And then you've got the Rayleigh criterion. When things become small and close together, when they're compressed, they become harder to resolve as separate. That's why you can't see that red portion anymore. You can't resolve it as separate from the water anymore. The colors are faded, which colors do with distance. You can have something bright red, like a bright red car right in front of you, but as it moves away from you, if you just watch it go off in the distance, that red becomes less red. It's like it starts to fade, it neutralizes, it gets more neutral, becomes more opaque. It's like homogenizes. It starts to blend in with everything around it because all those colors start to fade. Artists use this concept when they paint. They use it all the time because they neutralize. You can see. Look at the colors of the water and the sky above.
They're not changed. That's just horseshit.
No, it isn't horseshit. You're watching. You're looking at it right now, right in front of your eyes, Blue.
Colors do not change.
Oh, absolutely they do. Google it. You can find it. It's an artist concept. Artists use this in their paintings all the time. They neutralize colors. They blend them towards the center of the frame because it gives the appearance of distance. They know the concept. And that's why when you back off the zoom, the red portion becomes unresolvable, and so do the yellow portions at the bottom of the turbines. Even though you could see the turbine, and even though you could still see that white part of the ship, you couldn't see the red portion and you couldn't see the yellow portions anymore. And as you back off the zoom, even the wind turbines become smaller as it backs off the zoom. It's the same as if it was moving away. They become smaller and smaller.
Gary, colors do not change. Your brain has, now listen, the reason why...
Blue, do you want to bet on that? These guys can Google it right.
Yeah, I'll be glad to, Gary. Colors don't. Colors.
Link it in
Blue, do you mind if I ask him a question real quick?
There. I have it right here. I don't know how to link it on here, but it's like I have it. I have it saved. Colors neutralized. They blend. The bottom's becoming unresolvable. It's Rayleigh criterion.
So I just got a quick question. If colors become unresolvable or faded as they get farther away, then why?
I said
Gary, let him finish his sentence, please. I prefer people to finish their sentences before you jump in.
You'll have to be. That's the only way to shut him up.
You said they fade and become unresolvable. If that's true, then why is the sun still bright when it's farther away? It is clearly far. No matter how far away you believe it is, it's clearly going to be farther away than that boat. So why doesn't that affect the sun?
It does. Do you ever look at the sun when it first rises? You can look right at it. You can stare at it. And when it sets, does it dim before it sets? Does your sky start to dim about 45 minutes before the sun sets, even though it's way up in the sky yet? And does it take about 45 minutes after the sun rises before it's fully light? Yes. Why?
I haven't been around much during sunrise because I'm a night person, but at sunset it's still fairly bright even after the sun is gone out of the sky.
Right? It's faded. The sky is already getting dim at 45 minutes before it even set. The sky starts getting dim. It's called twilight. You got different versions.
Twilight is actually after the sun is set.
No, you have a twilight when it sets too, before it sets.
No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, definitely.
Even I know that's not right.
Yeah.
They got nautical twilight. They got all these different ones. You can go. The point is, the sun starts to fade before it.
The point is, you don't know what you're talking about, Gary.
Well, Gary gets his gaslight mixed up with his twilight, so he can't help it.
No, I didn't get anything mixed up. There's nautical, there's twilight, there's different things, and I'll bet you
need to go look it up, Gary. You got it wrong. Go look it up again. You didn't look it up correctly.
Missing the point. Now you're trying to.
Go find twilight when the sun is still up. Google that. See what you find.
Like the sun fades before it. Isn't that cute? You laugh, but you know
look.
You know
Let's
I'm.
see. Let me Google twilight before the sun goes down. Let's see what I get.
See, all I can find wrong with this image is the quality of the camera, the atmospheric clarity. What else? My monitor to its resolution, to the quality of the upload. Like, you can't use this as anything because of all those reasons.
Yeah. So
no, it resembles your natural eyesight.
No, it doesn't.
Your
not
natural
if it's not. How can it when it's off a camera and it's going through YouTube and
I want to get back to the sun thing we just talking about. You guys are changing the argument back to this other thing, which we already.
No, this is what we started with. We started with this horizon boat thing.
Blue laughed and he thought it was funny, but he knows the sun fades. Maybe I got twilight wrong. but it still fades. They'll have some nautical twilight or nautical
Maybe.
something or whatever. They have different names for it, different
There are
versions.
three types of twilight, but all of them are when the sun is below the horizon.
No.
Yes, by definition, twilight begins when the sun dips below the horizon. And it's the light that is being cast over the horizon that you are still seeing.
Okay, are you going to admit or not that the sun is not as bright at the horizons before it sets or before or after it rises? I look at it all the time. I see the sun.
How can we know how bright it is before it rises?
You keep staring into the sun. That's great for you. I tend not to do that. It's not good for your eyes.
When it's overhead, I can't. When it's the first rise, I can look right at it.
Eric, can you just wait until the other person stops
It's even a
talking
different color.
you
It's
jump
even a
in?
different color when it rises and sets.
How polite
It's
people
red.
talk.
Why is that?
I know people are
It
too
is-
quick to
it
jump
is-
on top. They don't wait for the delay between the persons finish their sentence before the next person speaks.
Just like you interrupt them, so it goes both ways. We'll all try to be better.
Well, that's why I don't speak.
appears
That's why I don't get to talk much, because people keep jumping in.
Okay, can somebody explain to me why the sun is more orange and red when it first rises and before it's set? And we can look right at it, basically. But when it's overhead, it's just a bright white light. And you can't stare at it. You can't look at it. You
Yes,
can kind of
you're
look at it and turn right away. Now, what is that?
Are
Is
you
that
done?
fading like I was talking about? The colors
you-
fade, they become less bright. They start to neutralize.
Gary, you paused at the end of your sentence, and that was the
Tell you
cue for
what,
somebody
shoot
else
up
to
a
speak.
flare when you're finished, okay? When you're ready to shut your pie hole and listen, we'll be glad to talk to you. You want to
Go
just
on, Blue.
filibuster? Keep going, buddy.
The free reign.
Yeah, but I don't like this back and forward where you're talking over one another all the time.
Are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, no. Okay, sorry.
He doesn't do this when he's on Brandon and Tori's show.
Well, because they're not idiots like you. You guys are arguing against me. I'm the lone person on my side, with you guys arguing with me.
I'm on yours,
Brandon's-
Gary. I'm on everybody's side. I don't take
No, you're
favoritisms.
That's baloney. You're not.
How? Why am I not?
You're not. Because you earlier you were attacking me, not the other guy, because he was your side.
I wasn't attacking anybody.
Right thing. Well, anyhow, answer the question about the sun. I want to hear that question about the sun. Why is it easy to look at when it first rises? Why is the sky still not fully lit for at least 45 minutes after it rises? And why does it dim before it sets?
Well, okay.
Sorry.
You'll have to break down your questions one at a time. Just pick one bit
When you
first.
finish, say go, okay, Gary? Go ahead and ask it. I don't care if it takes you an hour. Ask the question, but when you're done and you're ready to listen, just say the word go, okay? How would that work?
Okay, why is the sun less bright after it rises, and the sky is still dim for about 45 minutes after it rises?
Are you going to say go or what? I'm waiting.
Say go. Go. Go, Blue.
Would you suppose that when you're looking at the horizon, you're looking through a lot more of the Earth's atmosphere than you would be looking through at, say, 10 degrees above the horizon, Gary?
Yeah, I agree with that.
That might be the explanation for it.
Will affect the boat you're looking at on the water for a long distance away. Yes or no, Blue?
I didn't hear the question. You were talking over me.
Same thing you just said. I agreed with you. Would that same thing affect how you see a boat on the water a long distance away?
No, sir.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
No, sir.
I don't even want to argue with you. That's so ridiculous.
No, sir.
It does. You know it does. You're just
No, it
being
doesn't,
silly.
Gary.
Yeah.
We're talking about this picture we're looking at on the screen right here, right?
I'm looking at the screen. I'm looking at time and date right now. Let me go back to the screen. Let me find it.
Your boat picture, Gary. That boat's less than 3 miles away. That boat is less than 3 miles away. You're not looking through enough atmosphere, Gary. At that distance, there's no way you're looking through.
Gary!
Okay, you're not gonna let me.
Gary!
10, 11, 12 miles.
Gary! Don't make me. Don't make me.
Go ahead, do whatever. You can.
It's people talking over one another, letting the other person finish their sentence. Doesn't matter who you are.
Except for you only yell at me when I interrupt, but you don't.
I didn't yell at you. I'm yelling at everybody.
Okay, well, you directed it at me. Okay, said Gary.
Well, you're the one that was actually speaking at the time, and the other person was actually trying to talk.
It's yelled at. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'll yell at Blue
Okay,
too.
go ahead.
I'll yell at Blue too.
Blue,
Okay.
what were you saying about the picture? Back. I'm hearing you.
We're talking about the picture, Blue, you're saying.
Blue says he's done with him, Terry.
Okay.
Yeah, because Blue can't explain things. He knows he's wrong.
No, Gary, I've been around long.
You can't tell the difference in a plane if he's flying over a flat surface or a curve. He just said it just the other day on Jose's show.
Okay. I've been doing. See, you had a pause then, and I was going to jump in, and then you'll say that I talked over you. But that's where the problems happen. You pause.
Maybe you can answer the picture.
Am I talking? I lose my train of thought.
Yeah, can I just point out, I don't know if it's happening for everyone, but Gary is very choppy. He comes in and goes out. I believe there's a possibility in Gary's defence that he doesn't hear other people talking.
Yeah, Gary, you might not be hearing us when we're speaking when you're finished your sentence. You might be having a problem there that way, if that's what Peter's saying.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying if his audio's cutting out for me whilst we're in the Zoom, there's a possibility that the audio's cutting out both ways. So he's not necessarily hearing people talking, and that's why it seems like he is over talking people.
So we don't need answers that last for 10 sentences. A lot of questions can be just yes or no answered, because follow-up questions are usually something you need to clarify from the answer that somebody's given, and it doesn't seem to happen.
Okay, can I ask the questions in and you give me an answer?
I'll actually have a conversation with you, Gary.
Okay, we'll keep it with you and me. That way nobody else is interrupting, going in and out. I'm literally one against everybody here. And everybody else also chimes in. I'm not the only one doing it. So anyhow, here, okay, back to what I was asking Blue, which he doesn't want to answer because he knows what the answer is. The sun, when it comes up, you can look right at it. It's not as bright, right? It's not that brilliant white that you can't look at. It's just like an orange. You can stare right at it. The sky, I'm up every morning. I'm out working with cows early in the morning. I watch the sunrise every morning, and it's probably about 30 to 45 minutes before it's fully light outside after the sun comes up. And it starts to fade every night. The sky already starts to dim about the same amount of time before the sun sets. So my point is, and Blue said, oh, it's because we're looking through atmosphere. And so I asked them, would that same atmosphere affect how you see things in the distance, like on the surface of the water right here? And then he said no, which I said, that's silly. Now, what do you think? Does it affect? I mean, look at the picture right now. This is more back to like what your natural view would be. And by the way, those turbines, I believe he said the furthest one was like 11 miles. And the ship is beyond those. That's why he made that video, because he had an extremely clear day with very calm water and very little atmosphere on the water. And that's why he had this long range horizon shot. But he was talking about the horizon. I just noticed the ship and the red portion at the bottom and the yellow portion at the turbines. And when he backed off the zoom, I watched what happened, because I played it back slow motion. I put it on the slowest speed, and I'm like, and I've been seeing this all over the place. I have videos that I made, and you can see as you back off the zoom, it goes back to what you naturally see with your natural eyes, your natural perspective. Things become unresolvable. They don't disappear bottom first because of obstruction. There's no obstruction in this picture with the ship and these turbines. You clearly could see them. When you backed up the zoom, you no longer could see that red portion, could no longer see the yellow portion. Now, Blue tried on Jose's show one day. He took a screenshot after it backed off partway, right? He took a screenshot, and then he zoomed in on the screenshot and said, oh, look, it's all here. But then I said, okay, but look at the colors. They're completely different. And even the resolution of the image wasn't as clear, because he took the screenshot was when it was small, and then he expanded it, but it's not going to have that same look as when he's fully magnified with the regular zoom on the image. And the red was faded, the yellow portions were faded. You could see them, you could make them out, but they didn't look like the nice yellow and the nice red when he was fully zoomed in. And he tried to say, oh, look, it's all there. I said, well, of course it's all there. I mean, it's all there because he zoomed in on it. It was there. But when it goes back to your normal vision, it becomes unresolvable, because your eyes can only resolve so much. A zoom can resolve more in that image because it magnifies what's within the angle of the observer over the surface. But if that ship in this video would have just kept going and they just kept the zoom out on it, it would have faded away the same way. The red would have faded away, and it would have become unresolvable. It's the same effect. It's all, and I know he doesn't like my term. I call it angular compression. And all it is by angular compression is basically a different way of saying angular size change, or diminishing angular size change. The angles from your eye to the object become more and more compressed. That angle at your eye is getting narrower and narrower as something moves away in the distance, and that's compression. And that's why the image, diminishing angular size, is just compressing. It's being compressed. And then you got the Rayleigh criterion. When it becomes compressed like that, you can no longer resolve that red from the water anymore, because the color fades. That portion becomes increasingly small to see because it's compressed, and you can't resolve it as separate from the water after a certain point. I'm sorry, that was long-winded. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just waiting till you finish. I wasn't going to interrupt you.
Okay,
there's just a lot to go through for what you're saying. See, I'm not the one that can understand a lot to do with optics, but for what I can see, just thinking through this as it's happening, instead of having any preconceived things about it. When you're looking at something like I've got the image now, this is what you're seeing in your normal vision if you're just looking. Now that's just with your normal eyes. Now your eyes don't zoom. Cameras zoom.
Right.
So if you're zooming in with a camera, you're enhancing and magnifying what is there. Your eyes don't do that. So the explanation of what you're seeing through the camera to what you're zooming in can't be explained in the same context as your normal vision, what your normal vision sees.
Right. I have no argument with that. That's why I said that ship, if he didn't back off the zoom, let's say he just zoomed in on that ship and kept it on that ship, and that ship started sailing away, you would still get the same result. That bottom portion would become, the whole ship is getting smaller and smaller. But that includes the red portion. The red portion becomes smaller and smaller. And then it comes to a point where you can't resolve it anymore as separate from the water because the colors will fade. The optic is just like, I think you had a P1000. I'm not sure. It was either P900 or P1000. It just has more resolution within the same angle, that better than your eyes. Your eyes can't see that. But the camera can, but the camera has its limits within that angle too. And if that ship keeps moving, that angle gets narrower and narrower. And you'll end up with the same result. The bottom will become the first thing unresolvable. It's not disappearing, it's not being obstructed, it's just becoming unresolvable. And what made it actually easy to see was because that bottom portion was red. If it was just all gray, you wouldn't even notice it. You would just see it getting smaller and smaller, and you would think, oh, it's disappearing behind the curve, like blue things. Except for we saw, because it is colored and because the bottom of those turbines were colored, it gave you a reference point to be able to notice it. Just like it's not even the land that makes the angle narrow. It's like you can build a railroad track. If you could build a railroad track at a 45-degree angle going up into the sky and it would just hang there, you would have the same thing. If you watched a train going up that thing, it would become unresolvable bottom first.
So, Gary, what would happen if you had more zoom, more optical zoom? Now, your P1000 has a limit, right? So, but what if you were to what if you were to take it to the next step and use a celestial telescope or something along those lines, where you've got a lot more zoom?
Well, that'd be very interesting. I hope somebody does it. I don't have one.
Would you like to see a picture of something like that?
Sure.
I got a question. Did you actually try to indicate, Gary, that I said this boat you're looking at goes beyond the horizon?
No, the boat's not beyond the horizon.
That's what you said I said. Why did you say that?
I didn't say that.
That's exactly what you said a minute ago, Gary.
No. That
you want me to play it back for you?
Yeah, play it back for me, Blue. I did not say that. The horizon, I'm not even talking about the horizon at all in this. I was just focusing on the boat because I wanted to show why the bottom became unresolvable. The horizon was far beyond the boat. That's the whole point of his video. When he made the video, he was showing how far he could see the water line in the distance, beyond the boat even. He made a point of it. So why would I say otherwise?
I'm looking for it.
You're not going to find it. I didn't say that.
Well, I'll play it for you in a second.
I can rewind my live stream if I knew how far back it was.
I think that's what Blue's doing, Terry.
Well, it couldn't have been too far back.
Terry, I've just dropped you a picture in the
But I did make a point that I believe in Dr. John D's video that the furthest turbine, I believe, was like 10 or 11 miles. And the boat was beyond the turbine. Maybe that's what you thought I said, Blue. I said that boat was beyond the turbines.
Terry, I've just dropped a picture in Fairsuck. Would you be able to bring it up, please?
I already have. In what context are you showing this picture doing and what it's taken with?
Well, it was taken with a telescope, and it's obviously not sinking.
No, it's not sinking.
So why can't we see the rest of the boat?
Because it's beyond the angle for the elevation of the observer.
It's halfway up the sails, though, Gary.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you backed off this telescope, what would it be?
Why can we see the sails?
Yeah, one question at a time. One question at a time.
I asked the question. If you back, this is zoomed in on, right, with the telescope or whatever it is.
Yep.
Right? Okay. If you backed off that zoom, what would happen with that picture?
It would become smaller and smaller because it's so far away that
invisible, right?
It's too far away to see with the naked eye.
Right. It's also too far away for the angle.
No, it's not, because you can see the rest of the boat.
Yeah, it's compressed. No, it's all compressed. You wouldn't even see that without your telescope.
It's not compressed.
No, it's compressed.
There's a little bit of distortion.
When you zoom in, you decompress it, right? You're decompressing. That's why if you let's say you got the camera with the P900, the zoom, and you start to zoom in on it. At first you can't see it, and then those start to pop up. You see, and you'll see the little tops first, and then more of the sail. You're just beyond the limit of that optic for this distance at the angle over the surface you are. That's all.
There's a lump in the way, Gary.
No, there's no lump in the way. You're closer to the water. You're closer to the water, so the water is going to be the first thing that rises up towards eye level, right? Because you're closer to the surface.
Even I can tell you, Gary, that's wrong. Water does not rise up to your eye level. It does not, Gary. Gary, you're wrong.
Play back what I just said. Play back what I just said.
You said the water rises up to eye level. That's what you said.
No, I said it rises up towards eye level. I didn't say it rises.
Doesn't.
Well, it doesn't rise up though.
That means it's three.
To eye level. I didn't say it rises to eye level, dork.
It doesn't rise to
the boat, Gary.
It's beyond the angle of the observer for the elevation over the water.
So the only reason the angle...
That's word salad.
Wait. So according
it's the same thing with the other boat.
Yeah, wait a minute, Gary. Okay, Gary, you've stated some stuff.
I already answered the question.
Yeah, you've been speaking, Gary. It's somebody else's turn.
Exactly the way I
Gary, you've been speaking. You've had your turn to hand the mic over now.
He wanted me to say it again. No, I didn't. He said I didn't explain it. I did. Okay.
I have a question, Gary. When you have a moment.
Go ahead, Blue. Yeah, I was trying to answer your question, but these guys wouldn't let me.
I didn't ask the question, Gary. You've not heard
you asked me where's the bottom of the ship, Blue.
My question is, yeah, you answered that. Fine. That's not a problem. The problem is, are you telling us that if you had a camera with a better zoom, we could bring this ship back into view?
You might be able to, yeah.
What do you mean you might be able to?
Blue, let's say, Blue.
Wait a minute, Gary. Let me finish my statement, if you don't mind.
You asked me to answer the question. I haven't finished.
Gary, let me finish what I was saying.
Blue. I don't want you to have a heart attack.
Stop being a rude. Will you please stop being
Gary.
rude,
Gary,
what? I said I don't want you to have a heart attack. I'm worried about you, Blue.
Yeah, but that's a bit too. That's getting a bit too whatever.
No, he gets all riled up. And then Blue gets mad.
You are actually asserting, based on what you said before.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm waiting for you, Blue.
Go ahead.
I'm waiting for you, Blue.
Go ahead.
Okay, well then I will. Okay, first of all, the elevation over the surface here is obviously not too high, right?
Hard to laugh at that one. Blue.
That was golden.
Well, if he's not going to talk, I'll talk. I have no
problem
with that.
It's just Gary. It's the people, like, to get your last word in is something that annoys me with some people. You say something, and somebody's just got to get that last word in before the other person speaks.
And so I'm the only one who does that.
I don't know. Is that your own observation?
No. Oh, I know I can do that. Yeah, I guarantee I can do that. Yeah. But so does Blue. That's why he keeps going too. Trust me.
We got Bandy out in the peanut gallery, Gary. Bandy, come in here and have a talk to Gary. He's another Aussie. He's another Aussie that'll.
Well, come on, Blue. I want you to ask your question. I gave you the opportunity.
Well, here, how about this? Since I'm here, can I ask a couple of questions?
My God, don't even.
Everyone line up. Take a number.
Gave me the opportunity.
By the way, Gary, it's me, Punchy, your old pal. Mwah. Miss you.
You who?
Christ Puncher. You know, used to stalk our old channel.
Christ Puncher.
Anywho, yeah.
Oh yeah, you're gonna punch Christ, okay?
Yeah.
Well, let me know how that works out for you in the long haul.
Well, it doesn't exist, so it doesn't matter. Anywho, so a couple things here. First off, that video that you showed, that was, I guess, was from your channel. That boat had not even gone over the horizon. So as far as zooming in and out goes, the only reason, exactly. So as far as everything you were saying, zooming in and out literally means nothing. It's just the whole thing is either shrinking or getting. It's shrinking or growing uniformly because there's nothing obstructing it. The only thing that's obstructing it is the part that's submerged underneath the water, and that will never change no matter how much zoom you have on the camera. Now with this picture here, this boat has gone over
Wait,
the horizon.
wait. I want to answer to that.
Let him
No.
finish.
You're gonna blow past a bunch of things here.
Gary. Let him finish.
No, he's gonna blow by that,
Let
and
him
then
finish.
it's gonna go into some other thing, and I can't answer.
You're gonna make you're only letting him make half his
No,
point.
sorry, he just
Let him
made
finish,
something
Gary.
up. He just made something up.
No, he didn't,
said
Gary.
He said that red part of the ship. He said that red part of the ship became buried in the water, and basically.
No, I didn't.
No,
oh my
he
God,
didn't, Gary.
No, Gary, what I had said was the only part of the ship that is obstructed that you cannot see is the part that's submerged underwater, as in all of the hull that's underneath. I never said that it rose. I never said that it rose or sank due to the zoom. I said the one part you will never see is the part that's submerged underwater. Because guess what? When a boat's on the water, it sinks a little bit. That's not made up. That's a well-known fact.
So you're saying when he backed off the zoom, that red portion went underwater.
No. Oh my God.
You're straw. What do you call it? Straw manning his statement.
It became unresolvable, right?
No.
Gary,
do
boats sit on top of the water, or do they? Gary, do boats sit on top?
He's trying.
Gary, Gary.
Okay, see, there's like 5 guys interrupting.
Gary.
Right? It's me on him, not you guys. No,
Gary.
I'm talking with Christ.
Am I muted? Am I muted or something again?
No, I hear you, but I'm not replying to you. I'm talking with Christ, whatever his name is. I don't even want to say it. A horrible name.
Yeah, but I overrule everybody on this channel because I'm the owner.
Okay, whatever.
Well, it's not their channel. It's not your channel. It's my channel.
Alright, go right ahead. I stopped.
Can I just say something? I'd just like to say hello, Flip Flop. He's in the peanut.
Oh yeah, I know. I've seen Flip Flop out there. I was going to say g'day to him. I think Gary, you missed the point of what he's saying about how boats sit on the water. Do boats sit on the water, or do they actually sit in the water?
Obviously, they sit on the water.
No, they don't sit on the water.
Well,
boats don't sit on the water.
Okay, they're slightly depressed into the water.
That sit in the water. Yes, they sit
Right,
in.
and that's his point.
That's what I was saying. So back to what I was saying, Gary.
So now,
in the
why? What's your explanation then for why the red portion disappears on this boat and the yellow portion on the bottom of the turbines when the zoom is back down? Which you saw if you were watching this. I don't know if you watched it earlier or if you joined in.
Okay, now let him answer.
Why did it become unresolvable?
Okay, you asked the question. Now let him answer.
When you zoom out, the ship shrinks uniformly, as we can see. The reason you can't see that is because eventually, now in this case it's digital, so eventually the pixels will get, will be less and less per part of the boat, and so eventually it's just going to look like that. But again, just like in real life, even though in real life there aren't pixels, you can only make certain things out. That has nothing to do with the boat going over the horizon, and that's why this video is dumb and makes no sense. What I was trying to say is that the only part of the ship that will never ever be brought back into view in this video is the part that's submerged underwater. No matter how strong zoom you have, you will never ever see that submerged part.
Except for that it's not going to submerge. If this boat simply moved away, it would become unresolvable for the very same reason. That horizon right there. The horizon is far beyond that boat.
Next picture.
That boat is far beyond, or far in front of the horizon. The horizon is far beyond
Let's see the sailboat.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The picture itself, it has nothing to your argument. Because even
no, it does. I'm just saying, if that boat sailed further away, let's say it just stayed right here and it just sailed further out towards the horizon, right?
That's bullshit, Gary.
Then eventually it would go over the horizon.
No, it isn't bullshit. It's
it is
exactly
bullshit.
What would happen. Oh no, Blue, come on now.
You
you
can't
really
prove
think
it.
that?
Prove it, Gary.
You can watch some of Jose's.
We can give you some proof contrary to that, Gary. It's that next picture of the sail ship.
No, that's just beyond the angle.
And I'll tell you what, that's a remarkable.
Just like this ship, if it kept moving away, it would become unresolvable with that red portion by sailing away.
There's no problem resolving the rig and the sails, but you can't see the bottom.
Because they're higher.
Now how does that camera do that?
Because they're higher, they're less compressed.
Why are things higher, less compressed?
Gary, On the other picture that you guys were looking at earlier, where it showed the sails of the ship that were coming up above the water there, did you say that they were less compressed than the other part of the ship? Because that makes literally no sense.
No, it actually does. They're compressed to the point where
ship,
you can't, just like
the
this.
entire ship.
You just interrupted me now. Okay, you don't like it when I do it to you. You just interrupted me. Okay, you were crying when I did it.
I wasn't. I didn't give you credit.
Well, good for you.
Go on. Mwah.
Okay, if you want to kiss, you can find one of your boyfriends there in the group. I'll almost bet you're gay, but that's a whole other question. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
What? Okay.
We don't talk about those sort of things here, Gary.
Okay.
And you can go on.
I forgot what I was even talking about.
Of course. Wow.
Why is the compression higher on the lower end of the ship than it is on the top of the ship?
Because it's always going to be, because the water is the surface, right? It's not angling up. Do you believe that water is angling up, or is it flat and just?
No, you're looking down.
No, actually, you're not looking down.
No,
Unless you're looking at the water quite close by you, then you're looking down.
No,
The distance, that horizon is always going to be just under your eye level, but basically the same, because with your natural eye, I got another video that shows it. It's a clip off Critical Things.
Oh, you got another video? Wow.
Oh, I got a bunch more.
Yeah, let's look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we'll go to that one. Yeah.
Okay. I'm
It's,
game.
I'm not
game.
sure which one that's called. It's one of Critical Things, and it has the same thing to do with angular size.
Okay. I'll go back to your channel.
And you'll have the same thing when he backs off the zoom. The bottom becomes unresolvable.
Okay.
So if the water is at eye level for so if the water's at eye level for that sailboat, if the water's at eye level for that sailboat, why can we not see anything below those sails? In fact, we can't see like half the sails.
It's beyond the elevation angle. You have a certain elevation angle over the surface. It's beyond the angle.
What is it?
But the water isn't.
Okay, it's the one with all red right there. It says documentation follows. That's Critical Thing.
That one?
It's a clip from his. Okay, it's a clip from that one. And
The
he's
one here,
talking
the
about eye level. Now what?
The horizon and eye level are side by side. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to show it, and then you're going to see what happens when he backs off the zoom on that. You'll see where the eye level goes to. And remember, now look at this picture first. I want you to make a note. The boat is not at the horizon. You can see the horizon beyond it, right? Look at the bottom
Yeah, we
there.
can give you that. Yeah, we can give you that. Yeah, we'll give you that. Yeah.
Okay. So just, you got to keep that in mind right now. Okay, then you go ahead and play it.
Does the bottom of that, does the lower half of the hull of that boat seem to be pretty close to the color of the ocean?
He's zoomed in on it, Blue. This is zoomed in right now.
It's like it's all
magnified.
It's all some
magnified.
shade
It's
of
zoomed
blue.
in. It's zoomed in. It's magnified, Blue. Just so you know that. You don't seem to understand that. So
It's also some shade of blue, isn't it? Okay.
yeah, just that's not even the point. We're talking about eye level here. He's gonna point out where eye level on that boat is.
Eye level on the boat to be above the boat, nearly at that
No,
zoomed level.
listen to what he says. He's talking on here. He'll tell you right where it is.
You
He's
don't
gonna
need
draw
to
a line
talk
on it.
when you're talking about eye level for the distance of if that's zoomed in. Eye level will be nearly above the top of the boat.
God.
Where's the?
Listen to Critical Think. He's talking. He's doing the talking, and you can hear me talking and analyzing what he's saying. He's going to draw a line at the eye level that he says where the eye level.
You don't need to. Even I know, and
Okay,
anyone
just
on the
play
panel
video.
here can
You're gonna
actually.
hear- It's Critical Think who's telling you. It's not me who's telling you where the eye level on the boat is. It's Critical Think.
Oh, so you
Yeah,
can't
but
even
you
defend
don't
your own
need.
video.
I don't
I
need.
don't have to. It's his. It's just a clip of his video with him talking, and and then I stop it once in a while and say something. I analyze his thing. He shows, or maybe I analyze the whole thing. I might not have even played his voice.
So somebody
But
can
he's
tell
gonna
me if
draw a
I.
line. Just play it. Just play it. Okay. Well, it's
Yeah,
pointless
but
arguing
but
until you watch it.
I'd like somebody to answer my question first, because I don't get to ask many
He's going
questions.
to tell you his height and elevation above the water and everything else. He's going to tell you all of that.
Why is it that every time Terry says something, you start talking, Gary?
Yeah, I know.
just play
I
it.
never get a word out sideways half the time. Sometimes.
I mean, you got to have a few manners, mate.
If something's zoomed in at the horizon, and if you're talking
It's not
about
at the
level,
horizon.
There you go again.
what happened? Who's talking
It's not at
over
the
me all the
horizon. I
time?
made that point. I
Terry
tried to make
starts
that point.
talking. Terry starts talking.
I know,
And
I'm
Gary
trying to-
starts flapping his lips.
I hear you interrupting him right now too.
He's not gonna. This is what he does me, and he does everybody. He's
Gary,
Because you guys are, he just said when the boat's at the horizon. It's
He's
not
not
the horizon. I made a point, and you guys already forgot about it.
like talking
It
over
went right over your head. It went
Gary,
right over your head.
Gary, please do shut up.
why don't you let him ask the question, Gary?
I've got a very short
You
fuse,
should-
and if anyone wants
just
to
shut
see
the
what I
fuck up
do
long
when
enough,
I've got a short fuse, will know what'll happen.
Oh, gee, I'm scared. Okay.
I would be scared, Gary.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong or whatever. Anyone on here knows about how things are at for level, for the eye level thing. If this is zoomed in, and for level at eye level, wouldn't the top of the boat be almost level or near that area because it's zoomed in so far? Like in that context, like level wouldn't be down where the horizon is, obviously.
It might be, Terry. Depends on the elevation of the observer.
Right, that's what I was wondering. Yeah.
A guy's eye level, if a guy's standing on the beach and his eyes are at 6 feet above the ocean, the level of the ocean, then eye level is 6 feet above the level of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up to the hull of that boat. Right
Just
about
play
where
the
that
video.
horizon.
Play the video. He's going to tell you all this.
I'm listening to Blue explain something to me.
Okay.
Sorry, Blue.
So you know, parallel lines. We know about that. They stay parallel. If your eyes are 6 feet above the water, then that line is going to stay 6 feet above the water.
Yep.
What are you saying yep for, Gary? I'm the one that's getting the...
Because I'm agreeing with Blue.
Please don't. It makes me think I fucked up.
You did. You did. That's the point. Thank you.
Gary, this is just showing how impolite you are, and there's another word for it, I think. Because he was actually talking to me in the context of my question.
Okay. Just play the video and then you'll see all that. All the details are in there. They're all in there. The height above the water, eye level of the ship.
Can I play the video without your explanation of what the video is before I play it?
Yeah.
And then we can talk about the video?
But when viewed with a natural eye in the distance, they are virtually side by side in almost
Why are they so soft, these videos? I can't turn them
now,
up.
I want you to notice something else about this picture right here. Is you can see that the horizon is beyond the boat. It could be miles. So anyhow, I just want you to remember that. In a minute, he's going to draw a line across near the top of the boat at 24 meters. Because that's his eye level, that's where he's at. That's his elevation. Here he's going to draw the line. Now remember, the boat is not out on the horizon line. It's not even close to it. Now if that boat was sitting on the horizon, the size of this boat would be more diminished in angular size. That line he has drawn across the boat would be closer to that water line. But remember that in a minute. the horizon line, which is well beyond the boat.
Area has been
eye
quiet
level
this
because
long.
he's
Is this
zoomed
like
in on it.
a world record?
He's magnified it. Now he's going to give supporting documentation. This is before he zoomed in on it. Now remember, the boat is not on the horizon. If it was sitting on the horizon, that little speck you see would be even smaller. Now remember where he drew the line across the boat, representing eye level. It's almost indistinguishable here from the water line. But if it was sitting on the horizon, it would be even smaller, which would basically make them indistinguishable. Your eye level would be virtually merged optically. Now I want you to notice something else, because he's going to zoom in right now. I'm going to play it. I'm going to slow the speed. I want you to notice the sailboat to the left of that ship. Can you see it? Nope, not yet. But what you're going to notice is, as he zooms in and magnifies it, at the top of the sail will appear before the bottom of the boat. That's how optics work. So pay attention. You see it. It popped up some more. You're going to start seeing the bottom. I think you see it now. Bottom's going to get bigger and bigger. So is the sail. But it appeared top first. Now, if you retracted the zoom, we would get the reverse of what you just saw. The bottom of the boat would disappear first. The sails would be the last thing to go. And it's not even out on the horizon. It's just small. But it's the exact same thing that happens on everything. Nothing disappears because of a curve. It simply becomes indistinguishable, and the bottom is the first thing that becomes unresolvable.
How much more of this do we get to suffer?
Well, can I ask you a question then, Gary?
That's finished now.
Can we pause that for a moment?
You know, rather than us talking about ships and stuff near water where refraction can play a part and where, you know, the objects are very small and they can be they can be hidden when you're not zoomed in and all that because they're very small, why don't we just jump to the big guns here? What about the sun? The reason I ask is because while we were doing that, I just kind of figured now I'm not sure what your particular version of the flat earth quote-unquote map is, but it's going by the Gleason map that every flat earther seems to love to brag about. Just a quick calculation. So I live 50 degrees north of the equator, right? So the furthest away the sun can ever be from me would be 73.5 degrees when it's over the Tropic of Capricorn on the other side of the map for me. That would give me a distance of 8,181 kilometers. Now with the sun height of 5,000 kilometers that flat earthers always love to give, that would give the lowest the sun could ever be in the sky for me 31.5 degrees above the horizon. That's the lowest it can ever be. So first off, how do you explain a sunset or a sunrise? And also, for me, in the middle of the winter solstice, December 21st, the sun's about 16.5 degrees above the horizon for me at noon. That's all lower than the lowest it could possibly be on your guys' map. So screw the boats. Let's talk about this, because you talked about the sun earlier, so let's talk about this.
I'm talking about the boat right now. You changed the subject. I want to hear No, we played this. I'm the guest here. I'm the one who's everybody's against. We played the boat. I want to hear your comments on the boat, and then we'll get to this after that.
We already explained it.
Gary, you're not the guest.
No, nobody explained
Gary,
anything.
don't get a big head. You're not the guest.
Yeah. Okay, you asked me to come on. You sent a link.
No, I invited you. Yes, you didn't have to. You didn't have to accept. You didn't have to accept.
Talk about
You're not. You're nobody.
The video right now. Then we're done.
Gary, just because you're the guest doesn't mean you control the show. Guests don't control the show, Gary.
What I talk about, I don't have to talk about what you want to talk about. If you don't like it, I can just hang up and go. I gotta go to bed.
Gary,
I gotta
fine.
go for the morning.
Have a nice
It's about the show, which is the video we play.
If you shut up, Gary, we could give you an explanation. Dude.
Give it to me. That's all I asked for.
I mean, yeah. Well, if you're going to ask for it, shut the fuck up and listen.
Don't try to get the last word in all the time, Gary.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you've already had this explained to you. What you've just shown us is a lovely example of what happens when the object in the video becomes smaller than the resolution of the video itself. The pixels aren't small enough and close enough together to resolve the object at that zoom level, right? So you're either going to have a higher resolution video or a higher resolution sensor on your camera to be able to detect that boat.
Actually,
and show it not disappear.
And that's exactly what I explained before, Paul, about all that.
Yeah. I mean, it's damned obvious.
I've talked to Critical Think on another show, and Critical Think said you can't see those without the zoom.
Yeah, but no one ever argued that, though. That's what I don't understand.
Where was the eye level? He showed you the line where the eye level was on the ship. When he backs off the zoom, where was that eye level in relation to the horizon line?
It doesn't matter really because it's
No, it does because you guys.
Gary, let him say. Gary, why are you being rude? Let him finish, Gary. Come on. You're being a dick.
So are you. You're not a very nice host.
I'm not the host. I don't have to be nice.
Okay, what happened to that line? Where did it end up? Could you see it as different from the water line?
For a start, this is only the opinion of someone's version of the eye line.
No, what I'm trying to say though is...
So Critical Think was wrong.
I'm not saying he was wrong. I'm not saying he was right. We've got no information about the size of that ship or the
Critical
distance.
Think just gave it to you. You just saw it. It was his writing in there. He said how high he was, and he marked the line on the ship where his eye level was.
You didn't listen, Gary. I said
no,
we
I
have
listened.
no information.
You're
Gary, you didn't. You're not listening now, Gary. All right, you're busy interrupting rather than listening. All right.
Okay, where was it?
What I actually said, Gary, was that Critical Think didn't give us the actual figures on the ship. Like, how high is that ship? How far away is that ship?
No, he did say it. He put it in there. You watched it. He said the ship was 33 meters, and then he drew the line where his eye level, his elevation was 24 or 23. I can't remember, 23 or 24, and he marked the line at that point. It was right in there. You saw it. It was on the screen. So don't tell me he wasn't there, that the information wasn't there. It was. So where did that eye level, when he was zoomed out, because that ship he said it was anchored. So when he zoomed back out, where was that eye level at?
Well, then I guess the question would be, if that's eye level and the water is supposed to be flat, why is the horizon so far below eye level?
It's not below eye level. Your eye level at that distance is diminished in angular size.
Well, what the hell are you, what?
Even a 23-foot airspace.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, so
how does your eye level diminish? What are you talking about?
Okay, because that ship compressed, right? When he was backed up to zoom, when he showed it before he zoomed back in, where could you see? It was barely visible. And remember, it wasn't even to the horizon. Remember that. So it would have been even smaller. You could barely see it above the water there. It was like a little teeny speck, right? So his line on that ship, where the eye level would be, at that distance, that space is compressed to the point where you can't hardly see it at all, and that's where the eye level is always by the horizon. It's right next to it every time with your natural eyes.
Congratulations, Gary. You've just understood that when you zoomed out, that the image is compressed to the point where it's less than 1 pixel's worth on the image, and so you can't resolve it.
So are you use that used for your natural eye? Your natural eye, does it have pixels? Does it have pixels?
What kind of eyes other than natural?
I don't have robot eyes yet.
Talk to Critical Think. I talked to him on another show. You talk to Critical Think.
How about you do some critical
Gary,
how about you do some critical thinking yourself? What's the resolution limit of the human eye?
That's my point, you dummy.
Yeah, what is it?
My whole point is you have a limit.
What is the resolution limit of the human
I don't
eye?
know. I have no idea. Obviously,
You have no
has a
idea.
limit.
This is
No, I
your
don't.
argument, and you have no idea what it is.
I don't. Okay. You saw the ship there. Obviously, it's far away when he wasn't before he zoomed in on it.
Maybe we'll educate you on that then, Gary.
No.
The angular resolution, because the angular resolution limit of the human eye is about 0.02 degrees. All right.
Except for then you're
now,
not.
if we wanted to have something that was, we wanted to have
the
something.
picture.
The
picture was obviously you couldn't
that was
see it.
unresolvable at 6
my
feet.
God.
It would have to be about 500 miles away, Gary.
Oh my God,
Gary,
are you kidding?
No,
Gary,
I'm not kidding at all.
You couldn't even see that.
And
you couldn't see that ship. It was barely on the surface.
And Gary, the angular resolution limit of a camera with a much larger diameter optics is even lower. All right, smaller. Right, so you should be able to resolve things. They don't disappear because of angular resolution, Gary.
Gary, do you know what
absolutely do.
Gary, do you know what I say for a question that I don't know the answer to? I don't make something up.
Yeah.
I didn't make anything up. You just saw that he showed the picture of the ship before he zoomed in. How much of that ship could you see?
Can I finish my sentence?
How much of that ship could you see?
Couldn't I finish my sentence?
Submerged.
Sorry, I can't finish my sentence. Okay.
That's right, because you won't answer my question. You couldn't.
I haven't answered any of your questions.
You won't.
What do you mean I won't? Why won't? I don't get a chance. I haven't even been talking. So
where the eye level was.
Gary, if you got something wrong with your,
Gary's going to answer his own question now.
Gary, if you got something wrong with your, Gary, if you got something.
I'm trying to tell you, and you guys won't listen.
Gary, hello, Earth calling Gary. Earth calling Gary. Have you got something wrong with your audio?
No, I can hear you loud and fine. It's hard to decipher between all the 5 voices that are talking at once. I'm not the only one interrupting here. I hear like 3 or 4 voices at a time coming from your end.
I think you've got a problem counting.
No.
It's that 90% of the time it's you.
Because it's 4 or 5 against 1.
No, it's more like 1 or 2, maybe.
No.
Wow.
Okay. Well, you still haven't answered the question. Before he zoomed in, how much of the ship could you see? Could you see where the eye level part that he marked? Could you see how that part?
No, we couldn't see it because there weren't enough pixels in the video.
Because
I haven't finished yet, Gary. Gary, don't be rude. I haven't finished. You didn't even know what I was going to say. You jumped in. You jumped in. Well, why don't you just listen to it instead of being a rude cunt? All right. So yeah, because we couldn't see it, Gary, because the pixels aren't that small.
So the eye level was right next to the water, right?
Oh yeah, it probably was, but we can't see
there
the boat.
You go. Thank you. You made
we
my case.
Can't see
Finally.
the boat. We can't see the boat because
Give him a hand
the
clap.
pixels aren't small enough to make a boat-shaped image.
Do your eyes use pixels?
Who watches you, Gary?
They certainly do.
The camera does, though.
In your eyes. Okay, but the camera.
They do. They're called rods
Okay,
and cones, Gary.
The camera is acting similar to what your eyes do. It's not exactly the same, obviously. It's acting similar. That's why he showed it before he zoomed in. He also showed it when it was zoomed in. And he showed where his eye level would be on the ship. But when it wasn't zoomed in, where that eye level would be was right next to the water line. It was
the point is, though, Gary, that this boat is not beyond the horizon, is it? So the boat's not beyond the boat's not beyond the horizon. I mean, we don't claim things don't disappear we don't claim things disappear from the bottom up when the ship's in front of the horizon. We only claim that things disappear from the bottom up after they go over the horizon, Gary.
Look at he's 24 meters above the water. He's got a high elevation angle over the surface. This boat is a long ways out.
How long ways out is it?
Well, I don't remember on the video. I know he said it on his video, but I don't remember.
That's kind of an important piece of data, isn't it?
No, not really. Not for what I'm showing here.
It's very important.
No, actually, it isn't. It isn't because what you saw was
Gary. If you're going to distinguish, if you're going to distinguish between the flat and the globe model, it kind of is a piece of important data. Gary.
Remember, I pointed out the ship wasn't at the horizon. The horizon's beyond the ship.
But
doesn't matter.
Reasons why we need to know how far away it is.
Okay, you couldn't resolve that where that eye line that he drew. You couldn't resolve it, and it wasn't even to the horizon.
We couldn't resolve it because there weren't enough pixels
So
to
if that
actually.
boat
The
had actually
pixels
been
weren't
out
small
to the
enough to
horizon-
actually show it.
If that boat had actually been all the way to that horizon, how much even smaller would it have been? How much even more would it have blended in with the water line?
The point is, though, that no one's claiming that that
No,
boat disappeared.
no,
Gary, I'm not. I've got 5 words out. Gary, right?
I got you. I've got you.
No, you haven't got me.
The horizon is
You
always
think
right
you've
next
got
to
me?
eye level.
Why do you
I
have
did
to
get
keep
you.
over talking me, Gary?
I have gotten you.
Gary, if you think you've got me, why do you have to keep butting in and over talking me? Can't you just listen to what I say if you think you've got me?
Okay, tell me where the eye level on that ship was when it was zoomed out.
Sure. You can put it wherever you want, but the point is, Gary.
No, he drew a line. He saw it in the video.
Gary, can Paul finish what he's got to say?
No, I obviously can't. Gary just feels as if he has to jump in.
Because he just dismisses certain points.
Yeah, but Gary, you don't have to butt in
I
halfway
can't make a
through
fucking
his
point,
sentence.
Gary.
You guys are funny.
No, you're funny, Gary. You can't let people
Okay,
criticize
well, just
your
tell me
points.
where.
See, there you
where
go
was the
again.
eye level on
There
this
you
ship?
go again.
This is what he does.
When I stop,
I deal with this clown all the time, Paul. All he's doing is trying to trigger you.
Yeah.
The Blue's interrupting. See, I'm not the only one who interrupts.
Yeah.
Blue jumped
No,
in.
Gary. You've been told why you can't see it in the
Blue,
video,
quit
Gary.
interrupting these guys. They're
You've
trying to
been
finish
given
their
an
point.
answer. I'm just going to talk over you, Gary, because that's what you seem to do. So you've been given an answer. You've been given a reason why we can't see it in the image. And the real point that you should be addressing is the ship's not beyond the horizon. We don't expect any part of it to be disappearing from the bottom up because of that. If you really want to show something that's beyond the horizon and then zoom in on it and bring it back. That's what you really should be doing, Gary. This nonsense of zooming in on a ship that's not even gone over the horizon, it's pointless because we don't claim things disappear before they go over the horizon, Gary.
Who's talking about the ship disappearing here? I'm talking about where your eye level is. We're not even talking about the ship disappearing. Although, when it was zoomed out, you couldn't see that whole gray portion, could you?
Well, no shit. Holy Christ.
Okay, because it's far. It's far for the It's even far for the optic, but it's got a good elevation level. It's high above the water.
You're colorblind, aren't you?
But Gary, it wouldn't matter how high you were.
Off, it was just. It just looked like a gray. You could barely even see it.
Gary,
it was hard to even see.
As long as you were above the water level and there weren't like high waves or anything, you could see the ship the exact same way you could see it now. The angle would be a bit different because you'd be looking at it from a lower angle, but nothing would be more hidden. That's not how that works at all, unless it's behind an obstruction. Like, I don't know, the frickin' planet.
There was no obstruction in this picture.
Exactly.
Oh shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we're not even talking about the obstruction. We're talking about the eye level versus the horizon line. Now, if this ship had been to the actual horizon, what you guys are admitting right now, it's not to the horizon, which I said right at the beginning. I made a point of it. I said it at least 2 or 3 times. I said, remember this. It's not even to the horizon. If that boat had actually been to the horizon, it would have been worse for you guys. That eye level would have been even more compressed to the water line, and you would not be able to see that little flip of the boat that you could see. Wouldn't be there.
How the hell do you
wouldn't
compress
even see
an
that.
eye level? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, I know.
That eye level, okay.
And he's really arguing, and he's actually arguing a non-point here. He's really arguing a non-point because, like, hey, everybody knows that at a long distance away, objects appear to be smaller because of perspective, and at some point, our eyes aren't going to be able to resolve them. I mean, if you make a picture small enough, it makes it hard to see. I mean, which is the reason why we don't have tiny little computer screens, isn't it? All right, because it's hard to see small. Because it's hard to see small things, Gary. All right, that doesn't mean they disappear. That doesn't mean they disappear, Gary. It means they're hard to see. Right now, that's nothing that we would have expected.
You're making my point.
You're not actually teaching us or showing us anything that we don't understand, Gary.
No,
right.
you guys like to claim that the horizon and eye level aren't the.
In their distance apart, depending on what height you're at. If you're at a massive height, there's a big difference between your eye level and the horizon. If you're down low, the eye level and the horizon are close together. So get the claim right, Gary.
The claim is still right.
There's no audio.
Exactly.
isn't.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was trying to.
Okay, if you mute me, I'll just leave the show.
I had to mute for a reason, Gary.
You muted all of us, Gary. Calm down.
Okay, well, I didn't.
Yeah.
No worries. No worries, Terry.
Does anyone want to be a volunteer? Because I will be back.
Yeah, Peter can do it.
I guess. I mean, if you want to throw it over to one of us, I'll stick around for a little
Paul,
bit.
are you going to be around?
If you want me to state.
I mean, if people want to keep going, yeah.
You can unmute yourself, Paul. What happened to Paul?
Yeah.
We've got Paul or Blue. Want to be co-host for a minute? I can only make one. I think I can only make one person. I don't know if I can make multiple person.
I think it's just one. Yeah. Then
it should be Paul.
Okay.
Paul do it.
Okay.
Paul makes sense.
I have no idea. No idea what I'm doing. That doesn't.
That's okay, Paul. Neither do I.
Yeah,
it's all right. How long are you going to be?
All you really have to do
I
is
just got to pick the
basically...
I just got to pick the missus up. Only just a couple of suburbs away, not far.
Yeah. Cool.
There we go.
Not a problem.
Oh, okay. Somebody wants to come in. I can let him in for now. I think you've got the right controls. You can do stuff. Gary, behave yourself, because maybe Paul might not be as lenient as me.
Okay, so anywho, back to where we were. See, this is at first, Gary, I thought you were referring to the bottom portion of the ship being hidden by, well, in our case, the horizon, and in your case, the limited angle, resolution crap that you talk about. But then you started talking about how the horizon. But then you started talking about how the horizon rises to eye level. So you told me to stop switching, so you should do the same thing. Are you talking about? Yes, you did. Are you talking?
I didn't say the horizon goes to eye level. I never said it.
Okay, you didn't say that, but you talked about the horizon and eye level, which is what you weren't talking about originally.
You said it rises. I said it doesn't rise to eye level.
Okay, well, what did you say then? Because you were talking about it. You said when you zoomed out, when you zoomed out, how the eye level appeared to become closer to the horizon. Correct?
Right, because that's how angles work.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
The horizon and eye level will always be side by side and virtually indistinguishable with your natural eye.
Bullshit, Gary.
Point
No,
is,
that's
though,
not
Gary,
bullshit.
that
Absolute bullshit,
Gary,
Gary.
Nope.
Gary,
Not with your
if you
natural
really,
eye. It
Gary,
cannot
hey,
do
Gary, I want to
otherwise.
say something, please. Gary,
Oh, yeah,
just
you always
listen,
want to say
right?
something. Gary,
Yeah,
Gary,
I do. Because in
Gary.
your zoomed
Okay,
out
go.
image, that line is no closer to the horizon than in the zoomed in image, because each pixel in the zoomed out image represents a greater distance than in the zoomed in image, doesn't it? Right. So in reality, the eye level is no higher or lower in the zoomed out image than it is in the zoomed in image. You must
Really?
understand that, surely.
You mean like parallel lines don't actually merge?
Oh yeah, the spacing between them is
Oh.
on the image is shorter.
There you
but
go.
The actual,
Now you're
but
starting to
but
comprehend.
that doesn't
You're getting
represent
closer.
reality. But
You're gonna
Gary,
be a flat earther.
Gary, that doesn't represent reality, though, does it? Okay.
It does.
Because
Absolutely it does.
so when I take a picture of a person and I pull out the thing and I measure the height of the person to be 6 centimeters in the photo, that's how tall they really are.
No, and you're totally missing the point.
That's right,
What
Gary.
did I say?
And so when I measure
and
Gary so
perspective because you're an idiot.
So consequently, Gary,
you're actually stupid.
let me say what I want to say, right?
I think you're dumber than blue.
So consequently, Gary, in the zoomed out image, the line representing your eye level is no further or closer to the horizon than it is in the zoomed out image.
No, but with your eyes, the way it appears in your eye is compressed to the point where you can't resolve it from the water, right? The way you see it, the little image in your brain that comes from your eyes, it's virtually indistinguishable. Obviously, you tried to say the railroad tracks in the middle. Do they merge? No, they don't merge. But in the distance, they appear like they're going to. And yet there's always that little gap that you can't quite see anything in because of angular compression. You're trying to make it sound like that. Obviously, the thing is the same size over in the distance. Obviously, that's ridiculous for you to even say something like that. Obviously, it's the same size.
What is the point?
33 meters, it's 33 meters over there.
Gary, just don't keep on.
Eye level is 33 feet at you.
Make your point and stop, Gary. Let people respond. If you can't be polite and let people respond, we'll have to.
Okay, I was not done, and you jumped in.
So that we can have a conversation.
I was not done, and you jumped in. I didn't interrupt. You just did.
Oh, yeah. Bullshit.
Because you wanted to say something before I finished.
I interrupted because you're rambling. Get to your point.
Yeah, exactly.
I made my point. What does 33?
Okay, so if you've made your point, then stop. If you've made your point, then stop, Gary, and let someone else make their point.
He just told me he wanted to make my point, and so I decided.
No, you said you made your point, Gary.
It for him, otherwise he wouldn't comprehend.
As I've been saying,
state what you want to say.
As I've been saying since I got here, everything for the most part that you're arguing are things that we haven't argued either. Like you're saying that things get smaller and harder to resolve when they're further away or not zoomed in, which we have never argued. That's literally how it works. What we are saying is when something goes over the horizon, you will not see the part that's gone over the horizon.
Okay.
Just
We're
like when
Gary, don't interrupt.
Oh my God.
Just like when you just like you were saying,
arguing with kindergartners.
Yeah, I feel the same way. But anywho, so when you zoom out, when you see that as you claim, the eye level gets compressed, what the fuck that means? No, what it is because the distance between your eye level and the horizon is still the same, but they're further away, so that angle is smaller. So it appears to be less. Like, we've never argued any of that. Like, you're not arguing any flat earth proofs. You just sound like a complete moron right now.
Right, you can unmute yourself, Gary, and talk.
It's
Okay, the eye level he drew on that ship, he said I could talk. Sorry. Go ahead, Blue, if you want to talk.
No, go ahead.
He just told me to unmute. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, we just jumped in at the same time, so go ahead. I don't want to interrupt, so go ahead. Even though he told me to unmute and talk, but
that's okay. You can talk.
He did.
Gary.
I'm waiting for you, Gary. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to be polite to you, Blue. Okay.
Keep it short, and when you stop, let someone else respond. Though.
My whole point was, and you guys are totally missing the point. I keep telling you, with your natural eyes and perspective, true perspective, sizes diminish in the distance because of the angle from your eye to the object becomes compressed. It compresses. That's why that line he drew across the ship at 23 or 24 meters, that 23 or 24 meters becomes so compressed in the distance, it becomes virtually indistinguishable from the water line. And remember, he wasn't to the horizon even, not well, let alone beyond it, but it just keeps compressing. It compresses and compresses and compresses the farther it goes. And it's just that much less is just like that red portion on the bottom of the boat. If that boat would have kept going, that red portion would have become unresolvable, and you would probably try to say it's beyond the curve or beyond the hump of water, but it's just basically, it just became unresolvable. You can't see it as separate from the water because the colors will fade.
20 more seconds,
the Rayleigh
20 more seconds,
criterion
Harry.
takes an effect, and it's just, space has it compresses in the distance. That's why when you see, let's say the conjunction
10 seconds,
night, right?
Gary.
The conjunction the other night, it looks like one star until you zoom in on it, or look like one planet until you zoomed in on it, and then all of a sudden you can see them. They separate, right? But they were compressed
Gary,
together in the distance.
enough. Gary, let somebody else. You've gone on. This is the problem. You talk for too long, and then you don't allow someone to respond. Okay, keep it to one point. Let someone respond. So does someone want to respond to that now?
Okay, you got like 5 minutes. I got to get to bed.
I've got a quick question. So, with all of this, when the sun is setting, for whatever your explanation is, we see it go below the horizon. It has to be farther away than any cities or any other objects in that, unless you're saying it passes through the earth somehow. So why is it not affected in the same way that everything else is?
It is. It compresses bottom first into the horizon.
Yeah, but
compression and Rayleigh criterion starts taking effect. It's a little different because it's round and it's got a solid color, but it starts to change. You can see it gets all squiggly because it's going into the angle, into the atmosphere further away. And now you tried to make a claim earlier that we claim it's 3,000 miles up. I've never claimed that at all. I don't even think it's close to that. I think it's way closer than that. So that you like to use that because you heard somebody say it one time and you say, "Oh, you can't make."
I've heard almost every flutter
That's
say
enough
that.
of that.
Oh no, I haven't heard. I think I heard one a long time ago, and you took one guy who said that somewhere, and you try to extrapolate to
Gary,
everybody.
it's a wonderful anecdote, but do you have a point you're trying to make?
Well, no, it compresses it. I could actually show it off one of Wolfie's videos. Wolfie has a time lapse sunset, and he filmed it through a solar filter, and we played it on Jose's show, which I guess Jose's in. You said he was.
Yeah, and it never changed
in the
angular
audience earlier.
size.
Oh, absolutely, it did.
It absolutely did not, Gary.
So
Jose drew the circle around it, and we all saw it. Everybody saw it. Now, you guys, of course,
It
didn't
never
change
changed angular size, Gary.
It changed angular size. It
No, it
squished.
didn't.
Well,
No,
Gary,
it
how,
didn't.
Yes,
how,
it did. We all,
Gary, how about
we
this?
all saw it, Blue. Are you just an outright liar now?
No, you're the
We saw it
liar,
on Jose's
Gary.
show.
You are the liar,
Maybe
Gary.
we
You
could get
saw
Jose
it
to
too.
play it again.
You are just flat ass lying about what you saw. The width of the sun never changed. The angular size
The
of the sun
vertical,
never.
it changed vertically. It compressed. It's
Vertically, you're
compressing.
going to get that with refraction, Gary.
No, there was
That's
no
expected.
refraction. It was
The angular size of the sun.
No, he
The
had
angular
a solar
size of the
filter
sun,
on
which
it,
is the
Blue.
width of the
Blue,
sun,
he had a solar
did
filter
not
on it.
change, Gary.
He
It
had a
did not
solar
change.
filter
You
on
are
it,
the
Blue.
liar, sir.
It was
You're the one
not.
that's doing the
It was
lying, Gary.
not refracted.
And your
Hey,
assertion,
Gary,
your
if you're going to
assertion
talk
that
over him all the time, I'm
into
going to
the
mute you.
angle, into the atmosphere.
your assertion that the horizon always rises to eye level is flat ass wrong. You've seen
Oh, no, it
dozens
doesn't.
and
I didn't
dozens
say
of
to eye
examples.
level.
You've
I didn't say
seen
to eye
dozens
level.
and
You just
dozens of
changed it
examples
again, Blue.
where people have taken. No, that's exactly
Blue,
what you said.
I
You said
didn't
the
say it
horizon
rises to eye
always
level.
rises to eye level, Gary. You said
I did
that.
not. Did I?
Okay.
Hey, did I say that to any of you guys? Did I say that?
well, how about this? Can
Yes.
rather?
Well, no. Answer the question because Blue is accusing me of something. What did I say?
No, I'm
Did
accusing
I
you of
say
being
the
a
sun
liar. Is what
Did
I'm
I say the
accusing you of,
horizon
Gary.
rises to eye
Well,
level,
no.
or did I say it rises
Well,
towards
the
eye level? And it's
accusation was
right
that you're
under
a
it.
liar. That was what I was.
No,
accusing
Blue,
you
you
of.
just lied again because you just said something I didn't say.
Well, here's
I never
the
said it
thing.
rises to eye level. I
Yes,
said it's
you
always
did.
right under it. Blue, I didn't.
Okay. All right.
Play
You
it
said
out.
it's always
Play it
right under. Okay, I stand corrected, Gary. You said it's always
Thank
right
you, Blue.
under.
You finally
How
got
many-
it right. Thank you.
Will you shut up for a second now?
Can't believe it.
Will you kindly tell me how many pictures you've seen of the
Hallelujah.
water level up at elevation where there is a huge gap between eye level and horizon? Can you explain why at 35,000 feet in an airplane, you can take one of those apps and measure a 3.8 degree drop to the horizon if it always rises to right under eye level?
It is always right under eye level. Even that's right under eye level.
3 degrees is
What's your
quite a
definition
difference.
of right under?
No, it's always right there.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
To what degree? And I mean a measurement.
Okay, you can take a hike. You know what? I don't even want to talk to someone named Christ Puncher.
No.
I'm not Christ Puncher.
It just popped up on my screen, said Christ Puncher.
That's
I'm
fine.
surprised you're not named the devil. So it's like I don't talk to somebody who calls himself Christ Puncher anymore.
Gary, you claimed. Gary, you claimed. Gary,
Gary, I don't talk to people like
Gary,
that.
I'm trying to talk. Thanks. Be polite, dude. If you be polite, I'll be polite. If you're rude, I'm going to be rude. Okay.
You know what?
You claimed before. You claimed before that you thought that the sun was even closer than 3,000 miles. Your feeling was that it's closer than that. Do you realise that makes your situation even worse?
Oh no, it doesn't at all.
That the sun would never get towards the horizon if it's even closer than 3,000 miles. How would the sun approach the horizon if it's that close?
Well, and that's what
Let's put it this way: how close do you think the moon is?
About 384,000 kilometers on average.
Okay, we're just going to let you have that figure. It's about 240,000 miles, right?
Yeah.
That's what they say. I don't believe that either. But anyhow, we'll just go with it. We'll go with it. Now, let's say the sun, which looks similar size, let's say it was similar size. I know you don't agree with that. Let's say it was, and that it was about the same distance as the moon. Would it set at the same portion of the horizon like the moon does?
The reason why the moon sets, though, is because the Earth rotates, Gary, on your flat Earth.
That's what you say.
Gary, if you're going to postulate that that's the reason why the moon sets as well, you've got the same problem with the moon as you've got with the sun.
I don't have any problem with the moon. You guys actually are stupid enough to think the moon is actually moving from the west to the east, and you don't. And then you think it. You don't even realize it goes just like the sun in the same patterns. That's why we have the same analemma for the sun and the moon.
Does the moon rise later each day?
It moves each day across the horizon.
Does it rise later each day?
It rises, some days later. Yes, yeah.
Before we get off on a different tangent
because the sun makes the loop every 24 hours. The moon is about 25 hours.
Well,
excuse me, Paul.
Later every day. Yeah, that's how we get our cycles.
Well,
excuse me, Paul.
Yeah.
I've just dropped a picture in Fair Suck for you that Gary might want to try and explain that he was talking about with Blue just before.
Well, and so before we kind of go off in different tangents here, that's what I was going to ask you before. So you said that you think the sun is closer. So what do you think it is roughly?
I have no idea, but it's not 3,000 miles.
Well, here let's just.
I told you guys about 5 minutes ago. I had 5 minutes left. I got to get to bed. I got to get up early in the morning.
Well, let's say it's half that. Let's say it's 2,500 kilometers away.
I got to go. Listen, it's after 10. I said 5 minutes, like 8 minutes ago.
It's been real, Gary.
Yeah.
By the way,
I don't know if it's been real.
Even half of that height, the lowest it will still ever be for me is about 17 degrees. It still goes lower here, even in the middle of December at noon. So it would be even lower than that.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, Gary. Have a look at that. I mean, we can quite clearly still resolve the sails and the masts and the cross beams and stuff like that. But just where is the rest of the bottom of that boat?
Ooh,
I actually meant the next picture down.
Yeah. Well, I'll get to that one, but I think this one's a great one too. This is great.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
I hope they called the Coast Guard.
Yeah.
I know he's gone, but there was a great question in the audience from Emigs. Where's Venus, since it clearly passes in front of the sun?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. So it's cool. And like you said, if he thinks the sun is lower than 5,000 kilometers, well, I just cut the distance in half there. And the lowest it could still ever be for me, given their numbers, is still higher than it gets here in the winter solstice.
Yeah.
So it's still like it's like being like that's what I'm saying. Screw the ships, screw that argument, because they can make stupid claims all day. Let's talk about things in the sky that there's literally no answer for.
Yeah. Well, I would have brought it back to math, but I didn't want to completely derail from what you guys were always talking about.
The other thing that you'd have to argue then too is if we receive our energy from the sun, there's this thing called the inverse square law, right? That the amount of radiation per square meter diminishes with the square of the distance away from the radiating source.
Mm-hmm.
So what that would mean is that there should be a significant temperature difference as the sun approaches and recedes.
Well, that's just it.
Not like what we get. It should be absolutely massive.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also
then on top of that, Paul, where's the sun setting for us at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
south of west.
very, very south of west.
Yeah.
Well, and not only that, but one thing I wanted to bring up before he left, because earlier you guys were talking about Twilight, and I was laughing at this before I was in the group call here, but I was laughing because it's like, Gary, Twilight is literally when the sun sets below the horizon.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's why I brought it up.
And not only that, but one thing I was going to ask him too is I wonder if he was aware that if your latitude is further north of 48 point, I forget the exact amount, but 48.7 degrees, or further south of 48.7 degrees, in the middle of your summer solstice, you will never get full nighttime. Like for me, I live at about 50 degrees north, and so for me, in January or June 21st, we don't get nighttime here. The most we get is astronomical twilight because it never goes far enough below the horizon. And I bet he would have had an answer for that.
Oh. He would have had something with the dome and goofiness.
Yeah, some crap. Yeah. And it's true because like even here, back in June there, whenever I come over for the night guys, because I drive, so I'm always outside at night. There's always a little bit of blue in the sky, and I'm only at 50 degrees. So for someone else that's let's say 60 or 70, it's going to be a lot more noticeable.
Yeah. But I mean, he obviously didn't want to talk to you. He doesn't want to talk to somebody that lives that far north.
Yeah. Yeah, I scared him good.
Yeah.
Plus, I think that my smooch noises made him very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that. I also think he might have been hearing voices in his head because when one person was trying to talk to him, he said there was 3 or 5 people talking to him. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say that's actually the first time I've ever talked to Gary. Like I usually just see him in the side chats, copy pasting the same bullcrap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a good point. That's Little Wolf because he lives in Anchorage, right? And Anchorage is I think around 60 degrees north. So he's like 10 at the very least 10 degrees north of me. And he was just saying in Alaska they get 20 hours of light on the longest day in Anchorage. And yeah, for us here in the longest day we get. Well, sun rises around, I think, 5 or something. It sets around 10:30. So we don't get quite that much. But yeah, so like exactly. It's just like this is why I love when they make such unsubstantiated claims where they don't use any math, they use any measurements or numbers. They just say, well, yeah, when the sun gets far away, it gets smaller. So of course it sounds, of course it looks dim and all that. It's like, well, yeah, and that's fine, but you have to have numbers to back it up. Like, if I'm giving you angles here, you have to explain the angles that I'm seeing. Why do I measure this angle when it's literally impossible on any flat Earth map ever?
Yeah. You want a break from the dirt?
Yeah.
And have something a bit different. Let me just arrange.
That was pretty good dirt.
Yes.
That's the way Gary always is.
I nicknamed Gary White Gary long ago Gary White Bother because that was a perfect display.
Yeah,
right there.
That's all he does. You can't have a conversation with him.
Yeah, sorry. I like when he was like going on the long rant about eye level or whatever, and it's like, what is the point of all of this?
Yeah.
It had
Like I told
nothing.
all we managed to accomplish is what I told him to begin with. Congratulations, Gary. You figured out that you can't see a grain of sand from 100 yards.
Yeah.
Well, and that's
Congratulations.
and that's just it. Like I was telling him, I was like Gary, like everything you're saying with the ships here are things that none of us are arguing.
Yeah.
Like, and then,
we actually agree with you, Gary, but you seem to be arguing a point that we don't disagree.
Yeah, and then when I first got on, I was talking to him about how the only part of the ship you can't see in his video was the part that was submerged underwater. And he's like, wait a second, what? Are you saying that it rises lower? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that whole tangent. Oh my god, that was such a waste of time.
Yeah,
absolutely, that dumb.
Well, speaking of dumb, this bit that I've got next is in honor of Kent Hovind.
Oh God.
Can you see that? Is that going out to the tubes or not?
Kent Hovind, the guy that doesn't even understand how plate tectonics work.
Because I'm not sure.
Yet.
I'm not sure how to do this properly. So
you may not be able to share to the outside.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's showing up out there.
Because you have to go through Terry's.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Let me think of another way. How can I do that? I'm not sure.
Oh, hang on. No, there it is.
It's just it's very slow, is it?
Yeah,
it's very slow, Paul.
Yeah.
Just good delay. All right.
Cool.
No, I got it.
All right. So, what if Darwin was wrong? So, if Darwin was wrong.
Oh my God. I love it.
That'd make a nice pet.
I don't know if I should throw it a fish or put a saddle on it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both.
Oh, that'd be terrifying.
Go fetch. That'd be a good rabbiting dog.
Great guard dog.
Yeah.
Those are horse legs.
Yeah.
Now that's a dog meant for the water.
Yeah.
That's a Doberman biter.
It's a butterface.
That's a monkey foot.
Yeah.
Monkey foot.
Yeah. What about this?
The first useful use of a pug.
It's a sea pug.
Is that quantum eraser?
Hang that picture on my wall.
Those are good. Oh yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to make that thing mad.
I wonder if they have any helifinos. Oh.
Well, that resembles a bee, and they're not meant to be able to fly aerodynamically either.
Also, don't get a flock of them angry if they're going to swarm and shit on. If they're going to swarm and shit on your car, that's not going to be good.
You don't want that rhyming into you.
Duck.
Such a graceful duck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dog that can answer your back.
Ball.
It's a cock-a-dog.
Oh dear. A crocodile, a snippo.
Snippo.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want one of those. I like that. Ooh. That actually makes sense.
That works.
Yeah.
Chicken, anyone?
Oh, imagine the drumsticks on that bad boy.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh, there's just something all wrong with that.
Mm.
Oh jeez.
It's a little like chemo.
Yeah.
Is that one, Nathan?
Yeah.
The slowest of ducks.
Oh no. Oh.
That'd make a mess of your door of your car when it comes in from the side, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
I was gonna say. Oh no.
Yep.
So if you eat it, is it vegan?
Yeah. Does it belong on pizza?
It's vegan friendly.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh no.
Huh?
See, now that kind of works in a weird way. And I've seen fish like that.
Yeah, right.
Oh jeez. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh God.
I'd have one of them. That's cute.
Oh no.
It's coming to get you.
Oh.
That one's completely inbred, Paul.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Thick slice or thick slice.
Oh, wow. Okay. And so what is this exactly?
It's a pug.
No, but what are you looking at? Like where these images come from? Like
It's
you can't
just
see. Are you on a phone, Punchy?
No, I can see them. I'm saying where did you get them? Like
they're just off the internet. They're just random pictures off the internet. The theme is what if Darwin was wrong?
Okay.
Yeah. And you could get different kinds having babies.
Different kind. Oh, I love that word, kinds. Jeez.
Oh, that's fun.
And not only is it going to push stuff off the bench, it's going to wake you up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, that would actually be interesting to see how an alligator or a crocodile could mate with a turtle.
That's a real snapping tortoise.
Oh,
Yeah,
that must be
there
the
you
end of it. There, that's the end of it. There you go. I hope you enjoyed those. So, what time did this stream start, by the way?
Well, it's been going for about 4 hours, or about 4 hours, according to YouTube.
I was going to say around
it was
5.
just after midday for us, Paul.
Okay. Well, do we want to keep it going for when Terry gets back, or? Because if you want, I do have some questions. If you want to do a quiz.
Ooh, I'll answer some questions.
What kind of quiz?
Do you want the easy one, or do you want the sciencey, harder like type one?
I'll do the sciencey one and make a complete ass of myself.
I was going to say, the science or the pop culture one, they're both hard.
Yeah, because I don't know pop culture either. I mean, like, I just found who Britney Spears was yesterday.
Oh, God.
And I grew up in the 90s, so.
All right, we'll do that one then. Okay. Where are we? Let me get the internal chat up. Where's it gone? Internal chat up there. I've got the peanuts up beside that, so I can see who's answering what. There we go. Share a screen. And here we go. All right.
I'm nervous.
Don't be. All right, let's just wait for. Well, I suppose you can. Terry's back, is he?
Hello.
Are you there, Terry? Or do I have to let him in? No.
No, you don't have to let me in. I didn't even leave.
Yeah, I know. Ah.
It's okay, Terry. Gary's gone. You can talk now.
Yeah, what someone else picked up the missus. That's a bit sad.
No. I think I was.
Or is that what you're hoping for?
No, I'm back.
So do you want to keep doing the quiz, Terry, or have you got something else?
What do you mean keep doing it? You hadn't.
We've only just started it.
Oh, well, that means
so you're just in time.
Yeah, okay. and sorry if I nearly got a bit angry. It was on the verge of getting a little bit peeved.
Well, Gary's a complete moron who makes everyone angry, so I don't think anyone.
No, I wasn't getting anger. Wasn't my feeling. It was more frustration.
Yeah, he wasn't letting anybody talk.
Yeah, look, I could handle the derp and the wrong things he says and stuff like that, as long as he gives other people a chance to respond and talk. It's
Paul,
all good.
But Paul.
But you guys look at it like, and I just so you can just tell they just parrot things they hear when he said your eye level becomes compressed. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's just a direction you're looking in. God.
Yeah.
Well, Jose's got to sleep.
Question one's up there. All right, you've had a chance to read it now.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. The peanuts will get it shortly. I'm just trying to judge how far behind the lag is. It's quite a time.
Are we answering in the internal chat, or are we just?
Yes.
Yeah.
Internal.
Internal.
Yes. If you're in the Zoom meeting, you answer in the internal chat. If you're a peanut, you answer in the external chat.
And what if you're the third choice?
Wow, I'm getting
quite a
long lag here. So
yeah, it's a proper lag.
Yeah. So it should start out in the peanut gallery soon. So
yeah,
the first question. Yep. first question is, John Paul Getty, one of the world's richest men, had what unexpected object in his house?
Internal chat, or we just...
Yes.
Yeah.
Internal.
Yeah, internal.
Yes,
Oh, sorry, that was me.
Mummy. No. Got it. No, it's not a mummy. It's not a dildo. It's not a solid gold toilet.
I've heard this before.
There, that's what I was going to guess. You took my answer, Punchy.
Top Robin.
Not a toilet seat. He did have a toilet seat, but that's not what the unusual item was. Here's your hint.
That'd be obviously a... I can't type quick enough.
Yeah. Mute Donkey got it quicker than Terry.
Oh, only because he can type quicker.
Only because he shortened telephone to phone.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, the correct answer is a payphone. Right, the correct answer was a payphone.
Wait a second.
He had a payphone in his house.
They have payphones now? I don't have to look around my heavy cell phone anymore? Thank God.
So you just carry them one around with you.
Yeah. Okay, question 2. In 1971, French riot police were called to the Riviera to deal with what?
71.
Yeah, so what unusual thing for the times did the police get called to the Riviera to deal with in 1971?
Oh shit, I spelt it wrong. Someone's going to get it out before me now.
No, it wasn't a drunken sailor. It wasn't Godzilla.
You sure?
Let's see if the Peanuts can get something here. Oh, the Elmigs. The Elmigs is pretty damn close.
Well, that means I was too.
What did Terry write? Yeah, that's pretty damn close as well, Terry. Right. Specifically, it was for hundreds of topless women.
Wait, where was this? Okay, I gotta go
but this was back in 71.
In 71, yeah, so it's controversial.
Oh, they're probably, I'm sure
they're not still there. They're not still there.
No. Oh, well, if they are, they're
pretty old. Yeah, they'd be in their 90s now.
Yeah. As I said, I'm sure their granddaughters are still going there and keeping the tradition alive, you know. I should go check out for research purposes.
If they're still there, they'd be excellent proofs of gravity.
Yeah, they would be.
All right, question 3. By law in Louisiana, who cannot be charged more than 25 cents for a haircut?
Yeah, that's obvious.
No, not a priest.
Yeah, Big Blue. I had to say I beat Big Blue.
You did too, Terry. And you got it right.
Blue.
Yeah.
No.
What? Hey, I can do it. I can make a screenshot where I win. On my screen,
I can show you a screen where I win. Yeah. So, look. You want to arm wrestle for it?
It'll have to be a tie.
All right, so we all take screenshots and then we'll average out and figure out who came first in the most screenshots.
Who's got the biggest screen?
No, it's bald men. Bald men can't be charged more than 25 cents for a haircut.
We aren't really cutting anything, so yeah.
Well, I guess they could have like a mustache trim or a,
eyebrows.
They could still be shaving their head.
Or their eyebrows or their whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Anyway.
What theologian claimed he could drive away the devil with a fart?
Hey, no, let's say the F word.
It wasn't. No, Christ Puncher, it wasn't Jesus Jr.
I'm trying to think of a theologian that would say that.
Not Kent Hovind.
Wally, you missed out. We played your video earlier. I can't even hazard a guess. Sorry.
There you go. There's your hint, which will give you the answer. He said, "I am of a different mind 10 times in the course of a day, but I resist the devil, and often it is with a fart that I chase him away. When he tempts me with silly sins, I say, 'Devil, yesterday I broke wind too. Have you written it down on your list?'" Yeah. So the answer was Martin Luther.
And the Elmig's got it, I think, because he put it up before it even showed on the YouTube thing.
Oh, he did it without the clue. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wouldn't have guessed that in a million bajillion years. So
I've heard it, but I forgot it.
Okay, this is an easy one here. Okay. According to Einstein, what was the most difficult thing to understand?
I'm not near the keyboard and I can't get to the keyboard quick enough.
No.
Terry, what are you doing?
Mute donkey is not right.
Oh, lucky I hadn't typed that.
It's not women.
Thanks for that. So I can change my answer now.
Children.
Not children either. It's something that most people with a job have to do every year.
Oh, okay.
That's the one.
What that one?
Not quantum mechanics, Carl.
Oh, Punchy did what
quantum mechanics is
read.
easy. Yeah.
Wiring up your stereo blue, you reckon?
Yeah. Albert Einstein said, "This is too difficult for a mathematician. It takes a philosopher. The hardest thing in the world to understand is the income tax."
Oh, I mean, I wasn't cheating.
Yeah. So the answer was income taxes.
Program the clock on the microwave.
Yeah.
Or IKEA
Question
furniture.
6.
I keep putting IKEA furniture together.
Yeah. This is a bit of a naughty one. What does a caprophiliac do?
Oh, well, then you give us the clue straight away.
I think the hardest bit will be finding a polite way to say this.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no swearing or whatever here, guys.
No.
I don't know the words for it.
I don't know. I've never heard that word before. He just said naughty, so I'm just guessing sex stuff.
Oh dear.
Caprifil.
Yeah.
Capra.
What does the zodiac sign Capricorn stand? What's the animal that represents that?
Capricorn.
There's your hint.
Something to do with mowing your lawn?
No.
Weeds? I don't know. I can't put my finger on it.
Go.
Yeah.
Blue packing. Blue.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Carl has probably put it the most politely. Goat lover. Yeah, the correct answer is having sex with goats. All right, question 7. What was the first fruit to be eaten on the moon?
First fruit.
Yeah.
And you'd have to survive. Well, some people are probably going to go with the obvious, but
not prunes either.
It couldn't have
Put
been
your
one.
finger
It couldn't
on
have
it.
been. It couldn't have been a.
Yeah.
Oh, Punchy said the same thing as what I did. That's what I. Yeah.
No, it wasn't a banana.
Because you got to get rid of the waste too, so to eat the whole thing, and you'd have waste to get rid
Not
of.
necessarily.
Okay.
No, it wasn't a banana.
So it wasn't raisins or sultanas or prunes or
Oh, it
anything
was,
like that.
okay.
It's funny because after Mute Donkey said date, peach was the first thing I thought of because of what it resembles. But I didn't put it.
Yeah, it was a peach. The correct
Wow.
answer is that it was a peach.
What'd they do with the
Dark
seed?
Steve got it.
What did they do with the seed when they finished with it?
Well,
Put it in the
guess
trash.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of garbage bins in the moon. So
Yeah, I was just going to say, if they put it in the
in the
garbage.
space lander.
Yeah.
Not on the
Yeah.
moon.
Okay.
How old was the youngest pope ever?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. The youngest pope. How old was he?
Paul reads the questions, Punchy.
No, that's okay. I don't mind.
Oh, okay.
I don't care if somebody else reads the questions. That's fine.
I've watched a video on this.
Wow. Can we get a closest number? Like, I'm going to guess.
Why aren't any of these multiple choice?
I'm going to guess a big number.
A big number.
90.
Oh, Jerry.
I'm pretty sure in the first.
I'm pretty sure there are a lot of popes that were younger than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, given that for the longest time.
Okay.
I'm sure popes didn't even live to 90 for the longest time.
Okay.
Ah, I was close.
Wow.
Yeah. The youngest pope in history was Pope Benedict the ninth. He was 11 years old at the time of election. Yeah.
I said 14. Are we doing Price is Right rules, or do I forget?
Price is Right.
That's actually debatable. That one.
Yeah.
It's somewhere between 10 and 20 was his unknown age.
Yeah. Okay, question 9. Why are masks worn during Halloween? So why do people wear masks during Halloween?
COVID?
No.
Okay.
It's ugly people. No, that's not the answer. It actually does have there is actually a reason for it, according to the the mythology of the celebration.
No, us Aussies don't catch on to that one. Donkey's going with something more logical.
Pretty close.
Okay.
Carl Edwards has it, and Mute Donkey is pretty close. All right.
Wow.
The actual answer is to prevent the living from being recognised by the dead.
Wow.
So well done, Carl and Mute.
I'm learning so much. I'm going to forget it all in the morning.
Yeah. Question 10. What do the words Auld Lang Syne actually mean?
Yeah, I have my old brain's not remembering this one. I did know this. Oh shit. Punchy said bring your own beer. Don't pee in the pool. We're getting warmer. No pun intended.
I know speak Korean.
There's no P in my ool, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not Old Year's Eve? Bring out your dead. Alright, you need a hint.
Okay.
Yeah. So Old Lang Syne literally means for old time's sake.
Ah.
Now I know. And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
I think so.
Remembering is the other half, right?
Yes. I won't win that battle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Now the other half is equal distribution of green and blue light lasers.
Yeah. So this quiz was sort of like prepared around the time of New Year's Eve, so it's got some New Year's things in it. Revelers in Spain usually eat something right after the clock hits midnight on New Year's Eve. What is it? So if you're in Spain and you're celebrating New Year's Eve, what do you eat straight after midnight?
Food.
Tamales. No.
Peaches?
Not a tomato. No.
That was the question. The answer to the other question.
Yeah.
Your girlfriend.
Not you. Oh right. Yeah.
Oh yes, Peter.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was trying to put it a bit politer.
This is PG rated, you know.
Yeah. It's all right. No one saw it.
Okay.
Not a hearing. Oh yes, Dark Steve has it.
Oh,
It is grapes. Yeah, grapes. Question 12. Where is New Year's Eve known as Hogmanay?
Hogmanay.
Yeah.
Hogmanay. I wonder if that's in this area.
Somewhere on Earth. Terry pulls one out of the bag.
Hey, I learnt something. Or I remembered something. I remembered something. Hey Blue, me brain's still working.
It's close to Ireland, Carl, but not Ireland, unfortunately. The Elmix has it. It's Scotland.
Scotland. Oi.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's not a Knockmore pork.
That's not a sporran. Which people called its New Year celebration Kalends?
Sounds European.
Oh, sorry, I can't go for 2 for 2 here.
Come on, Terry, you can do it. You can do it.
Oh.
Mute donkey, that's not right. Not the Dutch, not the French. Oh. Are you going to put an answer? Because I've seen a correct answer.
You've seen a correct answer.
Not Holland. No, Terry. It's not. Carl Edwards got it right. Kalends, Latin. Was the first day of every month in the Roman calendar. So it makes sense. It was called Kalends by the Romans.
Those crafty Romans.
Yeah. I mean, what have the Romans ever done?
They'll do for us.
The aqueduct.
Okay, then. Next thing you're going to say
I'm not
education.
sure if they didn't do anything.
What singer died on January the 1st, 1985 in a plane crash?
Oh, what's his name? Shit, I can't get.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, Terry.
Yeah, I know who it is. I know. I can't think of his name.
Do you?
I know what he looks like.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah. That's giving me the clue.
One person that sang things that were popular.
Yeah. That's it, Peter. You give me clues.
Yeah.
You said give me clues.
No, it wasn't Richie Valens.
Odd.
Richie Valens died in a
No,
plane crash,
not
but
Punchy. No Punchy.
But that.
Yeah,
but
that's
that
him.
Wasn't
That's him.
on January the 1st.
Yeah, that's him.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
Now I
I'm
got
just
it.
copying answers that I see in the side chat.
No, I didn't read the side chat. I don't cheat.
Wasn't Bob Denver.
Oh.
Ricky who though?
Oh, Ricky him.
Ricky him, yeah. Who is it?
Martin.
Ricky
Ricky
him.
Martin.
Ricky him.
I really hope it was Ricky Martin.
Ricky Dicky?
That's
that,
his last.
that would make some things very interesting.
Was that his last name?
Yeah.
Glasses.
Dark Steve got it. Ricky Nelson.
Oh, okay, I got it
Never
wrong.
even heard of him before.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now you have.
What did he sing?
Yeah, what did he say?
I'm serious.
I don't know. I've got no idea. I've never heard of him.
I'm asking the quizmaster.
Oh, I don't know.
You pull facts about people you don't know anything about?
Yep.
That's not
well,
fair.
I know one thing. I know he died on January the 1st in a plane crash.
Well, we all know that now. Very true.
Yeah. Right, on January the 1st, 1945, someone announced he was not a living god. Who was it?
45.
Big hint in the question in this.
Yeah, I was thinking of What's that guy with the funny mustache? Him. Yeah, him.
Not the Dalai Lama, Carl. Not Hitler.
He also has a funny mustache. Maybe that's who you were thinking of.
Yeah, he
Not
does.
Charlie Chaplin.
He has a funny mustache too. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not him. Sorry, wrong person.
I have literally no idea who that is.
It's not. It's not.
I know who it is. I don't know his name.
Oh, you know who it is, but you don't know his name.
Yeah.
I was close. I said Kim Jong Il.
Well, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
If you
I was going to
know
say
who
Kim
it is,
Jong.
mute, who was he then?
Yeah.
Without saying his name, then, like, what did he do? What was he famous for? Or
Jackie Chan.
Jackie Chan.
yeah, Dark Steve's right, but which one, Dark Steve?
The second last one.
Can't spell it. Yeah, it's probably hard to spell it.
Yeah, we'll have a go.
Actually, I might know his name.
spelling it.
It's
Come on.
I know who it is.
Famous. Because he was the one that had to concede at the end of the war.
JFK.
no Terry.
Not who flung down. That would be Chinese, not Japanese.
Oh, okay.
No, I think that's who came after him.
Okay, I've tortured you enough then. It was Emperor Hirohito.
Yeah.
Ah, man, we used to be besties. How did I forget that?
Yeah.
Yeah, if only I'd have thought of Emperor and of Japan, that would have helped.
It was an H name. I couldn't remember which one it was.
In one country, people wear red underwear to bring themselves good luck all year. Name that country. So this is on New Year's Eve they do this. So on New Year's Eve they wear red underwear to bring themselves good luck all year.
That sounds Japanese. Yeah, Japan is with luck and New Year's.
If that was your first guess, Punchy, you should have typed it before you.
That's not a clue, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't care if it's not a clue.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it Blistonia where all your fantasies come true?
I wasn't complaining. I was just saying.
Yeah, I don't care about the clue. I mean,
it's not Norway, it's not Japan, it's not Sweden, it's not Serbia.
Just
leave not Germany.
Just leave the picture up.
Is it Australia and no one told me?
Is it a country where they're the same skin color as that person?
It's not Mexico.
Just leave the clue up for a bit longer. We'll get to it in a minute.
Yeah.
And I'm
want to guess this one.
Just give me a minute. I'm working it out by hand.
Yep.
Peanuts. Steve's on the trail.
Peanuts, tell Paul to leave the clue up for a minute.
I think Dark Steve knows, but he doesn't want to give the answer because that means we'd have to go on to the next question.
Dave said, "What was the question?" He wants you to repeat the question again.
I'd just like to point out Little Wolf's answer at the moment, and I concur.
Okay, enough.
I like Carl's.
I'm clicking, but nothing.
Well, it's broken. It's freeze the frame.
Yeah.
No.
The correct answer was Italy. Oh, damn. There you go.
I didn't go south enough.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute.
I
can pause it out there if that helps.
Oh, dear.
It doesn't matter if you want to continue on.
What was the name of the Soviet spacecraft in which Yuri Gagarin became the first man to orbit the Earth? What was the actual name of it?
I should know this one.
Russian Saturn V. No. Christ Puncher. But if you start with the V at the end, you're on the right track.
Yeah. It wasn't, I thought it was that one. Or was that something different?
Jones.
No, that was the first satellite.
Oh, okay.
Tina Jones is the one who has it. Vostok 1. Yeah, Vostok. Well, it was obviously Vostok 1 if it was the first one.
Well, they got Vostoks before that did launch men and people into space.
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose it could have been Vostok 2 that actually reached orbit, couldn't it?
Yeah, because Apollo 1 didn't go very far. Neither did Apollo 2.
No. Yeah.
Well, parts
they
of
had to go all the way up to
8. Can we go back to 16? Oh, thank you, Terry.
Yeah.
I can't help it. There's something wrong with the live stream. Is that I can't get the image up back there. There's something wrong. Sorry, Paul.
Question 18. What is the name of the apparatus used to measure an unknown electrical resistance by balancing two legs of a circuit? Named after the English scientist who invented it. Bit hard, this one. Alan would have got this one.
Yeah, Alan would have got it straight away. Whoa, what's happening?
Let's try and be a donkey, but it's not the right answer.
No idea.
I mean, I can see the logic in your answer, but no, it's not the ohm meter. Om muddy,
I'm sure we've had this apparatus in some form.
Yeah.
That's hilarious how on the stream it's still showing question 16.
the live stream paused. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm just watching the live stream right now. Aww.
Yeah, that's the clue, and we've already got a correct answer. from Dave N. And it is the Wheatstone Bridge. Mr. Wheatstone.
Wow.
Invented it.
The others, I'll
Question
go with Italy
19.
and red underwear. Me too.
Elmig said that want to
In which-
answer the question to number 16. I'll go with Italy
We'll go
and
back
red
to it
underwear.
in a moment then. Yeah.
A bit slow.
In which part of the body are the ossicles found?
What?
No, they're not found in the red underwear.
That's only because she's taken them off.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever heard them called ossicles before.
Ossicles.
It's not in her frozen
yeah,
heart, is it?
I'd go with that one too. Yeah, I'd go with.
Paul, just confirming, it's not in her frozen heart, is it? No.
Yeah, I know this one, and I can't die.
Dave N, next to the teasicles. No. Elmig's still in the Italy question.
Elmig's, catch up.
Yeah, reach down and hit that pause button and let it play.
Yeah.
Could I give the answer when you're ready to expose? I can't type it.
So there are 3 ossicles. They are the malleus, the incus, and the stapes.
The bones of the.
Oh, you can't type, How are you still on the road?
They're part of the ears.
Where blood vessels go.
Yeah. Question 20. What is a manometer used to measure? A manometer, eh?
Well, if it's
a manometer.
Well, because a sphygmomanometer is a blood pressure cuff, right?
Yeah,
it is.
I hope you've got hands-free telephone, Howie, talking to us.
I'm sorry?
I said, I hope you've got a hands-free telephone talking to us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm Bluetoothing. I had so many answers for this question, but I wasn't going to answer it right now.
Yeah, we've got some good answers in the internal chat.
Oh, that's definitely not where I was going.
Who's splashing around?
I don't know, was it Donkey or was it Howie?
It's not me.
Someone's got a hot mic.
Howie, where are you driving?
Probably me.
You're driving
I'm
to
on
a
the
puddle.
rapid.
Well, yeah, we're all excited.
I'm on the road.
We're all excited at the Italy question.
Yeah. And the correct answer is that it measures gas pressure.
Quite often, plumbers will use them to make sure there's no leak in their gas lines.
There you go.
So.
I could have done that. Oh, that's too easy. I could have done that. Yeah, Blue Marble had one. Is that the same thing that the Blue had?
Exactly the same, yeah. Yep.
Oh.
Is that it for that quiz?
There's your quiz.
Oh, thank you, Paul. Thanks for filling in at the last moment.
That's all right.
Red underwear.
You didn't miss anything, Terry.
Yeah. So how did Gary leave? Politely, or did he?
Upset. He had to
He
go
left.
To bed.
Yeah,
he had
was
to go to
very-
bed, so he left.
He was very upset.
I was hoping
hurt
you
his
were being
feelings.
behaving, and you weren't letting him. You weren't over talking him or anything.
Paul controlled us. It's all good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
They complain
It's
about being
all
over. They complain about being over talked, and you let them talk, and then they can't complain.
Yeah, but he couldn't shut up, so nobody else could talk.
I will say that I think he may have got his feelings hurt over the whole Antarctic Treaty thing, though.
Yeah, I think he,
I
he
missed
did.
that part.
Yeah, he did mute after that.
All of a sudden, he just goes.
After you brought it up.
Well, what happened with the Antarctic Treaty?
Well, I kept on reiterating to him, it's my show, we'll do it how I prefer it to be done. Peter stated something, Gary wanted Peter to say it, and I said, Gary, hang on, everybody can see this, not just you hear what Peter's got to say. So I waited till we could get the link and put it all up. Gary's blah 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 blah. So we got it up, we put the link up, we put it on screen, we highlighted and Peter read out the thing live here, and then Gary went silent. He complained about the word, which word, and he complained about the word contracting.
Contract.
Yeah, he wanted to complain about that. Yeah.
Anyone with the contract to fly over Antarctica can fly all over it.
Yeah.
And they can designate the observer for the flight and everything like that. And I simply said that you say that there's restricted zones over Antarctica that you can't visit, then how come you can fly all over Antarctica without any restrictions?
Sorry to interrupt. Just a real quick question because it's an important one from the chat. Now, that quiz will be on your G drive, right?
Oh, yeah, I will put it on the G drive. So, yeah, I forgot about that. I normally do that, but I will do that, yeah.
With red underwear and all.
Oh, right.
I seem to have a problem with the live stream.
I get it.
I got a problem with the live stream again, Peanut Gallery. Sorry about that. I'll fix it as quick as I can.
But yeah, back to the Antarctic and
okay.
cold and
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, he was just wrong, and then once he was shown to be wrong, it was a whole heap of silence. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I seem to have a problem with the stream. I can't figure out what's going on.
I got the same problem.
It wasn't really that though, Peter. So he wanted you to read something out.
Yeah.
And Terry said, "Hang on, we'll just put it in the live chat and we can all read it." But that wasn't good enough for him.
But he wouldn't answer my question. He wouldn't answer my question first that I asked first. Then he wanted me to answer, or wanted me to read out from the statement that I'd made. And then when we showed him where all of the bases speckled all over Antarctica are, not just on the Ross Glacier like he was trying to proclaim, he just got a whole heap of, a big dose of the quiets. Didn't want to say nothing then.
Mm-hmm. I didn't like how he was accusing me because he couldn't tell the difference between voices of who was saying what.
Terry, our voices do not sound the same. It's all right.
It's like comparing Howies and No Names. Like I can tell the difference between the two. And Punchies and Donkeys and Blue. I can tell the difference between all their voices.
Our voices are not similar at all, though.
No.
Yeah, I'm New South Welshman. I speak Australian.
I didn't know I sounded Canadian.
Do you?
I know, and I didn't know that I sounded where Mute Donkey is from. I'm assuming America.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I think you were gone for that, Terry, but he thought that Mute Donkey was me.
Wow.
Oh, also, I made him really uncomfortable when I made smoocher noises.
Don't expect Gary to be on here all the time.
I know, and I'm just glad I finally able to talk to him because.
But he was the.
All seen him copy
he was. I'm putting air quotes in here. He was the guest, he reckons.
Oh, yeah. Well, the guest, but he also wanted to run the show, so I guess that meant he was also the host.
Host? Oh, okay. I should have handed over the host controls to him. I should have said that to him. I should have said, Gary, do you want to have the host controls for the Zoom? See what he said.
I will point out that he didn't hang around too much longer after the protection of Terry left.
Yeah.
Do you mean I was protecting him?
Apparently.
Maybe.
I mean, he felt that everybody was ganging up on him, so.
Oh, it was 5 on.
I hope Blue didn't get upset when I was saying I can tell everyone to shut up, even Blue.
The funny thing is when he said that it was 5 onto 1, and I'm thinking, Jesus, I've been muted for the last 15 minutes. What do you want about, mate?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I'm not even drunk yet, so I've been pretty quiet for the most part.
I had trouble asking like one question and getting halfway through a question without being interrupted by him.
That's what I said to everyone. Take a number, stand in line.
Be like, the sun. Okay, whatever.
Well, I'd hate to tell you guys, but I'm going to finish up here and head over to Discord for coffee, beer, peanuts, pretzels, whatever.
We'll have to have
That's good to me.
Okay.
Just a quick question, Terry. This is for the peanuts as well. Are you planning to do another stream on Wednesday or not?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I don't know yet.
So in other words, for the peanuts, just stay tuned. There might or might not be.
Yeah, and for me, I have Italy on the mind for some reason right now, so
yeah,
I'm going to book a flight there.
No, the Monday one seems to get a lot of people around that are not normally around on a Wednesday and Saturday. So if I don't do one the Wednesdays and Saturday, I may do just the impromptu Monday one for now until I sort myself out.
Yeah, well, and it sucks because I was off work for the last like 3.5 months, and I'm finally back this week. I mean, I would be in, because right now it's just after 1 a.m. for me. So normally I'd be in bed because I'd be going to work tomorrow. But it's super slow, and with you know what's going on right now, a lot of the places that we deliver to are closed, so it's even slower than normal. So luckily I have a couple days off here and there, but I'm finally back to work, so I won't be able to catch a lot of these streams anymore, which is unfortunate because they're always in the middle of the night for me.
So Surf seems to think we skipped question 16 and we should go back and try that one again.
Oh my God, you guys, just go to Pornhub, for the love of God. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to get going. So
yeah,
thanks for having me on. It was fun to talk to and be little Gary for a little bit. That's always a good time.
Yeah.
And I think my username made him very uncomfortable.
Very, very much so.
It did.
I mean,
it did.
You wouldn't even talk to me because of your username.
Yeah. Well, hey, mute donkey, that's what you get for sounding like a Canadian. Shame on you.
I didn't even say a or a boot.
But did you apologize and not realize it?
Yeah, you didn't say sorry.
Oh, maybe I did.
You didn't say sorry.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah. Okay,
Alright guys, I take off.
Yeah, yeah, we're winding down now. Thanks, Punchy. Thanks, Paul.
See you, Punchy.
Dropping in. Blue's
no worries.
I haven't heard Blue for lately.
Right. Yes.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Donkey. We'll be over in Discord anyway, guys. And Howie, if you want to go back over to Discord. Thanks, Elmig Surf, Mike M out there, Little Wolf, Tina, Dave, Carl. Who else was out there? Steve. Scrolling up.
What was 16 again?
Do you want me to play 16? You wanted to do 16 question again? Wait a minute.
Just go out on that.
Yeah, okay, we'll go out on that. Okay, if I can find it. Oh no, we've lost 16. I can't find.
That could make a good thumbnail.
I can't. I don't know. It seems to be broken.
Is that considered clickbait?
I don't know.
Maybe.
There you go, guys.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
It does come up.
Yeah, I know.
In some countries they call it jailbait.
Yeah, yeah, they would. My daughters
Depends
are
on the age.
they're older than that. There we go. I'll see you over on Discord, anyone that wants to hang out there or not. So, later, Peanuts. Just keep an eye on your space. I don't know when I'm streaming again.
All right.
Peanuts.
Have fun.
Good night, Peanuts.